about, there are some changes. The Kennen for Serdi could be a really interesting one because Gwen is still going to be very much in the meta. And if you look over to players like Jenkins in Academy, he loves to run it into that, even though he says it's much more of a skill matchup. But if you're confident on that Kennen, if you're confident into some of these picks going against something like Gwen, it doesn't matter if it's a skill matchup. You're going to have the skill on your side.
Well, here we are into Champ Select. You can already see the Thresh has been taken away from AOE. You know that that's been a first pick of theirs for pretty much the entire tournament. Great that they thought about that on the side of Evil Genius's Prodigies. And on the other side, Lucian and Renekton going to be taken away. So nothing too fancy so far, but that does take Serdi off of one of his comfort picks. Ooh.
The Kane, though, away from Bluster. I was talking with Rebel Fox beforehand saying I would love to see this pick for Bluster because it is one of his comfort picks, his favorite picks to be able to grab for himself. But AOE are saying, we don't even want to bother. We don't even want to think whether or not you're actually going to play it. We're going to take it away. But look what it leaves open. That Aurelia ban kind of has replaced Viego as the must ban, but Diana right there. Viego, Gwen, all left open. Varus, another one of these picks that we can easily see picked up pretty early on. LeBlanc is another one that comes to my mind.
I think there are a lot of things that you could definitely take for Aspect in particular, but we do need to think about the bot lane for Evil Geniuses. They are thinking about a number of different things. Viego, of course, going to be a priority no matter what. But thinking about that bot lane, Sasuke and Skytech, they have taken away the Thresh from themselves. They still have the Rakan available, as Jolly was talking about, and I think that's going to be what they're going for. I don't know if it's going to be the Lovers duo. I think Varus is still particularly really strong, and Sasuke has shown that he's very proficient on this champion, so that is going to be the lock-in. Sasuke going to be on a comfort pick.
Yeah, but if I recall, Sasuke has actually been one of the ADCs that swapped away from the lethality Vars and has actually gone for more of the on-hit Vars. We've been seeing that slowly taking over that sort of style for Vars to be much more about how he's going to be able to act in some of these team fights, how he's going to be able to dish out a lot of that damage as it's dragging out later into the game as opposed to being someone who can burst. But on the flip side, looking at a lot of bot lane focus still, for AoE. Of course, the Tahm Kench is very flexible. We have seen it mid lane, we've seen it top lane, we've seen it support, but that Jinx, I'm surprised to see it without the Thresh they normally get for Zyko.
I think that does really pressure EGP in thinking that this Tahm Kench is going to go bot side. I feel like this is still a good pick for Zyko. Yes, it is strong in the top side. Yes, it is a flex pick, but especially with the Jinx.
Don't forget mid lane, come on!
It could be a mid lane. It's very possible, but Magical. We're in semifinals. We can't be pulling out the weird stuff, but speaking of weird stuff, Aspect going to be pulling out his LeBlanc. So we're going to get a good matchup in mid no matter what gets picked on the other side.
And so this is something that we've been seeing a lot, much more blind pick LeBlanc, but there also are the counters towards this LeBlanc that a lot of players individually have. Each player seems to be very unique in what they want to be able to take into this champion. I'm coming over from the LPL, so I've seen a lot of these different kind of styles from players. Icon, a player for LNG, likes to play Ryze into it. We even see Xiao Sao Bao over there on the side of Ultra Prime liking to play Vladimir instead of actually going for something much more like being able to actually contend in the lane phase, just about surviving and getting into that level 9 spot.
I think that there are a number of different options you can have. Darkwings does love his melee champions. He does love to be up in there. Unfortunately, Set not really a great counter into LeBlanc, so we're likely not going to see that, and thus it's been banned away. And on the other side, Yasuo and Mundo going to be taken away from Faisal. So really pinching in on Zyko on this Tahm Kench just because it is a great meatball, not as good as pre-rework, but still pretty darn good for sketch streams to pair up with. I think that's going to be the case as we do get on to the next set of picks, and that's going to be the Rel Hover. She has been buffed on 11-15, and you were talking about this before the game, Magical. I think that this is a fantastic pick, especially paired up with the Bears.
We've already been seeing Rel as this niche pick coming in before throughout this EGL tournament. We've been seeing it kind of hovering on the wings, but there was just, even if it was only a small buff, in fact, 11-15 were a bunch of small buffs all across the board, but with Rel, she was able to get a 2-second knockoff onto her cooldown for her W, which makes it a lot easier for her to re-engage and re-engage over and over again. While on the flip side, that Nautilus hover pretty much showing us that Faisal is going to be playing that Tahm Kench top lane with the Lissandra for Darkwings. And this is a champion I've seen him have a lot of success. In fact, he was able to get a solo kill in the quarterfinals on Lissandra. I believe it was against Yone in Game 2.
It was against TSM Academy, and it was very, very close, let me tell you. AOE were able to come in. They were able to show
TSM,
off what Darkwings...
No, that was Zeus.
Oh, it's Zeus, excuse me.
Yeah.
Misspoke. So he comes in, Dark Wings on this Lissandra, able to show so much roaming, so much single ability to defeat his laner, and I think this is a good counter into the LeBlanc, just because you do have the ability to CC her down while she's in the middle of the W, as well as the ability to just chain her down with damage. And if he goes the Luden's build that we've been seeing rising up, I feel like this is going to be an amazing composition, and it'll have the damage in order to deal with anyone on Prodigies.
So look at this draft for Evil Genius's Prodigies and what they have. That Jace into the top lane against Tahm Kench. It's going to be really interesting because you oftentimes see picks like this try to be able to beat Tahm Kench early, but you always forget that Tahm Kench has some pretty absurd base damages to him.
He definitely does, and I think especially with the Anathema's chains, he's going to be an immensely difficult thing to stop, even for a Jace, who loves to get in there, loves to have an early to mid-game impact. Tahm Kench can just deal with the solos, he can split push, he can even join the team if he really wants to. He's such a powerful pick right now that he is going to be just the difference maker, I think, in this top side AOE versus EGP.
I agree, and I actually really like what AOE have drafted for themselves. They have this composition that worked so well to facilitate sketch streams in the late game. Stuff that's going to be able to peel for him, both having a Nautilus and a Tahm Kench on that side. You have Lissandra to be able to provide more CC for the team. All the while, RBM able to dive into this backline, try to see if he can really help out the team. But the big problem for me is now you have this huge target onto sketch streams on the side of EGP, and look at how many of those champions are going to be looking to hunt him down.
There are definitely a lot of ways into sketch streams, and as you said, Magical, it's really the lack of Thresh that makes the Jinx as surprising as it is. EGP do have the tools to deal with this team comp, and that's why I think they do actually have the advantage just looking at the teams head-to-head. Yes, the late game isn't quite as strong, but the mid game should be able to push them through and maybe even get those advantages that they really need to seal the game and hit the last HP on the Nexus.
I think it's all going to be dependent on how this early game really functions for EGP. Sure, you do have some scaling options. We're expecting Sasuke to actually go for the on-hit Vars as opposed to going for the lethality, just because we've been seeing that shift away, which gives them a little bit more credence into the late game and having something like a Viego. But the big thing for me is this LeBlanc versus Lissandra Asset. It's Aspect versus Dark Wings. Both these players like to be able to try to see if they can set up their teams early on, get the snowball rolling, and especially LeBlanc needing that to burst down sketch streams before anyone can save him.
It's definitely going to be a mid-lane centric matchup, and it's really going to be a show for Bluster, who's coming in, again, this fresh face for the competitive scene. He has competed on a few different teams, but this is his first time on the Prodigies, and especially coming into semifinals, you have to think this is going to be an incredible adjustment to make for such an important game.
Pivoting at the last moment, right when they're about to get to the finish line. They have to make sure they can win this series if they want to make sure they guarantee themselves a place in the Proving Grounds qualifiers. It's the semifinals between AOE Esports and Evil Genius's Prodigies.
And you can see the line of scrimmage just forming. No one doing anything too fancy thus far. Looks like the wards have been placed on the bot side, and that will be a recall coming in from Zyko. And on the other side, it looks like AoE are just comfortable to get river control. And I have to feel like, in terms of jungle priority, as we get into the early game, it's going to be Bluster looking for that mid to bot side. It just feels like they've been so strong on that bottom that there's no real reason to go away from that. Get Sasuke the advantage, get Aspect the advantage, and make sure that these counter matchups don't go the way that AoE wants them to.
Agree with you on that one, and I want to see where we're going to see Bluster focus, trying to be on that bottom half of the map, or is it going to be counteracted by Really Big Meme, our big meme boy right here. Make sure you get the spam in the chat, everyone, just so you know. It's RBM. We love seeing our TFT player, and honestly, he has been such a great success story here in Proving Grounds. Back in spring, coming back in, and seeing how successful he has been, how he's been able to, back with Zeus beforehand, how he really slotted in so well with Darkwing, and now here on AoE, being able to get a surprise win. Last time, everyone thought his former team in Zeus was going to be able to win that series, but they took them down in the best of three, and now we're here at the semifinals trying to vie for those points.
And I think they have the ability to get this Magical. As we were talking about, there are a lot of options available for AoE. Will they be able to get the scaling, though, is the question. Darkwing and Aspect already going head-to-head pretty fiercely, and I have to think that this is great for Darkwing, who really wants to get that early damage down and give an easy path for Really Big Meme.
I'm looking at the jungle pathing right now. Oh, Aspect getting a good trade on Darkwing. Unfortunately, not getting that little bit of the explosive damage off the orb, so it will actually just be an even trade back and forth. But I want to look at the top lane, because we are going to see that Bluster isn't actually focusing on the bottom half of the map first. He's going for the bottom up clear. So it's going to be pretty much the passing ships in the night between him and RBM, not even going to have to worry about fighting around the Scuttle Crab. But if they can get an early kill here for Surdy on this Jace, trying to make sure this Tahm Kench isn't going to be that much a threat, as well as having Jace be someone who could set up a perfect siege for the team, that is a great mid-game win condition that could be picked up by Evil Geniuses.
But the question is, does it involve a hull breaker? But Magical, there's a fight.
I would love it if there's a hull breaker. I would, you know me. Everyone knows me. My meme items. I love them. I still miss Homewrecker. Rest in peace. Anyways, right here, Darkwings and Aspect are trading blow for blow. And this is a big change looking at the keystones, because you see it is the Electrocute for Darkwings, and this is something we've seen far more successfully. Now, to ask Rebel Fox, he's got the stats on all that for how this matchup tends to go. But now, really big meme is able to play for this mid lane because how low Aspect is. There's the distortion. They didn't actually pull the trigger just yet. Dodging away from the chain. Flash coming in with a Ring of Frost, and it's going to be First Blood for RBM.
You hate to see it, the missed flash coming out of Aspect, but a great positioning setup from Darkwings nonetheless. Just right in the right position, had the HP down, and the flash forward to W perfectly executed by the mid laner coming in. So hopefully this is something EGP can work around, but for the early game, you really needed to get snowballing if we want to see a red team victory.
It's once they saw that distortion, that was the moment. They're like, all right, Aspect's dead. There's no way he can survive this. And this is a difficult matchup. We already knew that the Lissandra LeBlanc matchup favors that of Lissandra as the game scales up, because anytime you distortion forward, like I said, it was once the distortion was there, it was an immediate call.
And it was just so close to the edge. You see that flash, you know that that was the idea coming in from Aspect, but unfortunately just too far away. And again, just really great gap closing coming in from Really Big Meme, as well as Darkwings to just come in, get the root. It was all over from there.
And this is what we were talking about before, how well RBM and Darkwings have been playing together, and the communication these two players have. And I love seeing this because for Lissandra, with the new build that she has, it's a lot more damage up front than before. Not just being about utility, the back in the day where you went Aftershock, Everfrost kind of style. Here, it is actually much more about this aggressive tendency. Electrocute, Luden's Echo, too, to make sure you're going to have even more damage that will even set up RBM here on this Diana to be an additional AP carry.
Ooh, but a nice scout comes out, so they at least know where Really Big Meme is on the side of Evil Geniuses Prodigies. Unfortunately, though, they don't really have a great setup in any of the lanes. You can see how lost we have the jungler, just unable to find his way in. So Viego, nowhere to go.
This is one of the worries we had going into this. Bluster being the new player, the new sub that they were able to bring in at the last minute. It's not that he's a bad player, it's just how do you fit in with a team, with a composition that you haven't had too much practice on. Here you can see there's a rotation coming in from Skytech, but unfortunately Darkwings, all he had to do was path to the top side. They have no idea where RBM is. Only thing that they knew is he was top side, because you could see some of the wards around red buff, so like he's got to be top side and he's pathing top. We don't want to fight this too easily.
Oh, and Really Big Meme just going into the jungle aggressively, Bluster. He's under pressure, but it seems like he's going to be able to get out just
got
fine.
Skytech there. Oh, Faisal's going to be able to get the knockup. And look at the damage. This is what I was talking about with Tahm Kench. It's difficult to be able to fight him. He had to knock him back and away because his base damage is absurd. Now they're threatening a dive. They have RBM, but the fact that Bluster was on the wings, RBM knows this isn't a good call just yet. Falling back is the wise choice.
Still, though, I love the aggression. I love the fact that Faisal was looking for it, and Surdy had to back out of that. No summoner spells were burned, per se, but it was still a worthwhile endeavor coming in from AOE. Good positioning, good timing, just didn't quite have the execution it needed in order to seal a kill.
So now we're just kind of waiting it out. We get a little bit more of these components now picked up across the board. Looking at how we do have that Serrated Dirk already picked up by Surdy, being able to get a nice recall and not even having to use CP to be able to get back into the lane in order to really make full effect of it. But the problem is, as the game continues on, this Tahm Kench, he's going to be able to shirk off a lot of that. But here, Aspect looking for that solo kill. The chains were able to connect. Where is the Frozen Tomb? Not used yet. Oh, wait, did he not upgrade it? No, he didn't. I don't think that he accidentally... Oh, no, that's tragic.
So darn close, but the teleport's magical. It's not over.
Yeah, they're trying to see if they can get on top of Sketchstream. Nice Devour coming in for Faisal, but Zyko is in the middle of everybody. Here's the Ferromancy to be able to get a double knock up with the dive coming back in. A lot of damage coming in from RBM, but they got the exhaust with the TP in behind. Going to be the re-engage. They've got a little bit of damage. Darkwings here. They're going to be able to pick up 2 kills immediately for Sketchstreams. He's excited to try to be able to chase down Bluster, but he's going to be able to use all over the wall to be able to survive.
Oof. EGP just barely survived getting ace there, but unfortunately they lose too many and will lose the dragon for that. Great teleports coming out of AOE, and also great use of the respawn coming in from Darkwings, able to really turn the fight in the second half. It was close, but AOE managed to pull that one out in the end.
With 3 kills onto Sketch Dreams too, this Jinx getting a huge influx of gold. Now they got a dragon on top of that. This is an amazing early game for AOE, a team that can scale up, but here you can see what happens when they're able to play aggressive. Unfortunately for Darkwings, I'm going to look to see. I think he accidentally misclicked and didn't level up his ult.
Yeah, it looks like he didn't have it available despite being level 6, so unfortunate. And Aspect is just able to get the easy solo, but looking down to the big team fight that happened, it looks like Saskia was just out of position at the very start of the fight, letting Sketch Dreams do whatever he wanted. A nice flash away allows him to do that. And Faisal getting the Devour. Can't mention how big that was. Just able to keep Sketch Dreams alive. And look at the DPS he's able to continue getting because of the positioning. He gets Skytech, he's able to go immediately onto the mid laner, or the top laner, excuse me, and then Bluster. Just no options left. So just great positioning out of Sky Dreams, or out of Really Big Meme, and especially out of Sketch Dreams, who was able to make that work.
It's a huge fight for AOE, and how much gold they have now poured into their carry, into their Jinx, to get that late game far sooner, far earlier on the countdown. Normally, they talk about late game, and you have a ticking clock. You're looking towards that 25-30 minute mark. But here, you got 3-0 Jinx at the moment. That's a pretty big bounty on her head, and if you do not stop that soon, it is just going to escalate even further out of control.
And there's another plate going over for the side of AOE, so that's going to be even more gold going over to Sketch Dreams, who just seems to be snowballing in this early game. The problem, though, is that Faisal no longer has the teleport, so he won't be able to come in and save Sketch Dreams if another gank were to come. Luckily, though, Bluster just happens to be in the top side, so that will be inability to gank. However, Really Big Meme reads the play.
Looking to see if they can jump onto Surdy. Surdy running the wrong way. Here's the Ivan, the nice flash away, but Darkwings, he's in the wings to be able to answer that and pick up his first kill.
And doesn't even have to use the ult. Still has the Glacial Person available, which will be nice considering Aspect is right in the wings waiting for him. But the showdown will never come. They're just going back to lane.
Oh, and look at this. I'm looking at those compositions, those components right now. And we already have a Kraken Slayer completed by Sketch Dreams. I told you, he's already gotten the snowball rolling. He got 3 kills, man, and he got 2 plates in that bot lane. He better be able to afford the damn Mythic.
And there it is. It looks like the response coming in from Prodigies is going to be just take the bot side river, try to get some control.
Oh, it's not gonna work. Aspect, he's just caught out, and he is easy pickings.
You can't be that close to a Nautilus. It doesn't matter if you are the LeBlanc or if you're someone even less mobile. You cannot be in the river by yourself. There's too much CC. There was too much damage available, and AoE just get a free pick.
Here, just going to be about what can Evil Geniuses pick up from here. They needed to be able to get some of the snowball, this momentum, working for themselves. And when you take a look at this replay, it's like you said, you see a Nautilus, you gotta just fear him. You can't be anywhere near.
No. And especially with a Lissandra comp, like, you just have too easy of a follow-up. Really Big Meme there, just kind of the cherry on top. It wasn't even necessary to really secure that kill. As we do see the top side, it looks like it's just a back and forth between Surdy and Faisal. It is an advantage to Jace, but it's what you'd expect. It's just a little bit of damage back and forth, but these advantages don't mean anything. It's a Tom Kench magical.
Yeah, he's just going to absorb any of that damage that you try to throw him. That thick skin, it's difficult to actually cut him down too easily. And now, Darkwing's no mana. Skytech on the wings. Aspect wants to try to force him out of lane, knowing there is no TP, and needs to find some advantage into this matchup because it is going so poorly at the moment.
At the very least, the Rift Herald is in the hands of Prodigies, so hopefully this will be some sort of advantage, especially for the top side, but it looks like Bluster has backed off, and that will be Surdy backing as well. So this is just going to be neutral for the moment, but only about a minute left on that Rift Herald, so hopefully they find a use for it soon.
Exactly. That's what is going to be the big thing. Where do you use this Rift Herald? Because top lane, sure, you can put it into Surdy, try to get this Jace to be even further ahead, but it's into the Tom Kench matchup, the tank matchup. Probably going for the Anathema's chains just to make sure that you're going to have more of that tenacity reduction for the team. But I think that they need to start seeing if they can help out Aspect or Saskia at this moment, because those two lanes are the ones that are truly behind. And if they don't catch up soon, there's no way they can find that momentum necessary to overcome the mountain that is Sketch Dreams.
Well, that's kind of been my concern, Magical. At the beginning, we predicted that EGP were going to go towards the bot side, that Bluster was just trying to focus on getting Sasuke and Aspect as good as possible, but it hasn't happened, Magical. It's just been a very straightforward stop coming in from AOE in the early game, and whether or not this is going to be a trend that continues remains to be seen, but in game 1, momentum looking pretty good for AOE.
And it looks like Evil Geniuses are just going to go with the safe option. They're going to make sure they can guarantee that first tower at all costs. And even if it's split between Bluster, even if it's split between Surdy, that is still a good enough option for the team to be able to continue to scale up, or at least have that Viego be their win condition, be the fallback, the 2-item spike that you generally see when you have that champion.
Unfortunately, though, he hasn't really gotten involved in any kills, so that's going to be a Dragon for tower trade, and no kills given so far, but Sasuke and Skytech looking for it. They should be a little cautious, though. They know that there are multiple members over there.
Yes, and there's also the TP advantage for Surdy because the Spellbook option had been swapped out for Flash out of Faisal. He's just trying to make sure that he can at least keep Surdy from interacting in those fights. But honestly, when you look at how the map is, when you look at the mini-map and see where Vision is laid out, there's so much control on the bottom half from AOE that it's pretty much their entire river that they own and maintain.
It's going to be tough for EGP to really get a stranglehold onto this, but they do have some advanced wards, so at the very least, if they wanted to, they could use their teleport advantage to the top side, maybe go for Faisal for absolutely no reason. It doesn't get them anything, but it will be at least a little bit of momentum. But at the same time, they can't let go to this bot side. It's too important. And you can see Sketch Dreams just pushing on forward. They could actually dive this if they wanted to.
There's the chain of corruption. Sasuke now taking so much damage. The flash coming in from Sketch Dreams to be able to survive. They got the lockdown on a Bluster.
No,
Spider-Man is going to be able to get Psycho out. He's alive. How does this keep happening whenever ICAST? I swear, I have so many games where they just barely survive, and they really shouldn't.
And this is why Nautilus is such an important pick, just because you have the ability to get out of trouble if you need to, but you also have the engage.
Oh, and they're going for the dive. They're making sure they got Skytech locked down. It's golden, and they've got at least one turned around. Sasuke on the wings, but it's the kill onto Skytech. The flash coming in from Sasuke. He's still chased down by Big Meme. Aspect. Bluster, they're on the wings. Low health bars on the side of AOE. Surdy's getting a lot of damage. Aspect trying to be able to see if he can get into the assassination line, into the back line. Only a little bit. There's the flash coming in for Bluster with the Heartbreak. Darkwing's barely alive. They're able to kill him over on the other side of the wall, but now they're trying to be able to dive back in. Big Meme's alive, but now Faisal trying to be able to escape. Double kill picked up by Aspect. Sketch Dreams, the one they need to make sure that they can execute, the one that they want to shut down, slice apart and get the gold.
Oh, and Jinx stays up, but that's the wrong Jinx. Gonna be able to get an advantage over to EGP. Finally, after all this waiting, Magical, the mid-game has arrived, and that's when this assassin-heavy comp really starts to shine. You saw what happened when there was an advantage. Yes, the dive was vicious from AOE, but the capitalization from Prodigies, beautiful.
It really was. When you look at this play, at first, it is rough because Sasuke gets chunked out so heavily to start this off. Skytech is nowhere near. So much had been blown to try to kill Sketch Dreams initially that it looks like it's going to go poorly. But afterwards, after the reset, trying to re-engage onto this dive between the two turrets is when it's really unsuccessful for AOE because they take so many bad trades here.
And it's really this golden coming in from Skytech that really changes things. Able to waste so much time coming in from AOE. They do manage to get the kill, but it doesn't matter. They're so low health bars. They dove way too far, and two assassins on opposite sides, easiest pincer maneuver of their life, able to get so much damage down, and this is where Bluster's character really starts to shine, able to get so much on the Heartbreaker.
That's a wombo combo too, the distortion in with it, with the Heartbreaker. So you had this burst of damage that they just weren't expecting, and then afterwards, we talked about how Sketch Dreams needs at least to have the Tahm Kench nearby if he wants to be able to survive, since there is no Thresh. Without any safety net, it is an easy shutdown for Bluster.
Now, this was the weakness of this comp, Magical, but it looks like EGP have finally found their window into this. The question is, will this 200 gold advantage to the red side be the decision maker? It looks like they will be pushing onto the mid side. The Rift Herald has not been taken quite yet, and this probably is going to not be taken quite yet. I think AOE are able to hold it off.
Though I do want to do a little bit of a check-in on the items, because Sasuke is going for the lethality Vars, not going for the on-hit this time around. But this shows to me that EG Prodigies are actually playing far more for being a, not exactly split push, but a siege composition. To be able to set up these side lanes. But if Sasuke gets caught out like that, they're not going to be able to set up these sieges.
Nope, and Skytech might follow Magical.
Oh, he's easily going to follow, and they're going to gift more gold that had been lost by streams earlier so that this Jinx continues to be a menace.
And with that, the Rift Herald's going to be popped, and I think that's going to be the reverse mid lane turret going to be taken for AOE, able to get a couple of nice picks in there and able to get a huge advantage in terms of gold, but the fight isn't over.
Aspect trying to get a little bit of damage onto the support, but it's going to be at least the turret still secured by AOE. Getting the gold back, it swings it 1,500 now in AOE's favor.
And Sasuke is just not having a great game so far, Magical. 0, 3, and 0, going for lethality as a last resort just because he hasn't had the gold in order to go for the on-hit that we expected. So really, this is going sort of bad for EGP, but at the same time, the other characters, it's going to be down to the jungle, mid laner, and top in order to make this work.
To me, this is getting a little dicey for EGP. They need to see if they can get more gold into the top half of the map, because that is where they still have a lot of power. You can see Bluster so far ahead, and if Aspect can easily kill Big Meme like this, that's going to be another bit of gold picked up by a carry for Evil Geniuses.
Aspect definitely wants to be getting more gold at this point in the game, Magical. He's only on one item thus far. Should have enough gold to at least make a half. Probably not quite a full item quite yet. Looks like that will be, in fact, the needlessly large rod picked up as soon as he backs, and we'll have a little bit of extra power as the bottom turret gets taken away. So EGP, their gold lead hasn't really changed much, but they do get a dragon, and I think that momentum is going to be very helpful in playing against AOE.
As well, you know, making sure to get these structures, getting the picks on players like really Big Meme, and putting the gold into their LeBlanc makes this assassin far scarier for Sketch Dreams. That's what they want to make sure they're playing around, is how well can Aspect flank in these fights, because you can set up a 1-3-1 for Evil Genius's Prodigy. They have great poke and great siege potential with the help of a Jace and a Varus, then also having the peel of Rel, but they need to still make sure they are setting themselves up for those the mid-game plays that will probably be happening around when the Barons are starting to spawn.
I mean, really, we're getting to that point already, Magical. We're at 19 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, still basically dead even between these two teams. Yeah, you could say 1,000 gold lead to AOE, but what does that really mean at this point, Magical?
Nothing.
It's the only difference between the two, I would say, is that mid turret, which needs to go down if EGP want to push in and get the vision that they need in order to set up for Baron. But AOE have been able to really pressure around that area and have been able to use their team fighting prowess.
You're going in by yourself. That's a lot of damage from Aspect. Not going to be able to get Zyko to be able to show up into the fight just yet. They're trying to see if they can dive back in with Darkwings on the wings. But Zyko taking a lot of damage from Bluster, trying to be able to disengage. They even have Darkwings, but look at Surdy. He's in the wings. He's jumping on top of Darkwings. He's pushed back in, and it's a killing spree for Bluster.
You saw that lethality, Magical, just too much to deal with. Darkwing still has the Glacial Prison, but what could he have really done realistically? It was too much to handle.
They're just going for the 20-minute Baron. Faisal, he's TP'd up into this. He's trying to be able to join with the fight, but look at how low Zyko is. Look at how low really Big Meme is. The control of this Baron pit is already set up by Evil Genius Prodigy, and now they have the re-engage. Skytech taking a lot of damage, but that burst damage on into Sketch Streams nearly was able to take him out there. Instead, going to be able to get the kill onto the take. Zyko trying to be able to get away. He's not going to be able to get too far with the Heartbreaker, Spirit of the Heart, the flash in from Aspect to take down Sketch Streams, and the Baron is surely Evil Geniuses.
And the health bars are looking pretty good for the side of Evil Geniuses, but unfortunately, there's going to be a little bit of a time waste. It doesn't seem to matter, though. They're still starting the Baron and likely going to be able to get it. They do have Aspect's teleport to work with.
Wait a minute, there's some low health bars here. He's got the Frozen Tomb available, but that's a lot of damage from Surdy. Trying to take the claw, diving back in, but he's burst down before. Really Big Meme was not intended, but he's got a lot of damage on his Sasuke. He's burst down as well by Aspect. And with 2 more kills in the pocket of Aspect, the Baron as well, Evil Genius's Prodigy want to take game 1.
And this is going to be a really huge advantage coming in for Evil Genius's Prodigies. They get the Baron, they get extra kills. Yeah, that's another death for Sasuke, but at this point, he is not the carry. You could see how well this team has been doing without him. Taking a look at this replay real quick. Really Big Meme tries to get onto Aspect, but unfortunately doesn't have the damage he thinks he does.
He also
and the backup from Zyko, not able to happen.
Yeah, it's a rough fight. This is a really long, drawn-out fight. Faisal didn't TP initially. I'm a little confused by that one. You'd think that you need to have your Tahm Kench as a part of this as immediately as possible.
Yeah, it's just a matter of pushing out that bot lane. It really did need to be. It was a little far into the lane, but as you said, the team fight doesn't go their way, mostly because of the teleport. And Sketch Dreams, because he doesn't have the Tahm Kench right next to him, is so susceptible to Aspect, who is just completely on his case. You could see how little he could do here. The flash forward and the Q, nothing a Jinx can do. I've played that AD carry once too many times, Magical, and it's not pretty.
And I played that Jinx one too many times, so I know being on the other side of how easy that is. And here, Darkwings, he wanted to be able to take the claw in with really big meme, but unfortunately didn't get the Frozen Tomb off. Had that happen, I don't know if they actually kill all the members of Evil Genius Prodigy, but they surely stopped the Baron.
They would have at least bought time, and that would have been a nice 2v4 in that case for RBM and Darkwings. It just didn't quite work out, but this is Surdy alone by himself, does get the backup, and Faisal actually in a lot of trouble.
Oh, he can't take the Abyssal Voyage. This is a fed-ass Jinx LeBlanc right now. Look at that. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal, already having the Rabadon's death cap as well. Anybody who comes close to her is dying immediately. Sasuke trying to see if they can get the pick around. They're going to be able to get the rocket that connects, and now you got an excited Jinx double kill for Sketch Dreams. Aspect was not ready. Neither was Bluster for that.
And you can see that they just back out safely, but that's a Baron push that's going to be down for the moment. They might get an additional turret for their troubles, but that's not going to be exactly what you want. Hopefully on the first Baron, you want to try to get that first inhibitor. You want to try to get a dragon off of that, but neither go over to EGP.
Sam, the important members are still up for Evil Genius Prodigy. You can see
the
Flaken from Serdia blows up, eviscerates the Jinx. Not having to worry about that anymore. Really Big Meme's going to be able to get at least a little bit of an answer back, but unfortunately, that's all they can get, a 1-for-3 trade.
That's a pretty nice 1-for-3 trade, if I do say so myself. Pretty darn good for Surdy, able to just get in the backside, do so much damage to the carries. And once again, Sketch Dream's just out of position, not able to go and hide in the middle of her team. Unfortunate stuff as this play starts out. You can see how little Faisal could do in this situation. He thought he had the tankiness, but no MR means that's a free kill for Aspect.
Especially when you have 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. But here, it is a nice answer from AOE. Killing Sasuke, killing Sketch Dreams, but we were just talking about, those aren't important members. All they need is to have Surdy, Bluster, and Aspect alive.
Yeah, and we saw exactly what you can do with just Surdy by himself. He's going around the back. There's absolutely no vision to suggest he's there. A simple QE-Q combo comes out, and that's all you need to kill two members of the opposing team. So Surdy, well done. Really Big Meme does manage to get out of there, but to what end? That's still a dragon down, and that's still too much of an advantage going over to EGP.
Then they get the dragon after that as well. They have 2 Cloud Dragons more into their pocket for that cooldown reduction on their ults, which to me really means it's for Sasuke out. Getting more Chains of Corruption so that way he can help out the rest of the team, because all he needs is to be able to get that ult off. Once he lands that, then the rest of the team can pile in.
It's going to be really important to get that damage down, and speaking of damage...
Yeah, but it's on to Skytech. Skytech has been able to absorb a lot of this, so Blubber is going to be able to get into the back line, and now they've got the root on a Psycho. Psycho trying to be able to get away, but he's pulled back in. Double kill for Surdy. All the while, Sasuke is fighting with Sketch Dreams and with Faisal, so now the rest of the team can now dive underneath the turret. Sasuke, they just have to get the little bit of poke. Not going to be able to get it. The Devourer is able to get a big shield. Sketch Dreams still alive, trying to be able to kite back, is able to survive, but again, it's 2-0, favoring that of Evil Genius's Prodigies.
Darkwings, it looked so good for him in the beginning, able to get the easy kill onto Aspect, but since then, Magical, it's just been so downhill. This Lissandra pick not doing what it needs to do because of the CC coming out of EGP.
And here, Faisal, he thinks he's a tanky boy, the anathema's chains. You think you're going to be able to survive, but there's just way too much on the side of Evil Genius's Prodigy. It does not matter if you think you're tanky.
Doesn't matter in the slightest as we see Aspect getting an additional tower in the top side. Baron going to be spawning in 1 minute, Magical, and EGP looked very primed to take this over. They have the vision, they have the positioning, and they have the people available in order to surround this Baron and probably take it as soon as possible.
And we talked about momentum, how pivotal it was for Evil Genius's Prodigy, how it seemed like maybe they had lost a lot of the momentum that they could have gotten in the early game. But now, all they have to do is wait for Aspect to be on the wings, wait for these low health targets to then annihilate everyone on AoE.
And this is where Viego really starts to shine, able to get the kill resets, turn into Nautilus, and then get some nice, nasty hooks in order to get further ahead. Sketch Dreams does manage to stay alive in this fight, which is crucial for not losing even more. but it's still a loss coming in for AOE, as EGP are just too strong. They do also get Faisal again. The damage is just too surprising, and Faisal, because he hasn't had the time to farm, doesn't have the tank items necessary in order to get through a Jace and a Varus firing down on him.
It's a Siege composition that is now at their prime when they find themselves the strongest. There aren't too many resistances on the side of AoE. You can finally see the Frostfire Gauntlet has been picked up by Faisal, but he had rushed the Anathemas Chains and then the Bramblefest beforehand. Well, yes, provides a lot of tankiness, provides a lot of that tenacity reduction. It meant that he was delayed in how long he could survive underneath these turrets and be the pivotal front line for the team.
It's going to be really difficult because even though he is a tank against lethality, he's been so behind that it doesn't matter. Lethality still works if the items aren't there.
Aspect going to be able to chunk out Psycho, looking to see if they can play and bait this Baron again. They were able to do so last Baron. A great fight, even though it was all over the place. It was a little wonky, and AoE had started it all up. Here, Evil Genius Prodigies, they are the ones in firm control.
I was about to say, there are some key differences, Magical, including the vision and Aspect being very strong.
Big meme nearly taken out. RBM not going to be able to get in there too easily. All they need is to be able to get Surdy to be able to annihilate the backline. They're going to be able to dive into it, try to see if they can get a little bit of damage. Aspect is the focus. Distortion away, but Skytech now being able to lock them down, trying to be able to kite back, getting a lot of damage onto members like Bluster, but Bluster's going to be able to get the resets. They got 2 already dead. Psycho's going to be the 3rd. They're trying to see if they can chase down Sketch Dreams and Darkwing on the sides of the fight, but they have forced them away from the base. The flash coming in from Surdy, the flash coming in. They've got the kill on a Sketch Dreams. Only remaining member is going to be Darkwing, and he is no more. Double kill and a clean ace for the side of Evil Genius's Prodigies.
So much advantage for Evil Genius's Prodigies, so much vision, so much damage, Magical. AoE had nothing to do there. They made the only move they could, and unfortunately, it wasn't enough. This inhibitor's going down, and I feel like this could very well be the game.
This is very well the game, my friend. They are way too far ahead. They don't even need the damn Baron because they know no one's going to respawn in time to be able to stop them from taking game 1 over AoE.
A very well-fought game. AoE able to get a surprising lead in the early, but unfortunately, the mid-game just went so much in favor of EGP that their comp was able to just completely roll over any of the tanks, any of the damage, and there just wasn't enough protection for their late-game composition, Magical.
It eventually got to a point in those mid-game fights where it seemed like the snowball, it had rolled the other way. It was rolling for AoE. They got the 3 early kills onto Sketch Dreams, and that is a Jinx's wet dream right there. You love to have that because you are going to be able to scale to oblivion, but the problem was Aspect. Even if he struggled in the lane phase, he was able to find those proper flanks. They were able to find the fights that went right around them and circumvented the front line that was protecting Sketch Dreams.
It was really down to that 1v1 between Aspect and the other side. Just Lysandra unable to use Glacial Prison at level 6. An unfortunate blunder for Darkwings that led to a 1v1 loss and a snowball for Aspect.
And I do like how Evil Genius's Prodigies were able to play this game. They had an idea in the early game, get the momentum, try to have things work out. When it didn't really work out, it was kind of faltering a little bit. They went to plan B. They made sure that they were going to be able to set up some sieges. They were going to be able to get vision control, which was imperative for them on the top half of the map. And they had Surdy have this explosive amount of damage in these team fights. We look at that one 3v5 team fight where AoE bit off way more than they could chew, but the big thing was the fact that it was still the conviction from Evil Genius's Prodigies to be able to capitalize.
I mean, there was just a lot to deal with from EGP. Once they had the ball rolling, once Surdy especially had his items, it seemed like it was impossible. An Aspect, he just felt like he was everywhere. Sketch Dreams had nowhere to go, and the positioning just not quite falling in place for AoE.
No, and with that, Evil Genius's Prodigies, they're up 1-0 against AoE. We're going to head over back to the desk. Rafa Jolly and Rebel Fox will take it away, so have fun.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and my goodness, we didn't get a chance to give our predictions for the desk, and I'm not going to lie, Jolly and Rebel, we were kind of having thoughts of that, with the roster changes, we might see that AoE are going to be favored in this series, coming in with that momentum swing, but Evil Genius's Prodigies, doesn't matter if they're using a sub ADC, doesn't matter if they're using a new jungler, they're still playing and kicking ass here in the EGL Summer Showdown for the semifinals. Like, what?
All right, I do have to say, you guys were like, with these changes, things might not look so good for EGP, and I was like, but what if Bluster is a god?
She did say this.
I did. I said if that's the case, EGP absolutely has the ability because Ysaskio has played with this team and we've seen how well he does on Winthrop. And it turns out that this young player, the youngest player in this tournament, is in fact a god.
Even Jolly was mentioning, hey guys, remember last year where another LCS amateur affiliated team lost their jungler because he got promoted to Academy? Ken V 400 Thieves next, but then they picked up a quote-unquote random, and NXI was like, who's this guy? And he popped off against Radiance in UPL and against Polar Ace in Challengers Uprising. We might have something in the works here for Bluster because he looked damn strong. I hope we can get a KDA graphic up of the draft in just a little bit here. But Rebel, I mean, we have to look back at this draft and talk through what was the goal for both of these compositions, starting with AOE.
Yeah, so AOE, they've got this perfect setup for like standard team fighting because they've got a bunch of engage, a bunch of AOE damage with like Lissandra, Diana going first. Your front line's really good because you've got Tom Kench, who's got 2 full health bars to deal with, and a Nautilus, who even as a support usually gets pretty tanky in there, and a Jinx to back it up. The craziest part, AOE had this very fed Jinx. We're like, there's no way this composition doesn't work. And on the other side, we're staring at like poke, little bit of skirmishing, pick potential with LeBlanc. We're like, okay, this comp falling behind, not going to do it, Chief, sorry. But EGP, they find a way. They're able to make it work during the course of this game, and it pops off.
Yeah, let's take a look back and stroll down memory lane here, ladies and gentlemen, and see how this all unfolded, starting with that first blood around the 3-minute and 20-minute mark. When we're thinking about how AOE want to get off the ground, if they are able to actually get a first blood onto either RBM or Darkwings, who's going to be bringing a majority of that burst damage, then it's so much easier for Sketchstreams to get off the fight. And what happens in the early game? They find a first blood onto Aspect in the mid lane.
This was a really big play too. RBM getting in there, getting the just early pressure. This is exactly what we were saying behind the scenes when we were talking about these competitions of, like you said, Rebel, if you fall behind early on with this EGP comp, doesn't seem like it's going to pan out. They fell behind early on. It still didn't matter.
It was tough to watch also because like you see a Lissandra start to go up on a LeBlanc. This is already a counter matchup that's been held too, and from that point your expectations are let's roll this, like let's continue into game 2.
And then going into how AoE potentially started to snowball this lead even further. They managed to find a teleport advantage and being able to pick up 2-3 kills for Sketchstreams in that bottom lane fight. Watching that replay over, you're thinking as an AoE fan, okay, this is it. I mean, for the side of EGP, their top laner is being set behind as he teleported to get a little bit of a lead, but dies in the end. Saskio is also being put behind. When you think of Evil Genius's Prodigies, it's a poke and siege comp, but their main pokers are getting set behind her.
That they are. It's a tough situation where not only are you not getting gold where you need it to go on the side of EGP, but the players on the side of AoE are getting the gold where they need to go, specifically into Jinx. Literally, if you're able to set up any semblance of a 5-on-5, control neutral objectives, and force them into you, all you have to do is click your buttons on the side of AoE, and Jinx just needs to auto-attack forward and fights. There is almost nothing for you to accomplish when Jinx picks up 3 kills early in the game with this much engage, this much frontline.
Yeah, I think she was 3-0-1. Before getting shut down, and within 3 deaths was able to maybe pick up 1 kill among that. And I think, honestly, the biggest part that EGP did well to destroy, really, the win condition for AoE was the fact that they just continued to split up these fights. Even when AoE found themselves in a good position to move in for a full 5v5 where they should have the advantage, you had someone like Bluster hopping way into the backside to try to take aggression off of the rest of the team, forcing aggro to split, and then that meant that EGP had the advantage.
Yeah, Evil Genius's Prodigies recognized that, hey guys, even though Sketchstreams is starting to get a little bit ahead, we need to find a way to put ourselves and remain still relevant in this game. And so when they got that first Rift Herald take and planted it on the top side of the map, ensuring that Surdy was not falling too far behind here.
It was a good situation to at least get their Jace into a positive situation, and I think it was either, we talked about communication between Aspect and then also Surdy on the top side with Bluster. Whether that's a call from those two or it's a call from Bluster, either way, it's really good of the young jungler to be able to follow through on that, to find some gold, to kind of reprieve some of the early pressure that was being put onto a composition that was kind of dying off at that point. So that was strike number 1 for them to be able to come back.
Yeah, and I think another point, too, that we've been touching on, the Rift Herald being picked up, forced up there. Like you guys were saying, give Jace some of the pressure, but it honestly also allowed for more split. It allowed for them to try to separate these fights, to try to move in on AOE, who are collected here as a group to separate them. We got another replay. I think this one is right around the dragon side. I think there's a teleport that happens after this towards the bottom. Or no, this is going to be the Rift Herald.
Right.
The Rift Herald drop right here, and you get all those plates. You get extra gold for the team itself, pressure towards the top side, and the big thing too is Faisal now, who's already struggling, is really struggling, forced to really navigate away from that lane. And it's just, this is really where things started to turn heavily in EGP's favor. The big one after this, a fight down towards the bottom side that occurred as well, where they just continue to shut down both Dark Wings and Sketch Dreams.
Yeah, for AOE, they went for a fight under this tower, and I think if we're going to be quite blunt, they overextended their welcome here. They did get a couple kills, being able to find a little bit of gold back into the pockets, but what was threatened was the shutdown bonus on RBM and Sketch Streams, as if we can get a chance to just get through this quickly to the point where EGP find shutdowns. Notice how Bluster has not died at this point in the game. Everyone else on Evil Genius's Prodigies has maybe given up a death or two because either they were ganked, they were camped, or caught out, but for Bluster, he kept his farm lead up. He was always ahead of RBM because RBM was dedicating a lot of time trying to pressure the map, trying to accelerate the tempo of the game for AOE. And then for Bluster, he goes huge. He picks up this shutdown onto Sketch Streams. And then from at this point, we get to see how Evil Genius's Prodigies are always, as you said, Jolly, they continue to split up AOE. They never, ever let them fight as a 5-man unit, because when you split up the members of this fight, as we're not going to be able to get a replay of one of the moments later on in the game, but that immaculate flank from Surdy on the bottom half of the map, where he gets free access to both Sketch Streams and Dark Wings, Rebel.
We do. There's plenty to talk about inside of this fight also, just the ability to capitalize, which I think also came in clutch.
This
which
was
was
so good!
Decisiveness pretty much across the board. It was the combination of not only Bluster waiting for his moment, but also Aspect waiting for his moment. We talked about Aspect at the beginning of the day being super important for driving some of the early game. Darkwings on the other side had the counter pick, and yet it was still the LeBlanc who was out and about on the map really consistently alongside Bluster once those still started to come through, that really began turning this game heavily into the side of EGP.
Yeah, it's hard to pick really an MVP on that one. I mean, okay, I guess not. I would have to say Bluster, just based on the fact that we really didn't know where this player was coming from. And that play in particular, I mean, I absolutely lost my mind watching the Viego pick up the Tom Kench after getting the Jinx, using the ultimate in, and then being able to get the kill right there. Such clean play from Bluster, and clearly this should not be a game where AOE goes into the second one having any sort of doubt that this player should be on this team right now.
I think there's a lot of credit that can be given to Bluster, obviously, for making sure that he was keeping his head in the game and that he wasn't letting his confidence be faltered, whereas the rest of the map was kind of falling apart because RBM is affecting it. It's always difficult for a new jungler to come in, and then if the enemy jungler is starting to pressure the map, it might make you feel like, oh god, I need to do something. But Bluster, whether that was just his own mental, or if, like you said, Rebel, coming from Coach Ido, saying that Aspect and Surdy had to step up and be the big voices on this team because they are the two constant members here since the days of Zenith Esports back in last year of 2020. I think you have to give a lot of credit over to Aspect as well, because even though he had a lot of pressure come towards his way, he still found the reverse solo kill into Dark Wings, and he was always pressuring RBM and Dark Wings or Sketch Streams out of objective control fights as well. So for me, Aspect was also a huge member of this. But as we are getting ready for Game 2, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break, but don't turn away. We'll be right back for more action as EGP and AOE resume their series.
Yeah, everyone, we're getting ready for our second game between Evil Geniuses, Prodigies, and AOE. We look at that last game, Sam. That game was, in the early game, great for AOE. But then level 6 happened. We had a little bit of a misstep in mid lane, solo kill for Aspect, and then even worse was the botched dive where you ended up having a near ace that was accomplished by Evil Geniuses, Prodigies in a 3 versus 5.
I mean, I think the desk said it best. It's a Jinx that was 3-0-1. What could possibly go wrong? It all looked right for AoE, but unfortunately, yeah, those couple of plays just went in the opposite direction, and you see EGP finding their moment, getting in there, and especially, it was just a really good team play coming out of the draft that they managed to pick. All the mid-game poke coming to culmination at exactly the right time.
And then we look at this draft, and one thing that I had a little bit of a problem with from the side of AoE is the fact that they first picked Diana over Viego. Sure, we are on 11-15, there are the Viego nerfs, but you see the problem that you have to deal with Viego on the other side. To me, Viego is much more of a jungler on this patch. The lane presence that he had before isn't as noticeable because in his bad matchups, he's not able to heal off the minions. But in the jungle, he is perfectly fine to just be able to clear the minions out, or clear the monsters out, and eventually he becomes a menace. And you saw what happened once he joins a team fight.
Agreed. Once he joined the team fight, he was a huge threat, but the thing that we have to worry about is Magical is the early pressure that RBM can put down. Maybe it was the draft of Diana, maybe it was just something off about the team, but it felt like once Diana got rolling, there was nothing that they could do, but RBM still had the ability to really influence that early game, and I feel like Bluster, in this new role as the youngest player, is still working on finding that early struggle, and I think if there's any sort of difference in the draft that AoE comes in with, then Bluster's going to have a much tougher time.
And I do believe that AoE is going to be on blue side again into game 2. And here I want to ask you what you would like to see change, because in that first rotation, we had Lucian, Renekton, Kayn banned by AoE. Do you just sub out the Kayn ban, slot in Viego if they don't want to first pick it?
I mean, you could go for that. You could absolutely try to get rid of that Kayn, but I think that's still a fine ban. If anything, I would just change the Diana first pick, just because it didn't really function as well as it needed to, and because of the mistakes that they had, they didn't have enough tankiness, they didn't have enough peel for the Jinx, and Sketchdreams just couldn't do what he needed to do to win that game.
And we're diving in to Champion Select for game number 2. AoE, they started off with the exact same ban in that Lucian towards Evil Geniuses Prodigies, and I wouldn't be surprised if, honestly, we just see, not a salty run back per se, but at least with the first 3 bans for each team, the salty run back.
I would think that there's no reason to change these bans. On both sides, they look perfectly fine. They were targeting strengths, especially that Thresh. Very, very strong for EGP, but the changes are already coming in, Magical. AoE are banning away that Jace. Surdy getting the respect he deserves out of that top lane.
I mean, once he was able to get that first turret gold, and then after that really pivotal fight, he had so much burst. Every single shock blast was eviscerating the backline. Then when he dove in, what was it, 1v4, and annihilated 2 members immediately, you saw the power that Jace can have. So having that off of the board and not having to worry about it is fine and dandy. There's still that Renekton. There's still now Kayn for Bluster. These are options that Surdy can go back to as well. I know Jolly would love this, the Kennen. That Kennen that got buffed, even if it's only a minor buff, we have seen that there are some players, I mentioned before, Jenkins likes to play that into certain matchups, such as the matchup like into Gwen. I wouldn't be surprised if Surdy would look for that as a final pick.
You know, I'm honestly surprised, Magical, that even though Gwen got nerfed, I would still think that she has a pretty strong presence, and AoE might still want that just because Phasal is pretty good on the Gwen, can make a difference, and has throughout this tournament, but instead they're just going to go back to this Diana, and I can't say that I completely agree, Magical.
Yeah. With the Viego still wide open, Bluster can easily grab that into the jungle. But does Bluster want to go for that or go back onto the comfort? That's going to be the big story here for Evil Geniuses Prodigies. How do you want to be able to play this? Because Bluster, once he was a part of the fights, was great. He was a pivotal tool to be able to dive in with Aspect after Surdy got that damage. But the problem beforehand was that RBM was in full control of the early game.
And I think that's just going to continue, Magical, as it looks like EGP are more than happy about their last draft. They're going to have to change the Jace up eventually. But for now, they've drafted everything the same. I wouldn't be surprised to see the LeBlanc again either. Aspect looked really comfortable on it, and it still works. But since the set was unbanned, it's going to be picked up, and it looks like, I would guess that that's a Dark Wings pick, just because he does happen to have a lot of comfort on it. He's played it already in this tournament, and I feel like it's reasonable into LeBlanc. It's just not going to win the lane.
No, it's about being able to hold your own, being the boss, and fighting back. and then rotating around with RBM, who is going to be the functioning carry. That's really what you're going to try to see if you can facilitate. It's getting this Diana at the point to be able to dive in and annihilate a backline, especially because you have to deal with that LeBlanc in Aspect's hands, where the laning phase might have been tricky because of the nice early gate that came in from RBM. Eventually, LeBlanc is an amazing tool for finding those flanks, for finding the positions around each of the fights, that we have to be careful how AOE are going to be able to play, especially what they want to grab for Sketch Dreams.
I think Sketchstream's still going to want that Jinx, just because even though you don't have the Thresh, it's still a very strong pick, and especially into Varus, you saw how much of an early advantage he was able to get, and I feel like Jinx allows for that. They just need to play around the squishiness better, and I think with this new draft, especially with the set and the Rel, there's a lot more ability to peel for this Jinx.
As we can see that it's a Yasuo, banned away, denying it the Yasuo and Diana composition. I know this is something that people like myself, even people like Dean over on the desk, we'd love this composition, being able to have them work so well with one another. Unfortunately, not going to be today. And Lysandra ban. So, to me, Evil Geniuses are indicating they don't actually expect that set is guaranteed to go into Darkwing's hands. They actually might think that Faisal is going to be playing that top side, especially because there is a lot of focus on taking away these great skirmishers, these great duelists that could possibly contend in the top lane.
This was a pick I was excited about, Magical. The Alistar being hovered. I think it functionally does about what the Nautilus could do. It's all about disengage, keeping Saskia safe as much as possible, especially on a Varus. You want to make sure all the disengage is there, as well as the ability to deal with a bunch of melee characters, which AOE has drafted, and that will be the Silas locked in. He has received a couple buffs on 11-15, so he will be a lot tankier and a lot more sustainable as a mid laner for Darkwings.
And here, AOE hovering Tristana. They have played the spot lane for Sketch Dreams before. And sometimes I actually like when they do this, especially when they don't have their hands onto that Thresh. You saw the problems that Jinx has when you don't have the proper peel for her. And here, this is a composition everyone is looking to dive. They are all looking to see if they can pile into a fight. It is going to be a brawl fest on the side of AOE.
It's definitely going to be a team fight that they're really comfortable with. On the other side of EGP, we'll have to see what this top laner is going to be. Wukong and Camille and Chase banned away. Gnar is left. He's definitely not that top tier, but he still is a very strong pick, regardless of if it's Silas or the set coming in for Faisal. So it's going to be locked in, and that's going to be more or less the same comp, a little bit more team fighting for EGP.
A little bit more team fighty, and I honestly think even a little bit safer in that bot lane than they were prior. Just because the Alistar Rel interactions, it's pretty much negligible of what they're able to accomplish, because they sort of counter each other in a weird way. It is a skill matchup in that bot lane, but we saw this way back in spring, constantly when Rel was first released. Alistar versus Rel over and over again, because whoever engages first can be stopped by the other.
It's definitely going to come down to who has the most patience, and honestly, AOE, they have the composition to have patience. EGP are, once again, in the driver's seat. They have to be the ones to get these early advantages and make sure that they capitalize on anything that AOE does wrong, because honestly, we saw last game, we saw what happens when they get a good capitalization. AOE just need to either get that early lead and keep it, or give up the early game and just play the way they know how to play.
And then I look over to Evil Geniuses and I look at what they're trying to accomplish, and it, like you said, it functionally feels the same as last time. That flank option in both Aspect and Bluster, but then also having an ability to set up a 1-3-1 if they need to in LeBlanc, in Gnar, having that damage, the engage potential, as well as just not even having to worry too much about Sasuke getting behind, because all he really needs to do if he's going back to that lethality build is to be able to get those ults off.
And let me tell you, as a caster, I am very excited to see Silas and Viego in the same game facing against each other, Magical. We don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to be exciting.
Chaos. That's what's going to happen. As someone who likes to play any champion and every champion, I've done this before, and it is... nutty isn't really a good way to describe it.
I gotta say, it's much like the current game mode, right? You get to have whatever ultimate you want, Magical. You have the Silas, and you also get to have whatever kit you want, because you have the Viego. So who's going to be doing what? It's impossible to say. Hopefully AOE can pick this one up and tie up the series. Otherwise, EGP are going to be on a huge roll.
That they will. Love to be able to start this off with a 2-0 lead, jumping into game number 2, semifinals, EGL. They are trying to fight for that auto-qualifying spot into the Proving Grounds qualifiers, with Evil Geniuses having the slight lead going into game 2.
And here it is. Looks like same sides are gonna be the name of the game. Let's see how the adaptations are going to change up the formula, as we do see lines of scrimmage being formed for the most part. I don't think... Oh, no, wait a minute. 4 members going to the bot side.
You
This
know
could be
I
spicy.
like my skirmishes at level 1, and they have snuck their way into their brush. They have now seen Saskia, the jump over the wall from Zyko. I don't think it was spotted out by Saskia. There were no pings. He did... oh, no, there's the ping.
Okay.
So he did know that Zyko had jumped over the wall with Ferromancy.
Skytech in the area just to make sure. He will be able to spot this out. Yep, just barely does. I think he did see
he?
either Sketch Dreams
Yes, he did.
or
Yeah, he did.
RBM. So that will be completely spotted out. And this is up to Saskia. He just has to stay safe. He didn't have a great track record of that last game, but it's a new day, Magical, and this is game number 2.
It's not a new day. It's the same day. It's the same.
It's the same day.
Sam, the time... I always have to explain to you how time works. It's like, just because we're in a different point of time doesn't mean it's a different day.
Okay, but surely the desk knows what happened because they're 3 hours ahead.
Yeah, you got a point there. But right now, nice knock-up from Skytech. Had to flash, pulled back in. The Ignite is burning, and first blood for RBM 2 games in a row.
And that was actually Skytech going down, giving the big sacrifice, but multiple summoner spells used on the side of EGP. It looks like that was a pretty good trade for AOE. They do get the minor advantage, and the gold goes over to RBM, who really wants to push this early game as much as humanly possible. He has the tools he needs to facilitate that, and I feel like Celestio, once again, in a bad spot.
And this is what we want to see out of this composition for AoE. And let's see. You got to take a look. No, he didn't spot him out. They actually didn't know. They were guessing. They were guessing that that was there. That was just the blind ping saying, we think that they're trying something, but they're trying to see if they can go for this play, but they actually didn't get the proper vision.
That is unfortunate. They did prep for it, though, so you have to feel like everything was in favor for EGP. They were playing safe. They just got caught out at the wrong moment. AOE continues to have an early game dominance 2 games in a row. Can they keep it, though, Magical? Because they do have the composition available to do that, and RBM looking pretty aggressive going towards the top side for now, but this is a little different.
Bluster. Look at both lanes. The priority is there on the side of EGP. This is allowing Bluster to play this aggressively. Unfortunately, it seems like he's only going to be able to get a Gromp because there isn't going to be anything else. The blue buff was already secured by RBM. Faisal doesn't want to rotate, and neither does Darkwings, but again, not really much that they're losing out on.
Nope, just a lot of pressure going over to the side of EGP. A nice rotation coming in, and this was the early pressure I was hoping for, Magical, from this new player. We learned that he plays a lot like Tomio, and so should be able to slot into EGP pretty well. So Bluster playing well, getting the early advantage that I think he's capable of, and might even be able to push that in. Unfortunately, though, still down a kill because of that first blood.
Aggressive young player coming in to slot in for an aggressive young player before him. The Tomio was able to bring it down. He was able to control himself more. Bluster here, you know, I will say, we've only seen 2 games out of him so far before he was on Radiance, but to see this is more of a reserve style. He's waiting for the teams. He isn't trying to see if he can make these flashy plays earlier on. He wants to make sure that it's all with the team to work out well.
A little bit of back and forth in the mid lane as Darkwings and Aspect still going head-to-head. The passive is popped from Aspect, but it looks like there won't be any further aggression, just a little bit of warding to make sure everything's safe. And from the early push that we saw coming in from EGP, looks like there will be a nice recovery from Darkwings.
Gonna be fine for now. Not really too threatened, even though there was more of a change, I think, was to Silas. He lost a little bit of the healing that he has on Kingslayer, so it's a little bit easier to kill him, but his wave clear is pretty good with the help of Chain Slash. So he should be able to constantly push it in, but you can see the problem that he's going to have against Aspect. He's going to try to make sure he can bully him around at every stage, knowing there isn't that huge absurd heal. Well, it's still pretty absurd. Let me clarify that. But it's not as absurd as it once had been.
Yep, it's definitely going to be an adjustment, but at the same time, Darkwings looks like he is up to the task, does teleport back into lane. We'll be able to pick this up and have a minor disadvantage, but at some point, Aspect needs to back as well, and does that actually right now.
got TP. He can TP back into lane if he wants to, but he's so healthy, he doesn't have to. He can keep Darkwings pushed underneath this turret, try to make sure the Sylas is put further and further behind, not going to be nearly as impactful in these first coming skirmishes that AOE are going to need to try to see if they can make work out.
Well, see, this is the double-edged sword magical, because yes, you do get a little more advantage on the Sylas, but for the moment at least, you have less items, so the LeBlanc is slightly weaker than Aspect would want it to be, and that's going to be a bit of a problem.
That's some weird thinking you got here. But having less items is better?
Having less items was a disadvantage, but with the teleport, and won't even use it, Aspect is just going to walk back in the
Okay,
lane.
I wanted to clarify. I was confused.
I'm sorry,
like,
did I misspeak? It happens.
I was about to say, is this one of like my cheeky game modes where it's like you have to wait till you get 10,000 gold before you can build a first item?
Is that a game mode?
It's one I made up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've definitely seen you play it before. I just didn't know if that was a official.
Ooh, Faisal's got that level. He's going for it, and
nice
he
punch.
punches him for the first kill top side.
Woo, the blood is flowing. Faisal able to get a very nice combo onto Gnar. And there's just not a whole lot you can do against that magical Surdy. Just in the wrong position. Died even though he had so much health in mid-Gnar.
Darkwing's able to avoid a potential gank from Blesser. He had that slight experience lead because Aspect did path and walk all the way into lane to maintain that TP. But it did mean that Darkwings was able to escape pretty easily. You gotta take a look at this replay. I mean, it's just Faisal. He gets level 6. He's like, all right, I can kill you. You got no mega, I mean.
I was about to say the Gnar bar is completely gone. A nice flash in and stun from there. I mean, the HP bar was just too low, Magical. You saw Mini Gnar at about half health, and that is an easy full combo coming out from Faisal.
And with that, now the boss is the boss in the top lane, Surdy. Gonna struggle to be able to overcome that, at least for now. He does still maintain that CS lead, and this is kind of why you pick Gnar into set. You're going to be able to kite out pretty easily. You're going to be able to at least stay safe and farm up. The problem is, if you ever have that flash up and available for set, and you don't have any rage bar left, he is going to try to solo kill you.
It's definitely a possibility that he needs to look out for, and you can see him playing a little less aggressive in the top side, Surdy, being pushed in as Darkwings continuing to pressure Aspect. Oh, the damage still comes through, and Aspect finds himself at about a quarter versus a Sylas.
It's going to be tricky, especially because that hijack is going to be off cooldown soon, and if you don't recall soon for Aspect, he's going to look to dive you solo underneath that turret. Having your stolen ult is really going to be useful for how he wants to play that matchup. Now that they have at least gotten a little bit of lane priority in mid lane, that allows an easy dragon take for the side of AOE, since they already have an absurd bot lane priority just because how Tristana plays into the lane.
I just think this is why they like to play the Tristana. AoE likes to push in, they like to get that early advantage towards the bot side, get those early dragons off, and then still have an ability to push turrets.
Nice buffer of the rocket jump, the flash away. Zyko is going to make sure that they're escaping, but the flash burned out of Tristana is now a viable target.
And topside looks like a little more back and forth magical. Surdy getting the worst of that once again, but the pressure going in towards the blue side.
I'm worried, though, for Surdy, because look who is nearby. RBM, really big meme, hanging out, looking to see if they can dive him. And they actually have a pretty good dive on Gnar, especially when he's mini. But unfortunately, the minion wave wasn't ready for that dive. It's still far pushed out, so Surdy's able to get really good distance between him and the boss.
Great warding, great positioning, able to get out of that easily as EGP just continue to pressure on this bot side, actually backing on the bot side, and this is going to lead to a Rift Herald going in for AoE. They probably get this just based on the backs, but we'll have to see how they play this out.
Yeah, it should be pretty easy. You can see where the pathing is right now. Skytech is going down mid lane, so there is the potential to make sure there isn't going to be a dive on to Aspect. But with Sasuke pathing bot lane, they knew that that was not going to be an objective they could reasonably try to counter. They just forfeit it, saying it's fine. We're going to have to make sure, though, we're making a play soon, because otherwise, this is kind of the problem we had in the last game. They were able to overcome it, but here it's starting to get to that point where it's a little bit more dicey if they're not careful enough.
And the Mega's popped up top. Will this make a difference, though? RBM is there.
Gnar ult away, so the ult is gone for Surdy. Skytech Zyko both hanging out mid lane. A lot of damage on to Darkwings. He's got no mana. The flash knock up in, flashed away. Darkwings now exhausted. He's stunned, locked down. Put the distortion away. Darkwings tried to be able to get back to the team, but he didn't talk to Zyko about it. Now it's going to be the Heartbreaker kill. The first gank for Bluster is successful. Zyko underneath the turret will be able to saunter out of there. But this is what we wanted to see out of this rookie jungler.
Definitely a great rotation coming in from Bluster, able to get a nice kill for himself and also burn off the flash coming in from Darkwings. Yes, they use more Summoner spells of their own, but that's the sort of kill you're willing to give over just to give a little more advantage to your jungler and make sure that this Viego takes off in the way that he's supposed to.
Nice control ward placed down by Skytech. Spot out that Zyko was looking to see if maybe they could set up a TP play out of Darkwings. You can see the Pixel Brush had a control ward for AOE. That would have been a great TP flank angle for them. But unfortunately, because there was this knowledge from Skytech being able to use, look at that, all that control around this bottom half of the map. Really big beam. He's got nothing he's going to be able to do. Sure, there's nothing to play around in this bot lane. But that's a lot of control and a lot of knowledge for Evil Geniuses.
They'll at least know about a lot for the bot side, but looking back at this replay, you could see the distance between Zyko and Darkwings. This is really what makes it impossible to guard against this. Darkwings thinks that he has the advantage, but then Skytech comes in, Bluster comes in. There's not a whole lot he can do. The flash headbutt pulverize, too easy, and even though this distortion was nice, it wasn't enough to get him out of there. There's 2 assassin players, and you can't get away from that, no matter who you are, Silas or otherwise.
It's also not really communicating that to Zyko. Sure, you don't want to actually say, hey, Zyko, I'm going back to the distortion if they're not going to be there. Because then you see that Zyko's pathing there, you know that he's going back to the distortion, everyone immediately collapses. But unfortunately, it also means Zyko's not there to protect you.
It was definitely a rough position. Nice grab, actually, on that jump. The hop not going through as well as he'd wanted to, but Surdy still makes it out pretty safe, and the junglers are here.
Rage bar this time around for Surdy. Not quite as easy as before, but if they burst him down before he goes Mega, he's not going to be able to do anything.
Oh my goodness, that was clean. You saw how the engage came in, followed up immediately by the showstopper. Oh my goodness, Magical. I'm still in disbelief of how nice that was. Didn't even allow Gnar to use the Gnar bar, and Surdy had no chance.
None at all, and this top side of the map is going so amazingly well for AOE, and we talked about how great they're going to be when it comes to these dive fights. They're going to be able to work so well. Unfortunately for Darkwing's mid lane, he is struggling just a bit in 2 aspects as LeBlanc, but honestly, I think you're fine, because we already talked about how really big meme, that is going to be the member they want to carry this team in the first place.
It's going to be a lot down to this Diana, which I questioned at the beginning, but Magical, it seems to be working out this time, at least going into 12 minutes and almost the 13-minute mark.
Let me be honest here. Like, even though we're talking about how, like, we like the Viego pick a little bit better, Diana first pick, blah, 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 Diana's still busted.
Oh, sure.
Don't get us wrong. We're not
Pretty
saying
good.
that she's a bad champion to pick. She is incredibly powerful, especially in the right hands.
And it seems like those right hands are belonging to RBM so far. We'll be able to pick up a little bit more, and probably has enough for the Keystone.
A right and a left hand, not right hand.
I'll give that one to you. That wasn't bad. Not bad.
Haha, I did it.
That was like a 7 out of 10.
Hey, you know what? I'll take that from you. You're
That's
a
not
harsh
bad.
critic. So
Yeah, I really am.
Anything I can get is good. But going into this game, looking at these mythics now being completed, AOE, it's no surprise that they are the ones with the majority of them, especially because you look at a lot of the paths taken by members of Evil Genius's Prodigies. I'm looking at Aspect having to go for the Oblivion Orb to be able to contend against Darkwings, who sure hasn't been able to get that Everfrost just yet, but that is still a loss for LeBlanc early on.
It's a loss, but I feel like Aspect is still in a reasonably good position. We'll be able to
he is. Look at the CS difference.
Oh, yeah. 20 CS, about what you'd expect in a Melee versus LeBlanc matchup. And the rest of the team just kind of supporting him at all times. You saw how much Skytech is focusing on this mid lane. I think this is just a great adaptation coming in from EGP, able to make sure Darkwings does not take off, because we've seen in previous sets, Magical, how much this mid laner can do.
As you can also see that there is a bit of tag teams on each side. Skytech was joined by Surdy into the bot lane. And then you also saw that Zyko and Really Big Meme were trying to see if they could group together, try to find a pick on any member of Evil Geniuses, because they want to gain control of a bot lane. They need to be able to try to see if they can at least get more gold into RBM, because the more gold you have on this Diana, I mean, it's no surprise in any game of League of Legends, the more gold you have, the easier chance to win.
Math works out for me, but Magical, the one thing I'm concerned about is there's no dragon that's going to be spawning in for a long time.
No, that was what I was going to mention, and then I realized the timers. So
yeah,
I had to
the timers
default to a general statement, because I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't look at the timers before I started talking. Oopsie.
It happens to the best of us, but this Rift Herald's going to be popping up actually pretty soon. I believe in the next
away,
20
but
seconds.
Faisal, he's narred into the wall. He's looking for that Haymaker shield, looking for the punch. He's got a lot of damage, but unfortunately, there's way more in Aspect's pocket.
There were just too many members there to fight off, and even though Faisal has a nice 1v2 champion, he does not have a 1v3 champion. Magical.
Not yet. You gotta get the mathematically correct set.
Yep. And that wasn't it. So he goes down. Not a whole lot you can do about that. Just clean combos coming in, and the damage. Too much to deal with even before the Gore Drinker comes out.
And it's important for Evil Geniuses to give that kill over to Aspect, because we were talking about how even though he is winning out in the CS department over Darkwings, he had to kind of detour in his path to be able to deal a little bit easier with the Sylas matchup, because the longer this game continues for Sylas, he is a great threat in the mid game, in the late game, even with what he's able to steal away. We already saw him stealing away an Alistar. You look at Sasuke having Chains of Corruption, can steal Gnar, the Heartbreaker that you were talking about, even the Distortion if he needs to make a quick escape.
A lot of options available, certainly, and you can see how much they're able to get off that. The Rift Herald goes down. That's going to be Bluster taking that to the mid lane for the looks of it, and I don't know if they really want to pop it there quite yet. There's too much defense. I think they want to wait a couple minutes, probably until they have a nice way to use it top, because Surdy does want to make use of that as much as possible.
But Cage, where do they put it? That's the thing I'm kind of wondering for Evil Geniuses Prodigies, of how they want to be able to play around that objective that they can start to control.
I think top is a reasonably good choice. You can see how low the tower is at this point, and giving that gold to Surdy is going to be pretty helpful. He does have the Divine Sunder done, and will be able to make a good use out of another half or another component of an item. I think that especially based on how well he's doing into Faisal so far, he wants to get more of an advantage and really be this big team fight Gnar that you see so often.
Could be a good option. At the moment, Bluster is pathing towards the bottom half of the map. Only a minute left until it's going to be the first Ocean Dragon of the game. Each team having a dragon apiece. It would work really well for AOE to start scaling up that objective timer. Try to see if they can get themselves within Soul Point. Because we talked about before, they are a great team fight composition. Well, skirmish composition more like, because there are still good elements on the side of Evil Geniuses Prodigies. But right now, we do have a potential fight. Really big meme. He's got the chains connected. The Flash not going to be able to get enough range, but now it's going to be Bluster into the back line. They can take out RBM. It's going to be huge. They've gotten him before the Moonfall, and now no longer having to worry about the jungle Psycho. There's an easy target. Skytech, Bad Cow picks up the kill.
Oh, just an easy setup coming in. RBM and Zyko trying to push in, trying to get this early dragon vision, but unfortunately, they're just not ready for the engage coming in. The Corrupted Chains misses an Aspect from the side, just does so much damage. RBM, no chance against, once again, two diving assassins on one person.
And we talked about the potential of Aspect, not just on the LeBlanc, but the flanks, and how well he plays around those. How he's able to utilize just the smallest amount of vision loss on the opponent team to find those perfect flanks.
It really is a difficulty, and in case you're wondering why you're back to us...
It's to see my face, right?
It's so I could see it. Yeah, that was entirely
okay.
my reason.
I thought it's not... okay, but in reality, we do have a pause. We do have a pause in-game. So, let's see, what time is it now?
Nice use, Magical.
I know. Let's see. It is about 4:35?
Why did you think about it after you saw it?
Because I literally had to think about how to read a clock again. Look! I don't have many clocks like this. It's an old school clock with gears and everything. You want to tell me that everyone remembers how to read a clock like this? The last time I saw one of these was in a classroom.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
I'm old!
If you have the fashion, if you have the style, if you have the confidence to bust it out, Magical, learn to read the clock.
But then the bit doesn't work.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right about that. So, can't sacrifice the bit. Unfortunate, though, as we did have a pretty good game brewing. Yes, there was an advantage going over to AOE Esports for the beginning, but you saw the beginnings of a comeback for EGP. We saw what happens when they get a single play going their way in Game 1. And in Game 2, it was less likely that it was going to happen, but EGP still have the composition to get a really nice comeback.
And this is looking like deja vu to me. It's looking like what we saw in the last game, where they find these proper flanks for Aspect, for Bluster to be able to dive into the backline. So when we jump back into game, we get to resume what we were just watching. This is where it starts to get dicey for AOE on how can they possibly stop both Bluster and Aspect from becoming threats once more.
And they will pop that Rift Herald down in mid. They did find the timing for it after getting a few kills, and that's going to be a turret to them. Most importantly, the mid tier 1. So that's going to be a very nice advantage going over to EGP, as well as that top going down. So a gold swing going their way, and now they finally have that advantage that I was talking about, Magical.
And now, not even just the advantage that you're talking about, but also having a tied-up ball game when it comes to the Mythics. They were behind momentarily, but getting some gold, getting some kills. Sure, they haven't been able to spend some of that just yet because they just got that tier 1 mid, but they've got control of the dragon. That slows down AOE, makes it a lot easier for them to be the ones to scale up into this game, but also means that they don't have to worry about getting brute force dove over and over again.
It's going to be very difficult to dive them at all. Sketchstream's going to get some more damage down on that mid-tier 1, but you have to feel like he's not going to get that on this push. The minions just aren't there, and there's too much defense coming in from EGP. So both teams will back off about a minute till Baron. I don't think either team really wants to start the 20-minute Baron just because it is so early. Neither team has a significant advantage, and everyone's still alive. Teleports are still up. It's just going to be a mess no matter what happens.
So, Sam, I'm starting to get worried for AOE on how this game is going to play out, because we saw what we were talking about. This is kind of deja vu for us with the Evil Geniuses Prodigies. So what might we need to look for AOE to make sure that they can stop or slow down or even just kill the proper members of EGP?
So the first thing that needs to happen is they need to be the ones engaging. They need to use Psycho. They need to go in, especially onto us. If they could go in onto Viega, that would be ideal. If they could find that target, if they could get him down, and if they can keep Sketchstreams alive throughout that process, they can win a team fight. The problem is they keep getting engaged on, whether it's Aspect or whether it's Skytech. They've found themselves on the wrong side of the fight. They're always on the back foot, and they're always trying to defend against things coming into them, whereas they should be a lot more aggressive at this stage in the game.
Can agree with you on that one. I'm waiting to see them make these proactive plays here. Baron spawned up again. We're not going to see that 20-minute on the dot Baron bait from Prodigies. At least I don't think so. They do have 4 members on the top side with a good push from Surdy to make sure that the rest of the members can now secure vision around that half of the map.
Aspect doesn't have teleport, though, and that's going to be a big deal considering he's down on the bot side. He doesn't know where Faisal is anymore, and that's going to be a really tough time getting this Baron.
Baromancy. Bluster's been caught out now. The Heartbreaker
Bluster
trying to be able to get away, but they've got the Showstopper. They didn't even need to use it because the Showstopper is really big mean.
And look at that, 5 members on Baron. Bluster is down. This is looking like the ideal condition for AOE to come back into this game.
But we've also seen that Evil Geniuses Prodigies have won fights when a man down, when 2 members down. So now that the Baron taking out at 50%, you see the jumping coming in from Sketchstream, trying to be able to get the kill onto Surdy on the other side. He's got another jump with a Bluster shot away. They've taken down Surdy. Only 2 members, well, 3 members remain. 2 members are dead for EGP. Trying to get the fight back on the Darkwings. They're going to be able to get the assassination coming in from at least Aspect. There's a lot of damage on the fight, a lot of damage on Psycho, trying to be able to cut it back. But look at really big meme. He's jumped on top of Skytech. He's a big old cow, though. He has to go golden to be able to survive. The heal coming in as well to make sure it's going to be less likely that Aspect's going to be able to die. He picks up the kill. They've got the lockdown, the flash coming in from Aspect, and the resets with the rocket jump, but they sniped him. Saskia was able to take down Sketchstream. Psycho to fall too. All they need to do is be able to get one more arrow, but Saskia does not have the mana, so they have to let him go.
Oh, it looks so good for AOE at the start of that fight. They get Bluster in the very start. They get Surdy on top of that without losing anyone. But the continued engage and the thirst coming in from AOE was too much, and EGP capitalized beautifully, especially between Aspect and the AD. So looking back at this replay really quick, Bluster is caught out. Faisal with the teleport was able to show up at just the right time, and this is where the maneuverability really comes in for this squad. You can see they get onto the Baron, they immediately turn onto Surdy, especially Sketchstreams, who's able to use the jump reset in order to Buster shot him backwards, but unfortunately, this fight lasts too long, Magical, and that's where this team really starts to falter, is when you see EGP able to get back, get their cooldowns, and they're able to come back in with the assassination burst damage.
And honestly, Aspect playing out of the damn mind. in this series. You can see how he's kiting back, waiting for the cooldown, waiting to make sure that he can constantly cycle over and over again onto these proper targets to assassinate every member possible. Even there, when it seemed like all was dead, he was going to easily be picked off. That snipe from Sasuke to keep Aspect alive means that they've kept the pivotal member in Aspect going throughout this entire fight.
I believe that was the execution arrow coming out of Sasuke, able to do 300 damage, just enough to keep Aspect alive. And even the passive popping was at the perfect time for this mid laner. Sketch Dreams, nothing to do on that backside. Too much thirst, too much going forward, too much desire. Instead of just taking your advantage, taking it mid side, or even going just towards the top side, getting an extra turret, that Baron wasn't worth it.
I'd love to do a gold check-in on these players, because even though it is only 1,000 that separates the two teams, look at Aspect. He is 4-0-3, 10 stacks, 2,000 gold above Darkwings. Pretty much all the other members made up on the side of AOE. Sure, you got a lot of gold into really big meme, but the big problem is this LeBlanc, this assassin, finding these angles. You can see on the minimap, looking to do that once more.
Coming in towards the bot side. The Dragon is available, Magical, and both these teams are playing towards it. You can see the Gnar bar is also filled up, so Surdy is ready to go in. Here's the
flash in, knockback. Not going to really get much use out of Change of Corruption, but Surdy's going to flash in! Huge Gnar! And now they've got them all corralled in. Huge to be able to get an unstoppable Aspect. They might have been able to take down the cow, but they're losing everyone. Breaking hearts in the back line, trying to make sure they can take out Faisal, who's gone golden. Plusser fighting with the Sketch Streams, but it does not matter because EGP, they come out supreme.
Oh, you saw Sketch Dreams in the back just noping out of that 4-man gnarl, but it wasn't enough. EGP find their window, they get the perfect ultimates, and they're able to do so much AoE damage that AoE, the team, got completely bursted.
And look at this. They thought they had the play. Really big meme wants to make sure they can take out Sasuke, but unfortunately they forgot about Aspect, they forgot about Surdy.
Going on to Skytech generally seemed like kind of a mistake. You know he has the Unbreakable Will. You know you don't have the burst damage quite yet to take him out. And he was too far away for the rest of the team to engage. Psycho's trying to follow up. He just didn't have the ability. And from there, they overextended once again. And I'm starting to see this pattern from AoE. EGP are able to capitalize beautifully on anything that AoE tries.
And to me, I'm already looking at game 3 if I'm AoE. 7-0 for LeBlanc. I wish that Aspect had gone for the Magi at this point, because he's not dying. Let's be honest. This guy is absolutely monstrous. We expected that coming into this day, but he is proving why. So many people have been talking about him over and over again.
He's been looking really good on this team, and honestly, I thought Tomia was doing a lot of it, but it turns out that was not the case. Aspect is just such a versatile player.
Tomia was doing a lot, let's be real.
Okay, he was doing
Aspect
very, very well. But now with him gone, Magical, you see how much Aspect can do by himself, and quite honestly, it's a lot. It's too much to handle, and this, thinking forward to Game 3, might be where AoE says, okay, we don't want to see LeBlanc anymore, and that just gets banned away.
Yeah, even when they countered it with the Lissandra, you saw that Aspect said, all right, sure, whatever. I don't care about the lane anymore. I'm going to find these angles. I'm going to flank and make sure that we can always punish AoE if they're caught even slightly out of position. And with Aspect being so far ahead, being so fed, you also have to be fearful, because now you can see that there's just a fight that started by Evil Genius and Prodigies, because they know they have so much of a lead. They can easily take down people like Really Big Me. He's still alive in the backline. Sketchy getting a lot of damage, trying to see if he can kite this one back. You're going to be flashed in by Skytech to be able to get the knock up, the rocket jump away to be able to survive. All the while, Faisal trying to make sure that he can get away, but Aspect was able to get the kill. 1, 4, 2, 3 on the side of AoE. They are at a loss. They have to be careful, because 2 of their members are getting pretty low.
And this is going to be a very large Baron push coming in for EGP. They're going to be able to easily get a tower down bot, a tower in mid, and definitely that inhibitor in mid. Can they get more, though, Magical? Because these death timers are pretty long.
5 seconds till sight goes up. Then you got 20 seconds for both Faisal and Darkwings. You can see EGP, they have this conviction. They have this bloodthirst that they want to find another kill, and it's going to be Sketch Dreams gone with Aspect huge in this game. He wants to go double digits. All he needs is one more Really Big Meme. They got the target on your back, but instead, it is going to be the game. It is going to be a series lead, and they're 1 away from going to the finals.
Whew, clean game by EGP. Once again, they lose the early lead. AoE manages to get first blood. They manage to get a lot more off of that, but a turnaround play, a single kill for Aspect, means that everything goes their way. The red side just too strong in this instance, and Aspect's LeBlanc definitely something to be feared.
LeBlanc has to be banned against Aspect from now on. You cannot let him have this champion anymore. After one game, might just be a fluke, might be a coincidence. Aspect was able to find some creative angles, and they messed up in the mid game. 2 games in a row, it's not looking pretty for the side of AOE if they do not take that away.
It's definitely going to be a really rough patch coming in for AOE. They keep making these mistakes, these overextensions when they don't need it. But honestly, it's just such a problem to deal with Aspect. They need to either change their draft or change their strategy, possibly both.
We'll find out. They got their backs up against the wall. 2-0 lead for EGP. We're going to give it back over to Rafa and the desk, so take it away.
Thank you so much, Alex and Cage. And my God, we have a 2-0, a match point series. But it's not for AOE. It's for EGP. And this is a roster that is coming in with new members on their team. What is happening in this world right now, Jolly?
Oh, I mean, beautiful things for fans of Evil Genius's Prodigies, that's for sure. Not so great for fans of AOE on this one. But you know what? It has really been, at this point, it has been all Aspect in this game. And then a little bit, you got some amazing plays from Saskio. And Bluster is just proving himself to be a very cohesive part of this team. It's fantastic to see from such a young player.
Yeah, we have to look at that draft once again for Evil Geniuses and AOE, because going over these ideas of the compositions here, Rebel, it's kind of a similar take for AOE, whereas Evil Geniuses, they take out one of the big poke aspects for a little bit more team fight power.
Yeah, so 2 games in a row, what we've seen AOE go back to this kind of forward fight, dive, get forward, have one really strong, powerful carry, which is this Tristana. And both times Sketch has had okay games. Like, Sketch did not do badly this game. The last game you were popping off of the Jinx. That's perfectly fine. And yet somehow it is EGP, who 2 games in a row on a composition with like a roughly similar setup. Like you said, they traded off some poke for some team fight power, and this one attempting to get a little bit of difference in terms of laning phase for Surdy in the top lane. But it just doesn't matter, because they're never taking 5-on-5 fights, and even when they do, they're turning them from, hey, here's full engagement, clash head-on versus one another, to, hey, let's start that, break it, start it again, break it, start it again, break it, all off the back of Aspect. There's a lot of aspects to EGP that do really well, but they're playing extremely well around
Get
this
out.
insane.
Yeah, I have to go. I have to.
Take off your headset right now.
Either you or me, man.
It's just going to be me and Jolly for the rest
There we
of the
go.
desk here. We don't allow puns. I'm just kidding. But, you're exactly right, especially considering the early part of the game, Jolly. We saw that AoE once again went off to the races with RBM picking up that first blood and being able to secure a lot of gold for him on the Diana.
A lot of gold. I mean, a lot of good. Another good lead too for Sketchstream. Zygo getting some good initiation in there, but not just the first blood this time. They actually ended up getting the first dragon and they got the first tower. But things really didn't start heating up until the middle part of the game, and I think we've got a replay to really show that first big fight. And it was an Aspect roam that came up towards the mid side through the river, and really started to get the ball rolling for EGP, because up until this point in the game, things were very, very slow. I think there were like 5 total kills in the game, most of them being one-offs in side lanes.
I wanted to point this out specifically because we actually saw the top side angle. We didn't get to see Aspect not only come up from the bottom side and start the chains to start this off, but in the mid lane we saw like kind of a missed opportunity from the chains of corruption that had come through. But Aspect support is what allowed them to play this aggressive in the first place. It seems like when it comes to first move, it is RBM versus Aspect, and if the early game goes too slowly here from the side of AoE, that means Aspect gets in place to be able to start making these aggressive moves for his team, start snowballing them instead.
And then this is where the game starts getting out of control for Evil Genius's Prodigies, because once again, we talk about at the beginning of the game, AoE had built up this lead, but like you said, Jolly, things were kind of going slow for them, but that's okay, because this is a team composition that wants to take things slow and opt in for those big 5-on-5 team fights, but Evil Geniuses never let them. There was an opportunity where AoE wanted to go for a pick into the Baron play, which is a TP that was initiated by Faisal, and they made this pick on to
Bluster.
Bluster.
Yeah.
You Bluster around the Baron pit.
Yeah, pick onto Bluster, and then the turn, and this was one of the longer fights in this game for sure, and a big one that was started because the Baron play did start. They had a little bit of a disconnection here, and if we take a look at that play as well, that was right around 21 minutes too, so It was, you know, I hate to keep saying it was a bit of a slow start, but this is exactly what EGP was trying to go for. So you have Bluster getting caught out here, getting taken down in the tri-bush as the teleport comes through on the backside. But in the meantime, the rest of the team, the rest of EGP is trying to come around here and decide what they need to do. But you can see LeBlanc all the way down in the bottom side of the map has to roam up through the river. But just enough time and opportunity for AOE to take some damage from that Baron, for EGP to get into position here. And you can see the fight immediately focuses on the backside onto Surdy. And they are more than okay with that on the side of EGP. A lot of poke damage going onto Faisal, who is one of the tankiest members here on the team. The roots coming through. Aspect just does so much damage here. And the Chains of Corruption do hit. They have really good follow-up on the crowd control coming through here. And once again, this fight is split.
It's I want to talk about the lead up to this also, because in this game we saw a bit of a different dynamic. In the previous game, they attacked Saskio and they attacked Skytech in the bottom lane, which worked out for shutting out them, but the top side of the map popped off. This time on the side of AOE, they say, we're going to go for Surdy. We're going to shut down the Gnar as much as possible. They were able to get right fights, but now Saskio is able to contribute, and either one of them are capable of being able to help out inside of team fights. That's why the Varus, you saw the two primary kind of frontline engages in that fight, the two melee champions that had to be in the front, were so low, they couldn't really turn into that. They could have taken their 2 kills, walked away, but this isn't a team who wants to do that. They want a kill shot, and that just didn't come through for them during that fight.
Yeah, a common theme that we've been seeing from Evil Genius's Prodigies throughout this entire series is maybe straight up 5-on-5 team fights when they first break out, it is in AoE's favor, but their ability to recognize to take extended fights or second fights is definitely something that Evil Genius's Prodigies were playing a lot to in their favor, because their champions that they had picked for themselves in this composition were not as reliant on big ultimate cooldowns. You think about LeBlanc, that Mimic cooldown is on a much shorter cooldown than a lot of the other big buttons like the Moonfall or the Hijack or even the Magnustorm from Rel, respectively. And then our final fight of the game, which pretty much sealed the deal for Evil Genius's Prodigies, is this upcoming fight around the Dragon Pit near the end of the game, around the 24-minute mark, where this is where Aspect, Surdy, and Bluster all just work hand in hand and being able to just get the wombo and shut down AoE.
And no big surprise here, as we can see AoE doing what they have consistently done, the full team fight, but the re-engage from the backside, the split on this fight, in comes Gnar, gets the flash, and a 4-man ultimate on top of it. You got the Moonfall to try to set things back for the side of AoE, but Aspect just does too much damage. And honestly, this is just EGP writing out their own play-by-play for these fights. They literally are waiting for AoE to initiate as a 5-man so that they can collapse.
It's wonderful to see when they traded off a lot of their poke that they were willing to take the 5-on-5 quite a bit more than they had in the previous game. Even Crater was like, we started off this game slow. You talked about it a number of times where it's like, okay, the game was like a couple of kills here, a couple of kills there. A 20 more minute victory is not what we would have thought for that start. We would have been like, oh wow, this game's gonna go to 30, 35 minutes. It's how quick that you can close off the back of just a couple of fights that have come through, which is even more dangerous we thought EGP was gonna be. Usually with like 2 substitutes or 2 very new players to a roster, they don't have that kind of quickness to their ability to shot call, but man, they executed on it really fast.
And I think something that we have to also take a step back and recognize is whenever you do have newer players come into the play, a lot of times you see in even Academy and LCS, whenever you have new rosters come together, sometimes you have to go the CLG strat, the bongo strat, where you just press, you take a bunch of champions that all press their ultimate keys all at the same time, and it's a simple, easy to execute composition. When you look at Evil Genius's Prodigies comp, that is not a easy composition to try and execute with a new roster, and yet they're doing it. They're splitting up fights. They're finding angles to fend off members. Even in that last fight, we saw that Sketch Streams, the threat of Surdy and Aspect coming in from that left flank meant that Sketch Streams could not participate in that fight. He rocket jumped and hauled ass out of that fight because he's like, guys, I'm going to get blown up here. So it's super easy for them to get womboed, where Sketch can't really contribute in that fight. And now looking forward into Game 3, when we think about AoE, they have run a similar or more or less the same composition back-to-back 2 games now. And now they're the ones that are on the brink of facing defeat and going to a 3rd place decider against the loser of Wildcard Red and 100 Thieves next, who, we should mention, Wildcard Red is up currently 1-0. They're currently playing out their 2nd game. But if you're AoE, what do you do here, Rebel? Are you going back to the same strat of trying to bongo combo them with the 5-on-5, or do you go for something different?
At this point, like, you got to find a way to shut out Aspect, because he's just been, like, even if this game doesn't go in your favor, just throwing something at Aspect to slow him down, because he's been ripping away both these teams. You don't find a lot of opportunities as a LeBlanc to solo carry a game, but man, he's found 2 in a row against team fighting compositions. You got to get him off the champion, I think, but more specifically, you can't give him the freedom to take things over, because he's really pushing everything so far.
And stop focusing Surdy, I think, is the big thing. They put a lot of pressure on Surdy early game on that Gnar, ended up dying 2 or 3 times before even being able to participate in a fight, but that's not the point of this player and this champion in the composition. So definitely got to shut down Aspect. You have to figure out some way to try.
Yeah, either we're going to ban the LeBlanc, or you have to find a better answer for the LeBlanc, or you can always just take the LeBlanc for yourself, because pretty sure Mr. Isaac Chow, aka Dark Wings, is more than capable of piloting the champion for himself. We will have to see whether AOE are going to be taking blue side again, or if they go red side, but until then, we're going to be taking a short break, recharge of batteries. When we come back, folks, is going to be Magical and Cage taking us away to Game 3, potentially our last game of the series if EGP continue playing like this. Stay tuned. We'll be back. Yeah, good job, guys.
That was good. Perfect. That was
Hello, hello, welcome back, one and all. We are possibly one game away from ending the semifinals with a victory for Evil Geniuses Prodigies. They are up 2-0 against AOE with backs against the wall, Sam. Can they pull off the reverse sweep?
Oh, it's possible, Magical. A lot of things are possible, but I gotta say, they gotta fix their mid-game team fights, because it seems like in Game 1, they lost because they overdove. In Game 2, they lost because they went past the Baron and went for too many kills. If they can fix that, AOE have such a good chance at winning these games. They just have to play a much tighter game at around the 15 to 20 minute mark.
Well, I do have a little bit of news before we hop into Champion Select. Between these two games, we've been seeing that it's been the same sides selected for both teams, where EG wanted to stay on red side in Game 2, AOE chose blue in first. Going into Game 3, it is actually going to be AOE swapping sides. They're going red side into this next one, and that is actually going to be a lot of change that we now have to see. What comes out of AOE? We've seen that the Diana first pick has been consistent for them in games 1 and 2. The Viego left open for the other side, but I'm curious what they need to grab here. Do they just go for a blind LeBlanc?
I think that's an option, but I don't think AOE is going to give it to them, because if they're letting LeBlanc through at this stage, at this Game 3, the final possible game, they're going to really need to look at to take a hard, long look at how they played this series, because you can see the bans coming out. They're looking pretty good. EGP, pretty much identical. AOE, taking away the Xin Zhao. No surprises there. Probably going to take away the Renekton as well, but I'd like to see a LeBlanc as that third ban.
The thing to me, though, is now that we've swapped sides, hey, there you go. There's
there
your LeBlanc ban, already pretty early on. But here, when they swap sides, there is not going to be that Lucian ban, the Jace ban, the Renekton ban, the Kayn ban, like we've seen before. They're taking away these powerful picks, the Xin Zhao, LeBlanc, even though Aurelia was banned on the other side to indicate maybe they don't play it nearly as much as Darkwings, who likes to play that. They have to take away what they consider to be the actual main threats, like that Viego.
Okay, so that's going to leave Renekton available for Surdy. A lot of top lane actually available if they want to use it, but that does force a blind pick to EGP if they choose to take that bait instead. They're going for the tried and true. Saskio, he's played 2 good games of Varus. Well, 1 good game and the first game which didn't go quite so well, and this third game could very well go in his favor, so that's going to be locked in, and they're going to keep playing the style that they know the best.
So we haven't seen any Ziggs priority yet, but we know that Ziggs has been a powerful bot lane champion for quite some time, as well as we have seen occasionally Ziggs get flexed into the mid lane. It's not like it's unheard of to actually see that. I believe it was APA over on Resolve who played that mid lane, so we could see that change coming in from the two teams, with Renekton now grabbed. Again, another flexed pick. Even though we expect Ziggs to be in the bot lane, we expect Renekton to be in the top, there's always that chance, just a small chance, that it gets moved around.
The only reason I don't like Ziggs for the mid lane, especially for AoE, is because Darkwings needs to be on a hyper carry. We've seen the games happen when he's not on something like the Set or even the Sylas was fine. If he's on a control mage or a support, he doesn't play to the maximum potential that this team can play, because you need him to be able to snowball and you need him to be able to roam around, and Ziggs doesn't really give you that, especially in the early game. It's a much better pick for Sketch Dreams, who likes to stay back and he likes to clear waves until he has the opportunity to go a little bit harder.
And EGP, it looks like they're drafting similarly to how they did in Game 1. A lot of siege potential poke that they have in both Varus and Jace, but I want to see what they're going to slot to replace that LeBlanc going into the next thing. And I also even wonder if the side of AoE are going to try to make sure that they can hold on to those flex picks they already have, make it so that they don't know where the Renekton goes, know where that Ziggs goes, or because they haven't gotten the jungler yet. There's always that potential that we just wait until the very last moment out of AoE to really catch Evil Geniuses off guard.
I think that would be an option, and definitely keeping the flexibility is a good strat. But again, this is the last match, Magical. We're in a best of 5,
potentially
and
the
they're
last match.
down. They're down 0-2. So this could, if they do things that are a little too off the cuff, if they try too many fancy things without really considering the comp as a whole, and instead holding the flexibility as a much higher priority, it's not going to be great. And that ban that may have gone through, it's in fact a Gragas that would have been in that slot.
Yeah, I was about. I had just asked production. They got us our answer. So Gragas being banned away. We actually have been seeing Gragas, the AP Gragas, slowly working his way back into the meta, or that we've been seeing a lot of nerfs coming into things like Rumble, Diana, Morgana way long ago. But now they're trying to make sure they can pinch the pool even slightly of RBM. But he has a pretty interesting champion pool. I remember him back in the days with Rubars back in Collegiate, where those two players love to play their Kha'Zix, and we have seen RBM play that Kha'Zix before here in EGL, I believe. And so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that coming back out, trying to utilize that, or just going for something more early, more to dominate this jungle matchup against Bluster, since he has been winning out pretty heavily and handedly in the early game.
But now, Bluster doesn't have his tried and true Viego. That's been banned away in the first phase. So we have to think about what's he going to play now. The Gwen gets locked in. I was wondering when this pick was going to turn out. I know it was a little bit nerfed in 11.15, but it's still a very strong pick nonetheless, as we do see the hover of Syndra. Oh, that's going to be a lock-in. So this becomes a very spicy comp for Prodigies.
I'm glad we're seeing the Syndra pick up, even if it's not the most exciting one. Everyone knows the outplay button with her Unleashed Power. The reason I'm excited about it is the buff. Even if it seems minor on paper, just 20 mana less per that first level of your Q, keep in mind that Syndra is someone who needs as much mana in those early lane phase to be able to push back over and over and over again to make sure that nobody's going to move around the map. No one's going to try to see if they can flex elsewhere, especially now that it is going to be that Renekton mid lane. Oh, no, it's...
Ooh.
Oh!
Whoa!
So we haven't seen much... the reason why I wasn't expecting, why we're kind of excited about the Lee Sin mid lane, is that after the nerfs that he received last patch, we have seen him far less in the lane. Not like it's unheard of to actually play him in lane, just far less. We've been seeing the jungle have far more priority, but Darkwings wants to try to see if he can win out in these early lanes to try to punish the mobility and the weaknesses Syndra has.
It's going to be interesting because of the strong early game that Darkwings can bring. This is something that really is the strength of this AOE squad, just getting the early game as much as possible. And with a combination of Mundo, I feel like you have the beef, you have a little bit of CC, and you have enough early kill potential that you can make this work. And I feel like Darkwing is going to be really, really hyphy going in against the Syndra.
It's going to be hyphy all around, if we're being honest. You look at these two compositions, how much they want to skirmish early on, how much they want to battle against one another. You got that Jace Renekton matchup, Gwen versus Mundo, sure, maybe that one, not necessarily, but the Gwen for sure. Lee Sin into Syndra, even bot lane, you have Leona and Alistar, both of them trying to get on these immobile carries and punish them immediately.
The difference is Ziggs actually has a way out of this. With a well-timed satchel charge, you can actually completely negate anything Leona tries to do. The question is whether or not Sketch Dreams is up to the challenge, because it does require a little bit of patience, and it does require really looking at where Skytech is at all times, because if he ever gets the wrong side of that engagement, then you're satchel charging Leona the way that you're going. And truth be told, Magical, it's not pretty.
It's not looking too pretty if you're going to be the one on the Leona stance, if you're not playing that properly and realizing the timers on those satchel charges, because you can always punish a Ziggs who does not have satchel charge. We even saw you can punish a LeBlanc once Distortion is off cooldown in that mid lane. So going into this third game, AOE, there's so much pressure now put onto them to try to see if they can overcome EGP.
And I like the way that EGP is drafted in that they're trying to go towards that bot side once again. Bluster on this Gwen once again is on a character that doesn't really have a whole lot of early pressure in terms of ganks, so relies on the CC from his laners. So it's going to be down to whether or not Leona can bring it, or whether or not this is going to be a mid lane aspect game in order to get this Gwen moving.
We are potentially one game away from having our first team go to finals. Evil Geniuses Prodigies are up 2-0. They want that clean sweep over AOE Esports, and they have their backs to the wall. They have to fight tooth, nail, and even foot if they want to get any inches to be able to battle back and get the reverse sweep.
And AOE, look at them being really spicy in the top.
But Surdy, he knew too wisely. He had already backed off immediately, thinking they're probably going to try to do the same play they did bot lane, but this time top lane.
At the very least, RBM does get a cleaver down, showing that he does have proficiency in this character. So we'll see whether
Played
or not
a lot of
Mundo
Mundo
can make a
Dodgeball, I
difference.
hope. You know.
Yeah, definitely going to be
How good are you at Mundo Dodgeball?
Not great, to be fully honest.
So I used to play a bunch with Ender back in the day. He and I used to, whenever we'd wait for games to cast, he and I would just load up, play Mundo Dodgeball, and I beat him a whole 3 times.
That's, more than I thought, because I've played with Ender in a few different shooter games, and let me tell you, that guy knows how to play his shooters.
Look, he couldn't predict my chaotic style every time. Don't ask me how many games we played, because I'm not going to answer that one. But I have beaten him a whole 3.
Listen, 3 victories, it's more than 0, right?
Exactly,
so at least
that's
you
what I'm
have
saying.
A non-zero win rate.
Yep.
That's pretty good.
That's how I feel, and it's a good thing to go into this. But going back into the game at hand, I want to see how the jungle matchup is going to play, because you can see both of them have gone for Ghost as opposed to getting the Flash. That's just an interesting change from each of the junglers, since they don't really have that much setup on their own. You talked about the Gwen not having much setup. Neither does Mundo. He has to rely on those meat cleavers if he actually wants to be able to chase people down, or his laners to provide that CC.
Definitely going to be helpful, but I feel like, especially for Bluster, it was more of a response ghost than an initiating ghost, as we do get a little bit of action, but it's really coming down to what the other jungler is going to do. And if you predict that RBM is going to take Ghost, then you need to take it as well, just because you want to be able to keep up in the jungle, especially at the early phases of the game.
This aspect, he was able to get a nice shove early on. It's kind of the change. Since he has a lot of mana, it's going to make it a lot easier for Syndra to actually push back Lee Sin in those initial lanes and the initial levels. But once we see level 4, I'm expecting to see Darkwings try to make a play on Aspect. Of course, you have to wait out Scatter the Weak in order to do so, but we know Darkwings likes to play aggressively.
It's definitely going to be an adjustment, to say the least, but Aspect definitely has the ability to dissuade the Lee Sin if possible.
Already going for it, getting a lot of damage back on Aspect. Seems like with the Corrupting Pot stacked up already from Aspect, going to be able to trade some of that damage back and gain some
Skytech
as well.
It looks like that's a gank coming in from the bot laner. Will it make a difference?
Darkwings has flash. Does he have? No, he does not have the jump away, and this is going to be the flank. The flash away! Nicely done from Darkwings.
Wow, what a great use of Lee Sin, able to land the Sonic Wave onto Leona towards his turret and then use the flash. Yes, it burns a summoner spell, but that was 3 members collapsing to the mid lane, and AOE are more than happy to keep their mid laner alive.
Darkwings, he's still in trouble. There's still a presence mid lane. He was not able to pause, nor was he able to safe travel, because he knew that there's someone nearby going to be able to get back towards really big meme. Surdy had rotated down since he was able to get a little bit of priority from his lane, but unfortunately they still have yet to be able to catch out Darkwings.
This is actually really smart from EGP, using all the pressure possible in order to get the Lee Sin down. If you let Darkwings get ahead, he's going to be a menace. And instead, they're making sure that he has no chance of farming and no chance of getting the solo kill, because they will never let Aspect be alone.
This is partly why we've seen Lee Sin actually fall out of priority in lane. He doesn't have nearly the same sustain that he had once had, so he can't take those aggressive trades as confidently as he used to be able to, because now he gets chunked out pretty heavily. You see right there, he wanted to be able to get some of these minions to try to unfreeze this wave, but Aspect, all he has to do is wait it out. He knows it's going to be so much easier for him to play into Darkwing's hands.
Although, even with the mana buff, it looks like Aspect is looking pretty low, has enough for maybe one more round, a full combo perhaps.
The thing is, you're shutting down the early game. You're shutting out the lane bully phase of Lee Sin.
And that's going to lead to a back and probably a teleport just to make sure Darkwings doesn't get too far behind. But Aspect, he's, as you said, waiting patiently, just kind of sitting there. And it's working out pretty well. AOE, going to have to find a new avenue to make this Mundo work.
Flazzle getting a lot of damage back onto Surdy, but it's going to be a trade back and forth. Who's going to be able to win this? They both have
Rage
the
bar.
It's going to be the flashback, not the flashback, the knockback coming in from Surdy. But you're right, that Rage bar, I think Surdy realized that one, did not want to try to fight against it.
No, because a Rage Bar W absolutely kills Surdy in that situation, will be able to get out, and probably has to use the teleport based on the wave positioning. But Faisal also has the time to go back and doesn't necessarily have to use the Summoner spell.
No, you're going to be pretty safe, though. I bet that it's still going to be a TP expended by the Crocs to be able to get back top. Bot lane, that's a lot of damage. Sasuke, are you going to die to essentially a solo kill in the bot lane? All they need to do is get one more bouncing bomb. He's underneath the turret, but Sketchroom does not have the mana necessary at the moment. He wants to be able to clear out the minion wave instead.
Probably a smarter move. You don't want to use up a Summoner spell on a non-guaranteed ability like the bouncing bomb. Yes, it's possible to get that kill, but it's just too much of a risk, and especially without satchel charge and no mana, there's no reason to take that.
Oh, and now we are still seeing a very slow early game out of Bluster, but this is more accepted than we expected in the past, especially going against something like Mundo, who is also going to be fairly slow, not really going to be too combative at these early few levels. It's more when you start to get some of these items, when you start to get some of these components, and are trying to fight around the objectives. We expect to see both Bluster and RBM butt heads.
What I do like about this EGP squad is they are always using the push in order to get further vision, and they're using it around the top side to make sure that there's no surprises coming in on ganks. They're not trying to set up for the bot dragon. They're instead just trying to make sure Aspect is never caught out and always able to see where the jungler is at all times. Because if RBM is spotted, he is way less of a threat than if you don't know where Mundo is.
Oh, Mundo, he's where he pleases. That's where he is right now,
Good
on that dragon. Should be able to take it relatively easily. You can see there's priority in the bot lane, even if it's not necessarily priority mid lane, just having that even out wave between Darkwings and Aspect. There's that really big meme, takes an easy dragon. Now that it's known, I want to see where Bluster paths afterwards, if at all, to be able to try to gain something back for EGP.
It looks like Bluster's kind of on a timer right now, is instead pathing towards the red buff. Might take this as a chance to go to the bot lane, but there's no real reason to force that. Staying towards the mid is always going to be the priority in this comp, just because Bluster needs to keep Aspect alive as much as possible. They've been doing a great job of that as a team, EGP, but AOE, they're going to have to make a response soon.
Knock up, there's no flash, no heal. Force out scale. There's a lot of damage, though, on his Ico. Had to flash away to be able to survive. The Ignite is sticking away, trying to see if they can go for the dive, but look who's on the wings. Bluster's here. He's only
Bluster.
level 5, not going to be able to get the needle work. Instead, they're just going to be able to scare away the members of AOE. Now, level 6 has just come in just in time to be able to get a little bit of damage on a sketch stream, but had to be so careful of the minefield that chunks heavily the health bar of Bluster.
Sketch Dreams with a sick micro, able to dodge away from those needles, able to also keep himself and his support alive. So even though the satchel charge was down, still made full use of everything. Looking back at this replay real quick, it looked like Skytech was out of position, tries to go aggressive, but Zyko's right there to stop them. The damage isn't quite there for the side of AoE, but it's enough to dissuade Skytech from going in further. He's only level 4, doesn't have the Solar Flare available quite yet, and even though flashes are used, this was still a very nice escape coming in from AoE.
Getting really lucky on that one, since they were the ones to initiate first of all, and they could have easily been punished with how far overextended they were, but I think the big shining glory for them in that one was the fact that they didn't have to worry about needlework immediately out of Bluster. Had he been level 6, Zyko's dead, they're going for a dive.
It's looking pretty grim, but look at the top side. This is a Rift Herald take coming in from EGP as a response. You can see RBM is already in the area, going to be able to spot this out and land the cleaver. So getting damage onto Skytech. However, they're not able to push in, so EGP likely to get this Rift Herald.
Or are they going to look for the fight? They've got a TP in from Darkwings. A little bit of damage on Skytech, but not nearly enough. The Unleashed Power Burst Blood for Aspect. Once again, he's in the lead. They've got the lockdown. Try to be able to dash away, but here comes Surdy getting a little bit of damage for V3. The kick back to make sure they can disengage. They've got the Herald. They've got the kill. And EGP, this early game, is looking a lot cleaner, but they got to be careful because the chase down from RBM, he's continuing this fight so heavily into the side of EGP, taking a lot of damage, but now the kick coming in. They're going to be able to take down Surdy, trying to see if they can run away, but now that Faisal's here, he's looking for the lockdown with the bomb. It's not even needed because they got the cleaver to pick up another kill.
Yeah, the bomb was just to make it feel more pointless. AoE winning that fight out in the early game. Once again, Magical. Great early games coming out of the squad, but the question is, can they keep it up?
Skytech, where were you going? He just was completely caught away from everyone, so they've gifted a free amount of gold over to Faisal.
And he kind of needed it. He was kind of struggling in the lane. It was looking pretty even. He needs to get an advantage if he wants to make the Renekton work against Jace. Looking back at how that fight started, it was just a nice pincer maneuver coming in from the side of AoE. They get on the bot side. You can see RBM just kind of posting up, making sure they can't get this for free. And Faisal on the back side, able to get so much positioning that Skytech gets taken down. Zyko, it looks bad, but at the same time, you underestimate how much RBM can do at this point in the game. He goes in, uses his ult, and is able to just push through the entire squad of EGP. They thought they were safe, they were not.
But the thing is, EGP did get themselves the objective. They got first blood gold on an Aspect, and now they're getting caught out. Skytech, again, way too far out. He had to flash to be able to survive, but Q connects out of Darkwings. Surdy, don't have to worry about the kick just yet. Dragon Rage is not up, but there's a lot of damage back onto Darkwings. They could threaten a dive, but they don't want to now that they've seen Aspect is near.
With the serrated Dirk, he's able to provide so much damage. Surdy does manage to get out of that position, but Darkwings, he's playing this Lee Sin really well considering how much he's been shut down in the early game. He's 2-0-1, he's down CS, but that's to be expected. And he's honestly looking like he's going to be very strong in his mid game, where AOE have found themselves on the back foot so far in this series.
It feels almost like it's a turn of fate between these two mid laners. Even though it's still Aspect getting an early kill, being ahead, he is the one who has to be far more careful about his position. He is not the flanker. He is going to be the DPS from the backline, while Darkwings is going to be the one to look for those creative angles like we had seen in the previous 2 games from Aspect.
And with that, Aspect's going to be able to push up, get an additional turret plate for himself, a nice 160 gold for himself. Skytech just continuing to roam toward this mid side, making sure Aspect is completely safe, but we've seen how much of a sacrifice this is. He's only level 5 at this point. Zyko already hit the level 6 and has the Unbreakable Will, so Skytech doesn't have the utility that the other support has.
Not at this moment. All you really need to do is be able to send Skytech to any lane, absorb a little bit more of that experience. It's probably going to be level 6 soon. But like you said, it's just a delaying of the inevitable, as well as delaying what might happen around some of these skirmishes. Because AOE are trying to set themselves up for these dives to set up around these objectives, especially bottom half of the map.
And you can see Sketchstream's making full use of the pressure that he's been alleviated. He's able to get another plate for himself, and Sasko completely left out to dry. He can't get to the wave, he can't farm at all, and is losing out against his lane opponent for the moment. And you gotta feel like Zig's more than happy to scale up against this matchup.
Especially because you know he's going to be able to take that turret. It will be a trade of turret for turret with the help of Shelly top lane. Ziggs getting a lot of damage just inherently with that satchel charge. But still, I like this play out of Evil Genius's Prodigies, because even if you're not really going to be able to win this bot lane, you're worried about Ziggs getting ahead, getting a lot of this gold, you're also putting gold into the proper spots, which is Surdy. We saw how Surdy plays on this Jace beforehand, and you already know that Saskia in the spot lane is kind of a lost cause. You don't necessarily need to get this gold there. You just want to make sure that he's going to be in a position to get as many chains of corruptions out as possible.
Oh, skirmish.
Maybe the flash out of Surdy. Okay, they'll both survive.
But that is a summoner spell down. Faisal manages to keep his flash, and that might actually be a bad news bears for Surdy.
Oh, no. Yeah, like you said, Darkwings is here. They've got the damage. They've got the kill for Faisal. But here's Aspect with Unleashed Power, Scatter the Weak, looking to see if they can take down 2 members. One auto attack is all that's needed now. The response from AOE. They can't chase it down. They saw Skytech's on the wing, and 2 more kills picked up by Aspect.
The ghost from RBM was popped, but unfortunately he was just too far away to make a difference in that fight. Darkwings doesn't actually get the kill gold for that. Goes to Faisal, but he does manage to pick up an assist. And this is really bad for AOE. You would think that they would be in such a powerful position in this mid game, but looking back at this replay, just a little bit of back and forth. Unfortunately, Surdy's just in the wrong position. He's on the other side of the map, needs to go through the Baron Pit, and even though Bluster is there for him, Darkwings is also waiting in the wings just to make that happen. Landing the Q and everything. It's not enough to really make a difference. Aspect does pick up the kills that he needs, and it's just an unfortunate situation for AOE, who need to get clean kills.
And you also now have to worry about the Syndra when she's got her outplay button. All she has to do, push that R, and it's going to hurt. And nobody's really going to be able to deal with that, especially now that you have Leandre's already completed. You can see just the chip damage from each Dark Sphere that lands onto Darkwings that makes it so that he is more threatened to actually try to look for the all-ins.
Darkwing's going in this top side, might try to go for the dive if he gets enough support, but for the moment, no one is making their way up.
You got Skytech nearby. He's roaming. He's already level 6 now. Took a while, but that's what we expect out of Leona.
Yep, and Zyko just waiting on the top side of mid to make sure that Sketchstreams is A-okay. But both waves are just going to be pushed, and there's not enough pressure yet for either squad to get this mid turret, even though they both need it in order to secure the next dragon or even the Rift Herald.
I was going to say, it's not even about the turret itself, it's about the Rift Herald. You have to deny that from a Zig. And if this kill could go over Faisal in the spot lane, now they might be able to see if they can continue pushing, but it's the call immediately from EGP to respond.
And this is a nice Rift Herald take coming in from them. Once again, just no response from AoE. The vision isn't there, and 2 members on the bot side means that there's nothing you can do about this. They have denied the Rift Herald, but can they make use of it? Because the only place that would make sense at this point is the mid, where Sketchstreams clearing waves back and forth.
Maybe they just want to see if they can pressure off Darkwings in the top lane. They've sent Bluster here just to see if they can scare him, frighten him a little bit, get a little bit of some sort of response out of AOE to capitalize on Darkwings being so far out. But it does seem that it's just going to be the take of the objective, try to see if instead they can reset their vision around the bottom half of the map.
Faisal waiting for a cheeky play, but Skytech is waiting.
So it's RBM, he's on the other side. Looked like they wanted to be able to get a little bit more. They wanted to be able to set up a dive. I think it's a smart call not to fully go for that, because it's only a minute and a half until that dragon spawns. Vision control is going to be critical to make sure that you can continue that stacking game.
And now comes the most important part of the game, Magical. AOE. This is the point in the first 2 games of this series where they start to lose their lead. They have a 2,000 gold lead right now, 2 dragons. Is it going to be enough, and can they stop themselves from pushing too far, from getting too aggressive at this point? Because EGP, they're strong. They are a little bit of a disadvantage, but they can still very much fight back. AOE just needs to play the slow and controlled game. They need to not get too hyphy, and they need to make sure that they get every objective that they can possibly get.
But we've also seen that EGP understand how to play it at this moment. Their conviction of how they set up these plays, holding on to the Rift Herald, because they know 40 seconds until that dragon's going to spawn. They cannot let that go easily. They have to put a fight around the objective, because if AOE are set up to have that soul point potential, if they can get themselves that Mountain Dragon soul, it's going to be so much more difficult for members like Aspect to actually assassinate these squishy members on AOE.
I have to disagree with this decision by RBM to go for the red buff at this point, because they didn't have the time to set up past the Dragon Pit into the other side of the river, and because of that, they don't know where some of the members of the team are. And you could see that nice Scrying Orb reveals 4 members of AOE to EGP, so they are currently in a really nice spot for this dragon and will pop the Rift Herald for additional pressure.
Trying to make sure they can draw at least Sketch Dreams back to defend that. They don't want to have 2 secondary charges, but instead you can see that AOE are just sacrificing the gold. They're saying we'd rather be able to set ourselves up for that soul. We want to scale up quickly and assuredly. All the members of EGP are looking to see if they can brute force this fight down to 50%. AOE have to be so careful because 2 members are split away. 3v5 at the moment. If the side of EGP want to be able to pull the trigger, it's going to be the Mega Inferno Ball getting a lot of damage on his 30, but now Darkwing with the kick, trying to see if he can get away. Sasuke's still alive, but look at how low the dragon is. Who's going to be able to get the smite on that? It's going to be secured by Bluster. He's able to steal it away. Skytech trying to be able to survive. He has to go golden, but that is worth it. You sacrifice just your support to deny the soul point potential.
All right, well played by AOE. Yes, they lose the dragon on that point, but they do get a kill off of that, and they're able to pressure the mid just a little bit. The cooldowns are looking a little bit more in EGP's favor for the moment. But AOE, they do manage to keep their cool, and they don't push farther than they have to.
Not yet, at least. They are invading and now setting up the vision on the other half of the map. We're a minute away until we have Baron spawn and another fight could commence between either squad, since it's going to be some time before you can set up for that soul point potential out of AOE.
And look at the top side. It's going to be pressured by AOE. Aspect needs to be so careful about that push.
He had an idea, but with 3 members here, they're not landing anything. Nice scatter of the week to disengage. Unleash power. Really big meme. He cannot continue to chase. Had to be careful because they saw Skytech was nearby and they had no idea where Bluster was.
They do get a summoner spell out of it, though, Magical, and that's going to be a victory for AOE. They don't burn anything particularly important. They do burn Mundo's Flash, but that's not going to be the end-all be-all, as we do see this flashback real quick. The bomb is really nice coming out of Sketch, but unfortunately the positioning just not there for the rest of the team to capitalize on Darkwings, who's trying to go in, gets immediately caught out, and you could just see everyone's trying to pile in, but it's awkward. They're too far away to get the picks that they need.
And as you can see, just there in the corner, that all the while, that earlier charge out of Shelly to get that turret near death allowed Sasuke to walk up and pretty much 2-shot that. Take it out immediately. More control for the side of Evil Genius's Prodigies. Even if they still remain at a deficit against AOE, they seem like they have full control, almost as though they're dead even.
Well, you can see where the item breakpoints are starting to form. The lethality build on Sasuke has come into full effect as the Dust Blade has been finished on the other side to the Liandries, as well as the needlessly large rod. So that's going to be a pretty hefty Ziggs, but only against the tanks, which doesn't help too much against Aspect or even against Surdy, and that might make the difference.
Had to be able to ward hop away. Gonna be safe in that lane. Really wanted to be able to try to see if he can force out at least the TP from Aspect. The fact that it was Darkwings himself forced away, you can see the members all here, this goon squad of EGP, trying to see if they can utilize the fact that they don't have to worry about that tier 1 mid lane to control RBM's jungle.
And without that turret, AoE has to be so careful in the mid lane. You can see Sketchy Dreams not able to get any damage down despite so many members of EGP being out in the open. And that's just the power that you get from that charge earlier that's all been snowballing in EGP's favor.
That it has, and especially for Aspect sitting 3-0 at the moment. Sure, only on that Leandris at the moment, but with an Oblivion Orb, with a Blasting Quan, we know how much damage you can do as a Syndra, and then even more critical, being level 12. Level 13 is a huge spike in power for Syndra, because that's usually when you unlock another part of your passive, usually trying to see if you can get a bigger range onto your cone for the Scatter of the Weak, and having that much more potential to be able to burst out every member of AoE.
It's going to be really clutch this next teamfight, Magical, and with Dragon spawning in a minute 30, Baron available, I feel like both teams are going to move towards that south side of the map. You can see the vision for EGP looking pretty good on the north side, so they're going to be confident to go back and try to go towards that Dragon.
The only problem I have here for Evil Geniuses Prodigies is when we saw that a game was close like this back in Game 1 around the same time, even if it was accelerated by the 18-19 minute mark by EGP, they had Surdy in a better position. Remember how I said it was great that they got them that early gold in Game 1, but they really needed to make sure he got the kill participation in the next fight, which he did, so that he could burst down the backline. Here, he's 0-3. He's got that Eclipse and the Manamune, but he's now not nearly as powerful as he had been on this Jason Game 1.
Not at all. But at the same time, he still has some ability here. The Muramana is coming relatively soon. And even the power of the Eclipse is enough to deal with Sketch if he's able to get the damage down. And I think, just based on the team compositions, he could find a way into Sketch Dreams. I think there is a way to get to that back line, and he just needs to wait for his opportunity.
Here, it's going to be a TP from Darkwings. Again, 30 seconds until that Dragon. Soul point potential for AoE. They lost the Smite fight last time and only were able to get one thing back, the kill onto the support, not the member you need to take out. You need to be able to jump on top of Aspect. He's still only level 12, not at 13 to be able to get that passive stack up a little bit more. It's going to be a bit of chunk damage onto Darkwings. He's waiting to land one of those Qs. You can see how many skills are being missed on the side of AoE because great dodgeball, fancy feet out of EGP.
Oh, what can I say? I miss the days of the LCS when the Varus ultimate, the Corrupting Chains, was the most missed skill shot in the game. But we've come a long way since then, Magical, and it's landed.
Psycho was able to get the flash. He's taking a lot of damage, but the Unleashed power is onto him, so they get the shutdown onto Aspect. That's who they need to be able to take back. Really big beam. He's pretty tanky. Trying to be able to dive back in. They're going to be able to take out one. No Smite now. Low health bars on the side of AoE. Nice double knockup coming in from Psycho once more, but they're going to be traded back. Trying to make sure they can get out of here now. On the other side, RBM was having a bit of a noodle fight with Skytech, but we know Mundo, he's got that big old wet noodle in his pocket, and he is chunking him out with those meat cleavers. He's on a rampage, and it's going to be soul point potential picked up by AoE.
And that's a third Dragon for them. A very nice engage coming out of Psycho. That's the power of the Alistar, and the reason why so many teams are happy to pick this up. Sketch Dreams,
who's got the dodgeball? Sketch Dreams does! And he's able to dodge away that skill shot this time around. His team gets the Dragon. One more away from the Mountain Soul.
That's going to be a pretty crucial soul, although it's not necessarily the best one. Every team will probably tell you that it's the worst one. However, with the team composition that's drafted, it's going to be important. A soul is a soul. Looking back at this replay real quick, you could see Zyko going in, doesn't necessarily get a knockup, but does get the attention of the entire enemy team. Darkwings from behind, doing the damage, going golden, and getting out of this was so crucial for AoE. They needed to win this fight, and they needed to get this Dragon in order to push forward and maybe finally break this game open.
Just look at RBM chasing down for Skytech, meat cleavers, and then after that, they get that Dragon. This is a huge swing for AoE. They are trying to be as clutch as humanly possible, one game away from defeat. Like in the quarterfinals when they dropped Game 1 to TSM Amateur, Zeus Amateur here. They are trying to make sure that they can also clutch back a win and take this game as far in the series as far as possible. Surdy wants to be able to get away, but is there a slice and dice out of Hazel? Looking for the call to make, was not able to connect. And Surdy, he is so low, he's trying to utilize the movement speed to be able to get away from the Croc, but he has got his eyes locked onto you. He is trying to chase this. Dominus pop, there's the slice and dice to take out the top laner.
Ooh, a bold move by this alligator, but is able to get the kill in the end. That wave is all he needed for the slice and dice. Just a beautiful chase down and really good communication to Sketch Streams to say, hey, I need a little bit of extra damage, and that was just enough to take out Surdy.
Now you don't have to worry about a TP flank out of Surdy. Baron is up, but they don't have any vision control just yet. Now, slowly but surely, they're able to push this back. Aspect has to be the one to now respond to Faisal in this bot lane, because if you don't stop the Croc from taking out your entire base, it is going to be over before you know it.
And the picture-in-picture replay will give us exactly what happened. Just a very nice combo coming out of the top laner. Faisal able to do so much to the enemy side, and with that, what can you really do as Jace? You can run away, but eventually the Koldamik is going to come out, and there's not a lot you can do to get away from Slice and Dice in your own wave.
The thing is, he thought maybe the accelerated gate would be able to give him enough movement speed, but it's still a Croc. Doesn't matter if he doesn't have flash. He's got a lot of dashes in his kit. He's able to chase him down pretty easily. But for the side of AOE, they weren't able to get much off of that. They didn't get the TP out of Aspect to try to see if they can maybe bait in a play around the Baron, because they still are trying to see if they can wrestle back the controls. Back and forth, back and forth. You can see how deep these wards have been placed by SkyTech into the jungle of AOE, so they can know the exact moment that this Baron bait is set up.
And you can see Surdy trying to push in. Does have the flash available, so will be able to get out if need be. But Zyko, waiting in the wings very patiently, knows exactly where the enemy is. And SkyTech as well, just trying to get the vision out. No play is going to be made for the moment, just because both sides are trying to maintain their strength for this Baron. Dragon going to be up in minute 48. I feel like that's going to be a huge break point for this game, Magical.
I'm curious as to who the Anathema's chains had been placed onto by Really Big Meme. I'd have to imagine it's either Bluster or Aspect.
It's tough to say just because he's been in both of their faces. SkyTech has also just been completely run over by this Mundo. We saw it in the last replay, and I feel like it could happen again. We'll have to see, though, who the Nemesis is, and I guess we're going to have to wait until the Dragon spawns for a fight to break out.
Well, a minute and 15 until that is the case. It's just going to be a struggle, the dance, so delicately. It's a tightrope walk between each team, even though you think with a 5,000 gold lead that AOE would be firmly in control of everything. One misstep, we've seen that in the past 2 games, could be doom for them. So they have to make sure they're playing this one wisely.
You can see the setup coming in, the vision. Currently an advantage for EGP, but it's just now AOE's time to come into this river, clear out anything that they have. The Rift Scuttler still in the favor of blue side, so it's going to be tough to really get one over on them for the side of AOE. They're trying to get the wards. It's just not enough, and the 5v5 Magical, it's inevitable.
Dark Wings wants to make sure to take out Surdy from these fights. It's still a bit until we actually will have the Dragon started up, and with it being soul potential here, actual soul here, that could be devastating. Though Saskia, why are you checking that? You can't just blindly walk where you go. That's Mundo's job. And now you have sacrificed SkyTech. He's got nowhere to be able to go. Even Darkwing's on the flank to make sure they can get a lot of damage onto Aspect. They've got both of them. Now turning on to Bluster. He's trying to get them to be able to survive. They got a lot of poke coming in from Surdy on the other side. But unfortunately, there's no follow-up. There's nobody to be able to stop them from diving onto the doll, making her a rag doll. And only Surdy is able to stand alone against the world.
And that's the fight that AOE needed. Now they can back off, get that soul point. They can even get the Baron if they really want to. Everything is their oyster, and all of it started from one catch-out. Saskio, big question mark ping on that one. Faisal was just camping in the bush. You never, ever check that bush by yourself if you're an AD.
Yeah,
it's a bad idea.
Damage. Oh, God, that making Inferno Bomb was huge amount of damage with the, what is it, Event Horizon? Or the Horizon Focus?
Right. Yeah, Horizon Focus definitely helping out a lot against this squad. You can see the chase was pretty straightforward, just going under turret to make sure Luster goes down, and they're able to get it. No losses again. I think that's really the huge improvement for AOE from the last 2 games, is that they were able to get a clean fight out of that one pit.
And here, it's now going to be a less delicate dance from AOE around this Baron. Now they are firmly in control. They are firmly set up around this Baron. They have double Anathema's chains on their side as well. One for really big meme, one for Dark Wings, and you can tell that Surdy, he can't really do anything. The fight can be started by the side of AOE, and Surdy is just trying to see if they can get scraps on the map, anything back. They jump in onto Aspect. That's so much damage on top of him, and even Skytech will soon fall. Forced to see the gray screen delivered by the double kill Dark Wings.
Just great communication all around. The Ziggs pick has been so huge in support damage, but Dark Wings, it feels like he's always in the right place at the right time on this Lee Sin. He is a definite.
Oh no, Saskio, you have heal, you have what you think is enough to survive, but it's Mundo, baby. We know how unstoppable he is already. We don't need the damn spectator to tell us.
And speaking of unstoppable, Ziggs coming in hot. Will try to balance out. Oh, the flash.
Oh, the passive killing spree out of Sketch Streams.
Just enough. The auto attack is too much to handle. Doesn't have the Lich Bane yet, but doesn't really need it. You saw how much he was able to do with the Horizon Focus. And with that, AOE are going to push into this top side. They're definitely going to get this inhibitor. I don't think they can get more based on the timers, but it's more than enough. This is a victory for them so far.
I feel like they want it all because they are just pushing hard for the inhibitor. They have mid lane getting pushed by Sketch Streams. They might be able to take out that final remaining outer turret.
They can get the turret. They can't end the game yet, Magical. There's just not enough time, and they don't have Ziggs with them. Without Sketch Dreams, they do not have the ability to push in for the end.
Not yet, at least. They're waiting it out, but we get to take a look at that replay around the Baron, and it just pretty much Darkwing, Zyko, knowing that they are the stronger duo between the mid and support.
Oh, he's just doing so much work, Dark Wings. He goes in, he gets the ultimate, and that's all he needs to take out Aspect, even with all the builds, even with Skytech completely guarding him. Aspect is still vulnerable to the Lee Sin.
And this is what we're talking about. It's the turn of fate. Aspect so comfortable on the Assassins being the flankers, but it's Dark Wings who gets to do that. Here, we just fast forward, and look, it's going to be the short fuse passive, just one auto attack. Bam, bonk.
More than enough. Definitely I was definitely a fan of the Q that followed immediately afterwards, just because it shows how confident he was that he could waste 70 mana on that extra ability.
And here we are with the, what is that, 9,000 gold lead for AOE, 33 minutes into the game. Looking at the items too, a lot of them having huge leads. That is a full item that Sketch Dreams is up over Saskio, and you can see and feel the pain Saskio is going through.
That death cap is just too much damage. Saskio takes one ult, and he is completely out of the fight. They're going to be able to take more turrets, and I think, Magical, this might be the final push.
Especially with Saskio being forced back. They're now with that Baron buff. They've taken down the second inhibitor, the third to fall. Only structures remaining are the Nexus turrets, and they will soon be risen from the ground. They will be forced to become just the foundations that they were once built upon. Aspect looks like he's cut out because really big meme. He's chasing him. He's got the damage. He's making sure that he is making mincemeat of these members while his team takes the base. They take the game. Saskio being sliced apart even with an unleashed power. It's only finally just now taking down the Mundo. The game has been drawn back. We're getting a series, baby. AOE are going to game 4. It's going to be 2-1. Still with backs against the wall. That is a beautiful comeback.
What a difference this game has made for AOE, Magical, because they were struggling so hard in the first 2 games. They were able to do the early games, but then falter at the mid games. This time around, they're able to pull back. They're able to push in the way that they want to, and the game felt like it was completely in their hands.
Far better in that mid game than we had seen in games 1 and games 2. Honestly, I gotta think that when I look at how this draft really functioned for the side of AOE, it really did help bolster that mid-game, having Darkwings on something that felt more like he could dive consistently into the backline, as well, not having to worry about Aspect doing the same to his backline.
Definitely the LeBlanc ban made a huge difference in this play. Yes, the Syndra was pretty strong, but unfortunately, it still falters in the matchup just because Lee Sin can dive back, just because they have the Ziggs to support. Those Mega Inferno Bombs, forget about it. It felt like that was the death knell of every single member of the EGP squad.
I feel like any player that gets too much of a lead early on is destined to lose the game. You look at game 1, Sketch Streams, 3-0, loss. Look at game 3, Aspect 3-0, loss for Evil Genius's Prodigies. But now we are at 2-1. AOE deny the sweep that Evil Geniuses wanted to be able to gain for themselves. And we are at that point. We could see a reverse sweep. I'd be hyped for that.
It's definitely possible, Magical, and if AOE continue playing this well, I feel like it's definitely possible. We're going the entire way. EGP, if they just find one more fight, though, this series is over.
That is true. One mistake, one critical misstep out of AOE could be the death nail for them here in EGL. We're going to give it over to our boy Mark with the rest of the desk, so go hear from them.
Ladies and gentlemen, gamers of all ages, I have an important announcement. We have a series! Yeah! Let's go! Woo! Yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah. All right. Well, serious stuff now. Holy moly, AOE fought back, and we're going to go to a game 4. Let's bring up the draft, and let's break down what both of these teams wanted to do, because they finally realized on the side of AOE, Rebel, that, hey, you know what? No more LeBlanc for you, Aspect. You got to play something else. And Aspect went for the Syndra, but on the other side of AOE, they had some ruthless fighters, mainly looking at Darkwing's Lee Sin and RBM's Mundo.
Yeah, it was a really impossible team to try to fight when you look at like how much damage they can soak, especially like pre-25 minutes. How do you kill a Mundo, Renekton, and Lee Sin if they get into an early advantage, which they did do, especially as a composition that's got a bunch of range. When you're able to shut out Surti in this one, some of your damage gets chipped off. Varus isn't going to be able to chip them down most of the game, and then all of it's onto, you know, the likes of the Syndra and the Gwen, who also didn't get off to immaculate starts. So everything when it came to that early game advantage that AoE's gotten the last 2 games finally translates into something they can convert in that mid game into something important.
And I think, you know, you got to touch on, too, the fact that Saskio didn't really listen to Rebel here.
Don't get me started! Don't get me started!
Rebel's like, it's got to be lethality. And it's like, oh, he's got a Dust Blade, but he's got Halo Blades. And lethal tempo, according to Rebel Fox, is the way to go. And honestly, I got to agree with that. No.
Rebel was just popping off about Saskio's build. But you know what? I think that is besides the point. We have to talk about a little bit of the early game for Evil Geniuses Prodigies, because, like Jolly said, it was a bit of a slow game once again. About half and half kills for most of both AoE and Evil Geniuses Prodigies. Around the 14-minute mark, we saw Aspect pick up 3 kills in that scattered and picking up the pieces for Evil Geniuses. And we thought, oh snap, Aspect, he's off to the races again. He's picking up kills, but then you look at AoE, you look at Darkwings in our first replay around the 17-minute mark, where he isolates Aspect and says, you know what? You're not carrying these fights anymore, Aspect. I'm sending you to the Shadow Realm here.
It was tough for, honestly, EGP the entire game. We've got this red side victory story going so far right now, but this is really where, things kicked off. Yes, you have Aspect getting many kills, but in comes the rest of the team. And when Aspect is the first one to go down right here, the kick back, thanks to Darkwings, and then being able to use that stopwatch right there. Saskio did end up getting a lot of damage off in return. They ended up picking up 1 or 2 here, but my goodness, Darkwings disengaging, attempting a re-engage right there, but it wasn't even necessary, and then Mundo has the chase down onto Skytech on top of it.
I also love compositions where you're able to swap frontliners not only easily, but also you can soak a bunch of damage. When you've got Renekton who's ulting, into Mundo who's ulting, into Lee Sin, all of them can take 1,000, 2,000 damage, not die, swap out to the next, and then you're like, oh, we did 9,000 damage. We did 90% of the health bars of our enemies. We didn't kill anybody. That's exactly what happened during the course of that fight. You didn't have that backbone of Syndra. You weren't able to finish anything, and the fight just goes awry. And from that point, things definitely didn't get easier.
I think something also that's important to note for Aspect in this composition versus games 1 and 2, when you're playing LeBlanc, you're not a backliner, you're an assassin. You're looking for flanks, you're looking for opportunities to annihilate Sketchstreams and Darkwings when they were playing the backliners. But this time, the role's kind of reversed, because now Darkwings is the one looking for flanks. Aspect is the one trying to control fights with the rest of the squad as a control mage with Syndra, but it doesn't give him the same access to Sketchstreams, and this was the first time in the series where we saw Sketchstreams be able to play with freedom, right? And as the Ziggs, if you have a front line that is able to absorb all that damage for you, you're able to just continue throwing bobs like the mad pyromaniac that you are and just causing chaos. And as we get ready for our second replay, just watching once again, Darkwing's not only able to isolate Aspect and get rid of him in the fight before it even begins, but also considering the fact that when both of the solo laners are going down for Evil Geniuses, Prodigies here, Jolly, I think one of the things we have to remember is that these are the two veteran shot callers and voice members for EGP. If they go down, I wonder what it's like in comms if they're still able to kind of direct the rest of their teammates who are kind of more the greener members into the squad, or if everything just kind of breaks down.
You can tell that there is a lot of confidence behind those shot callers too, so absolutely you have to consider that that is a big factor in this one. And the front line, which was really attempted very heavily here by AOE in their previous compositions, even though they lacked a little bit of damage in this, it didn't matter because the oppressive ability from RBM on this Mundo meant that, like you said, the rotation made it work. These 5v5s, even if you try to split them apart, like EGP was doing successfully in the previous games, it doesn't matter because that's actually what they want.
Yeah, it was a better aspect of their fight when they don't have like this massive kind of damage amount to put into a bunch of members, because you have like Renekton eventually falls, Lee Sin eventually falls. If you can attack one person at a time, it doesn't matter that you don't have a bunch of like the consistent damage that you'd had out of what would be like a Mage or a Syndra or a Gwen, because everybody's hitting the same target at once. And you saw perfectly in that last replay how easily they were able to set up one at a time, fighting one person down. They can't burn through the health bars fast enough. Nobody's able to burn through the health bars fast enough, and it lets them walk where they please.
Yeah.
Go where they please.
Well, that is Mundo's favorite thing to do, and it is his specialty. And as we're getting ready for Game 4, now we're looking more than likely Evil Geniuses Prodigy, since they did lose that match. They'll be able to get red side again versus AOE. They're going to have the chance to pick up 2 picks, and I think Jolly had a fun stat for us last week during the games that red side had 100% win rate. And so far, that is also remaining the same in the series. So AOE, if we take back what they did in this series with this composition, how can they do it from a blue side perspective?
Oh, honestly, I think I think a big piece of this was kind of the flex in the picks that they had going through this. Lee Sin was one of the final pickups in this match. Didn't even go into the jungle there, and so there was an opportunity as well for EGP to pick up someone like the Lee Sin. So if they can continue to kind of get these sneaky picks in there, try to get a little bit more flexibility like EGP did in some of the previous matches, then they absolutely have the potential to push this out, not just to a Game 5, but potentially making it a reverse sweep.
Their lanes had a lot more agency, which is something noticeable inside of this game. Not only was it like impossible for jungle versus jungle to operate, because like Gwen's not going to die, but Mundo's never going to be have like any impact into him, so he gets to run freely. And then when you have Dark Wings on something like Lee Sin, where he's a playmaker, top lane on Renekton, where he's going to have power through the entire early game, and then bottom lane on something like the Ziggs, every single lane is working in your advantage. If AoE is able to replicate something like that inside of draft, where they're the ones kind of controlling how pacing works first, that's going to be a key to making sure that EGP can't come back in these games in the mid-game.
Yeah, narratively speaking, when you remember where Darkwing's origins came from, the biggest thing that we knew about him before his beginning in amateur semi-pro play at the beginning of this year was that he was the winner of that Red Bull Solo Queue 1v1 tournament, and he had such a huge wide champion pool, but his specialty was AD champions in those fighters. Now, the Lissandra and the Sylas, he's definitely performed well before, but on the Lee Sin, it looks like a completely different monster, and him being a playmaker, like you said, Rebel, versus being a backline damage threat or trying to look for flanks, seemed to be suiting his specialty a lot more. But I imagine that maybe Aspect needs to find that as well. We've seen him perform well on things like the Zoe, but one of the best performances we saw from Aspect this year so far was that set in Game 3 against TSM Amateur last week. Now, as we get ready for Game 4, we're going to have to see if AOE are able to take us to a Game 5, or if we're going to see EGP come back and close this series out. As, if you haven't been checking out the other stream between Wildcard Red and 100 Thieves Next, it's actually tied 1-1 at the moment. So we are still kind of in a state of confusion whether that series is actually going to go to Wildcard Red's way or if 100 Thieves Next are going to surprise us. But we'll keep you updated as we get ready to go to Game 4. But stay tuned. Magical and Cage will take us right after this break.
We might not have Thundersticks on our end, but we're just as excited that we get a series. It is 2-1. Evil Geniuses Prodigies still maintain the lead, but AOE, they fire back, and we are getting a game 4 here, Cage.
Honestly, it's surprising. I didn't think that AOE was going to be able to pull a huge upset, but maybe it's just the power of that red side. It has a 100% win rate thus far in this series, and quite honestly, I'd be surprised if it didn't win again.
Well, I do have some interesting news. Evil Geniuses Prodigies actually opt to remain on blue side. The desk had been thinking and theorizing, which I kind of agreed with, that red side, it's looking pretty powerful right now. You might as well stick to it if you get your option to take it, but they don't. Instead, they want to go onto blue side. Maybe they got some cool strategy going into game 4. That, or they're just trying to make it exciting for us and get us a game 5.
Well, they're making it exciting regardless, Magical, as we do get into Champ Select here. No surprises on that first ban. Let's see what AoE take away. Probably going to be that Lucian if I had to take any guest aspect. He's pretty good at it. Xin Zhao also definitely on the chopping block, as that's going to be gone. And quite honestly, I think we're going to just see similar bans as last game.
I would imagine that as well. I would think Aurelia probably going to be banned here. There it is. Then on this side, go for that LeBlanc. Take it away from Aspect. Again, do not let him dominate like he did in games 1 and 2. But this is where I'm actually interested to see what the final ban is for EGP. They banned away the Diana last time around, but I almost wonder if they're going to remain on blue side. Maybe they just leave it open and pick it themselves.
Could be the case. Viego's still open. Probably going to be the last ban from AoE, but we'll see how their adaptation goes. Mundo is interesting. I didn't think it was a huge problem when RBM was playing it. It was good, but it wasn't the game-defining pick that really turned everything in AoE's favor.
It wasn't, but at the same time, it was also fun to watch because it's Mundo. Who doesn't love watching Mundo? But now that we have to kind of think about what we saw in games 1 and 2, not necessarily games 3 when it came to ban. The Renekton had been banned by AoE in both those previous games, but then game 3, they drafted themselves. Here, first pick coming in, not even opting to try to see if they can grab that Diana that has been something that has really been favored by RBM. They want instead to be able to put Surti onto that powerful champion in the top side, saying, whatever, we don't care how this matchup's going to go. We don't even need the Jace if it's not going to really fit into the team.
Well, the question is there going to be a Diana to follow that up? It's still available, and it looks like the Lee Sin is going to be locked in. So the Mega Flex coming in from AoE once again. This time the Lee Sin could be for RBM, but most likely for Dark Wings, just based on how good his performance was last time. And Kaisa going to be locked in. So Saskio changing things up for Game 4.
Jolly was talking about this, about Saskio on this champion before, saying how powerful we have seen Saskio play back in Collegiate, being one of the better players on that. This time, not that Vars actually has a lot more agency when it comes to how we'll see him perform in these team fights, especially since you're getting the Kaisa Nautilus bot lane, the typical duo.
The only problem with this is into Ziggs, there's a lot of poke that you have to deal with early on in the game, and I don't know if AoE is going to let up on that at all. EGP has to be so careful to manage the lane in the bot side and not let those early dragons go over.
And it might work out for the side of EGP if they can stop Zyko from being a problem in the lane phase. If they can make it so that they put a lot of pressure back onto Sketch Dreams, that might really facilitate them. But I'm more concerned on how that's going to really function for EGP when it comes to the jungle pool. How they want to be able to draft for Blister, since RBM, he's gotten for the Diana twice, not even opting to grab it here, which means the Lee Sin could be flexed into his hands, or we could see something a little bit more spicy. I'm going to mention it again. The Kha'Zix is something RBM likes to play. Kayn for Bluster. These are pocket picks we have to consider.
We could consider them, or we could keep looking at what's been meta so far, because the Gwen is going to be locked away. Faisal has been playing amazingly on that character, so seeing that taken away is not a surprise at all. Nidalee going to be the second ban for AoE, just making sure that Bluster is forced onto more of the second tier picks as much as possible. Gangplank, the final ban. I have to think that AoE are going to go for their jungler here and reveal that the Lee Sin was for Dark Wings all along.
Well, that's the thing. They could easily draft something that you don't expect, like that Tom Catch. Well, actually, we do expect, because we have seen Faisal already play that Tom Catch, but it leaves things open. We know that there is a small possibility it goes mid lane. Not really a Dark Wings champion, but it still leaves this Lee Sin in limbo on where exactly it's going to go, and Aspect wants to take that rise into it if it's going to be the Lee Sin.
Definitely a good matchup for him. We were wondering whether or not Aspect was going to pull that out today, but it looks like that will be the lock in, and it could potentially be flexed to the top, but that would be really strange to see that.
Kindred being hovered, locked in by Bluster. Takeaway from RBM. They played that, I believe, in Game 3 against Zeus. The upset initially to get them here to the semifinals and make sure they had stuff that could back up Sketch Streams in the late game. But I was wondering this. Cassiopeia did get, even if it's a minor buff, a buff nonetheless, and was hanging out in the wings as a niche pick that players have been talking about, possibly being able to grab, and Dark Wings locks it in.
Okay, so you were right. In our pre-game discussion, we were talking about Cassiopeia. I said there was no way, and you were absolutely crazy for thinking that, but let's take a look at this draft real quick, because if that's the confirmed lock-in, that is extra spicy, that Aspect is playing Renekton.
Yeah, seeing the swap of lanes instead, trying to see if you can have the early game lane phase go for Aspect. But the problem is, depending on how Darkwings plays this, even if, like Rafa was talking about the rest of the desk, Jolly, Rebel Fox, they were saying how Darkwings likes to play a lot more of these AD-oriented champions. He's still someone with an incredibly deep champion pool, and if you're able to play this properly, a lot of times Cassiopeia's level 1, even if it's a bad matchup, try to fight immediately, knowing that it's so hard to be able to actually get on top of Cassiopeia because how well she can kite.
It's definitely going to be a back and forth, and the level 1 is something to watch out for, but you also have to consider how RBM is going to have so much more pressure in the early game compared to Bluster, and I feel like that's going to be the real difference in these two composition, is how much jungle pressure AoE is going to be able to bring.
And I'm also looking at how these compositions function. There's so much scaling, not just because there's a Crocodile, but because you have a Rise, you have a Kai'Sa, and you have a Kindred. On the side of EGP, they can, if they can stall it out, that is, they can easily get to that point, 20, 25 minutes into the game, where they're going to be nearly impossible to deal with.
The only problem I see is usually with a Kindred, you pair a supportive type mid laner with that, or at the very least, a top tank that can facilitate a Kindred invading. Neither of these two picks, the Renekton and the Rise, really allow for the Kindred to maximize the potential of the character, and I feel like it was a takeaway that was necessary, but at the same time, you're really limiting how much you can do in this team composition. AoE, on the other hand, they can do pretty much anything they want. They have the team fight comp, they also have a nice skirmish setup as well, and the versatility is going to be the name of the game in this matchup.
The only problem I have is you talked about versatility. AoE do kind of lack a little bit of versatility when it comes to their damage sources. Lee Sin, RBM, he's been this carry-type jungler throughout this series and throughout the tournament as a whole. But here, he is the sole true AD damage dealer for AoE, and if he's not able to actually really impact these fights, then all you have to do for EGP is scale up your magic resist, and you shut down Darkwings and Sketch Streams.
It is going to be tough, but at the same time, building that much MR, especially in the early to mid, is going to be a little difficult for EGP to manage. So I imagine this is still going to be fine for AoE. They just need to make sure that they are getting RBM ahead. And as long as he builds 1 or 2 items by about the 15-minute mark, he's going to be A-okay, and I feel like this team is still going to have more than enough to take care of EGP.
I feel like that's only if they're able to get him ahead. Because if you remain even with the Kindred and the Kindred's able to constantly scale up, get those stacks, then suddenly they can kite you. They can make sure there's no way that Lee Sin can stay on top of both Lamb and Wolf to actually kill them quickly enough.
It's going to be difficult, and EGP definitely have answers to what AoE is trying. It's going to be a battle of where the junglers are going and whether the impact felt by RBM early is going to be enough to push EGP back and allow AoE to get the turrets and the early objectives that they've been doing so far this series.
So just so everyone knows why we haven't loaded up into the Rift just yet, we do have a brief pause. They got into the game, immediately paused, so we're waiting out the timer on that front. But I am just so curious with how some of these lanes are going to go up, because we haven't really seen too many Rise top lanes. Actually, we're going to get right out. We're going to be able to get into the Rift a lot faster than I was expecting for our 4th game between Evil Geniuses Prodigies, AOE Esports. They still are fighting tooth and nail to make sure they can try to secure the reverse sweep, and all Evil Geniuses Prodigies need to do is win one single game.
And they have the ability to do so, Magical, but the question is, do they have the composition, and do they have the red side on their favor? Because this game, they're playing blue, and if the rest of the series is anything to go by, that should be considered as a weakness.
It could be, but instead of how we've been seeing the previous games, where it was AoE looking for those early invades. It was instead EGP securing vision onto red buff of RBM.
And you can see Bluster just kind of getting a little bit of poke in there, also starting with the W, just to make sure there's a little bit of extra damage for taking camps, as well as really big memes starting on the top side. So looking for that bot side ganks. First for AOE, I feel like generally they try to go for the top side early.
Right now, just making sure to scout out that nobody's trying to invade to be able to punish RBM early on. And in fact, they shouldn't try to see if they can test the jungle against Bluster. It's too late for that, surely.
It's probably not going to happen, as we do see the scouting board is available, so at the very least, EGP do have a small advantage in that they know exactly where the start is going to be, and AOE just kind of have to guess, but can probably make a pretty educated guess based on that little ward right there.
Yeah, and it's going to be just both junglers starting on the top half of the map. They will meet bottom side, which works out for RBM because you want to contest the Scuttle Crab, the coin flip of where the first mark is going to appear for Bluster is going to be important. And really big meme needs to make sure that he slows the pace on that Kindred.
It's going to be necessary to stop the Kindred scaling because, as you said, scaling is the name of the game for Evil Genius's Prodigies and AoE. They have the ability to disrupt that. It's just going to come down to not losing lanes and making sure that you're setting up the plays for a really big meme to get an early couple of kills.
Look at how we've already seen RBM path. Takes red, goes immediately towards the bot side, so it's going to be as early as possible, contest around that Scuttle Crab, and try to hope they can deny the coin flip potential. Bluster really is now banking on the top half, being that mark, and you never know with how that first mark is going to go.
It is literally a 50-50 magical, as we do see Bluster moving in towards the mid side. Might be looking for an early Darkwings play, maybe force out a summoner spell early on. Renekton is capable of that, but I don't know if this is really set up for the play yet.
There it is, the flash stun on to Darkwings. He's holding on to that flash because First Blood was already perfectly secured for Bluster.
All right, I questioned whether or not Bluster would be able to make the early game plays, but this is the Bluster that I was hoping to see. The one that can get in early, get the early kills, and make sure that his laner is set up perfectly. As that First Blood goes over to the jungler, you can see RBM trying to just bully him out of the river.
Oh.
Looks like does get the Rift Scuttler, but for the moment, let's take a look at this replay. Aspect just kind of goes in, doesn't even use the dice portion to make sure that the flash is wasted no matter what. And from there, it's an easy pickup coming in for Bluster.
And that's the one thing that people always forget about Kindred, because they're so used to seeing them scale up into the game and being more of that marksman-type champion. But I'm going to have to put that on pause for just a second, because we see a little bit of traded blows in the bot lane. Be surprised if this goes any further. Yeah, there it is. They're backing off. But going back into that, there's like Kindred, they actually kind of function as something that can be really useful in these early few levels, trying to be able to fight against members like Darkwing. But you can see that there is always the problem that if you don't get that burst amount of damage from your W, that it can be turned around. Now, really big meme. He was not able to land the Sonic Wave, so he has to ward hop over the wall. The priority coming in from Surdy to be able to get the Rune Prison. But now that Darkwing is so low, Aspect is looking to be able to hunt him down. Not going to be able to get the key to land. It's looking with the Sonic Wave to be able to get the Twin Fangs kill. But 1-for-1 at the moment. Flash coming in from Bluster to try to be able to take down Darkwings. But they've got the miasma.
Nice.
One more double kill. Turned around by Darkwings.
And for the record, that was a mark picked up for the side of Bluster, so at the very least, he does get something out of all of those kills. And after a 2-for-2, the bot lane continues to just kind of fight on themselves.
Almost seemed like the passive was going to be there for Sasuke to get a kill in Retribution and make it actually an uneven trade across the rift, favoring that of EGP. But the fact that Psycho was able to survive and maintain that flash gives a lot more leeway to the bot lane. But going all the way back to that fight, replaying this entire situation, it was started off by Bluster, but the thing is, this is why we're talking about Kindred scaling up. It is still a struggle to actually kill members without anyone supporting you.
Yep, it was definitely a challenge, and RBM making the most of the pick on Lee Sin, almost getting the landed Sonic, or the Sonic attack onto Kindred. It's unfortunate that it missed, but it ended in a 2-for-2, so for AoE, I think that's a pretty big victory.
Yeah, Surdy's not getting out of this one. He knows it. He's just going out the minion wave, saying, all right, I might as well get as much gold as humanly possible when I'm forced to recall.
So well done picking up on the fact that he had to use Flash in that last engagement, so that's a free pickup and a great rotation from RBM. He's not picking up any of the kills that his team is getting, but at the very least, he is participating. And I think that will make something of a difference as we scale to the mid-game.
X-Flash being channeled by Skytech. They're looking for Darkwings again, but it's going to be really big beam with a lot of damage on Aspect. He's burning, but not dead just yet. Even RBM is burning with the TP coming in from Faisal to be able to join into the fight. They're going to make sure Skytech cannot get out of the fight. Only one kill at the moment, but two members forced back under the base by the side of AOE, so they can see they can secure more control around this dragon.
It's going to be close. Let's see if they continue this pressure.
Bluster,
nice Q, Lance.
Bluster, you don't have Lance Respite, and now they got Sketch Dreams a free kill.
Wow, this is being really aggressive
Wait,
from AOE.
wait, what?
What? Hold
Faisal?
up.
Hello?
Surdy? We good?
What happened?
Are we good? I'm getting confirmation.
Yeah, it's a confirmation.
Surdy's dead.
Oh, damn it. I didn't know that. Well, we're going to see if Saskia is going to be joining him in a grave on the gray screen. Certainly he is, but Zyko will be joining as well.
That's still fine. You're still giving kills to where they need to go. Really Big Meme continues to be an enormous force on this map, just everywhere. Top, bottom, middle. He is just where you need him to be as we take a look at this mid play once again. You can see it all starts off by Aspect getting a little too close and Skytech trying to get the flank. But RBM is in the proper position and manages to just barely get out alive as this turns into a giant cluster mess. And it's a single kill going over to the side of AOE.
Nice save. I agree. I like that save. But when we look at this drawn-out fight, okay, here's what happened. I want to see what happened in the top lane.
Oh, nice. Gets the Abyssal Dive and is able to just continue whacking away. Devour is also huge. Gets him under the turret for a single shot. Beautiful by Faisal.
Nicely done, making sure that, again, getting a solo kill on Tahm Kench. We've actually seen quite a few Tahm Kenches getting solo kill, and knowing that there isn't going to be a play bot lane. TPs are gone. Saskia, he's the easiest person to dive possible.
Yeah, Zico took exactly one too many turret shots there. Would have otherwise gotten out perfectly fine. But sometimes you get a dive, and it's just a little bit too messy, and it's still an advantage to AoE. They still have more kills, and they still have a 2,000 gold lead at 8 minutes, Alex.
That they do, and this is a far bigger lead that we've seen at this moment in any of our previous games. AoE are coming out in force in Game 4, wanting that reverse sweep at all costs. And here, Zyko is actually jumping on to Saskia, going for the trade. It's a fight between support and ADC, even getting Sketch Dreams with the satchel charge to be able to follow up Saskia. Ignite is burning, ticking him alive, and the minefield will finish him off.
Zyko is kind of a menace in this bot lane. There's not a whole lot Saskia can do, but at the same time, wow, the pressure coming out of this support, incredible in Game 4.
The thing is, we need AoE to maintain this level of control, because we will mention it again, games 1 and 2, they had these early leads, not nearly as dominant as this one, but we did see them stumble, have a couple hiccups along the way. But as long as they can maintain this lead, never give an inch over to the side of EGP, we should expect to see them continue to scale up and never be stopped.
Well, they're already going for the first Dragon Magical, and I think that's a great way of maintaining a lead, just making sure that that first one goes over and you get ever closer to Soul, even if it's not a huge dragon to pick up in the Mountain Dragon. At the same time, though, Magical, it was you who said whoever gets the early lead is doomed to fail in this series.
That
and
is
I gotta
true.
say, Faisal, he's got a pretty early lead.
We have seen that games 1 and 3. We saw whichever champion went 3-0, that team would lose. So I'm hoping for the side of AoE that is not going to be the case. Right now you can see how the gold is allocated. And despite being 2-0-2, Faisal is not as much ahead of Surdy as you'd expect.
Not as much, but at the same time, it is still a reasonable lead, considering it's a Tahm Kench versus a Ryze, and farming is just always going to be a problem when you're against a Ryze as a melee champion. As we do see a little bit of a skirmish in the bot.
He has flash this time around, but does he actually want to burn it? I don't think so. He's got to sacrifice his own life, and RBM, he's like, no, this is mine.
That Dragon's Rage was excessive, but at the same time, I appreciated it. He didn't even go anywhere. That's how lethal that
It was the execute. He just executed him saying, nope, this is mine. I've given enough gold to everyone else. I need some.
Definitely for the best as Dark Wings, now getting a little bit of pressure from Aspect.
Puts in a lot of damage on the other side. You can actually see that Bluster was trying to be able to dive onto Zyko. Not actually going to get nearly any damage on Zyko. In fact, it is both Bluster and Aspect forced away.
And Aspect, picking up this Renekton early was part of EGP's plan. It just hasn't gone their way because there's no way to get pressure as the Alligator into this team comp. There's either too much range coming in from the Cassiopeia, or there's too much tankiness from Phasal, so there was nothing you could really do in this matchup. And Aspect feeling the pain. You could see what he does when he gets a lead, but when he's behind, I can't say that there's going to be a significant impact.
I think even worse for the side of Aspect is that miasma from Darkwings.
Yep.
Because once you jump in on the Darkwings, miasma is going to follow, and you're not going to be able to escape easily. You see how easy it is for AOE to kite back at all points of this game. It's even causing Bluster to struggle to actually reliably dive onto the members like Darkwings or Sketch Streams.
It should be pointed out, Magical, no one has gotten a 3-0 lead yet, so perhaps AOE have a means of getting ahead. They just need to make sure that Sketch Streams dies before getting that
Zyko's
kill.
only level 5. Skytech taking up a lot of damage. Forced to flash that time around. Zyko, though, again, he's only level 5 with the Mega Inferno Bomb, only chipping a little bit of the health off of Saskia, means that there is not going to be that re-engage from AoE.
No, but the Leandri's has been completed, so the damage will be a lot greater, especially onto the tankier targets in Skytech and Aspect in particular. Until then, it's going to be a little while before Ziggs starts to make a difference in this lane. That said, Sketch Streams and Zyko as a pair have been functioning amazingly in this lane. You can see how much pressure Zyko alone can put down, and Ziggs is just kind of the cherry on top.
Exactly. They'll be able to maintain pressure in both mid and bot, which allows the Dragon's second one of the games to be more than likely for AoE, especially now that Skytech is just getting caught out and solo killed by RBM. Nowhere to go. It's so easy for RBM to be able to pick up that kill, and he's 3-1, not 3-0. Might be even further if he jumps onto Saskia like that with the Killer Instinct coming in. Zyko's on the wings, looking to flash in with the Solar Flare to slow him down. The flash coming in from Saskia is not going to be enough to be able to escape this one. He's burning to the Ignite. One little tick of damage will be all that is settling the score in the bot lane.
Very clean, very decisive dive from AoE as the top side getting pressured.
There is still TP from both Darkwings and Sketch Streams if they wanted to be able to join in. But
First
they
turret?
have Satchel Charge to make sure they can outrace Shelly.
Whoa, so close there, but Shelly unfortunately not able to execute turrets. That's only a Ziggs ability. As the rest of EGP are looking what they can do, they can't even get the turret down. Magical Phasal is able to defend it.
I thought for sure at least they would be able to get that. They were so close to taking down that structure, but instead, this actually might be the worthwhile call. Not just because if you trade those, sure, you get a little bit of extra gold that is going to be a bit more spread out. You'd like to put a lot of that into the hands of Surdy, but we get to see this is just a nice ward from RBM, realizing that Sketch Streams is by himself.
You ever see a jungler solo a support? Well, in case you haven't, folks at home, there it is. Just kind of Lee Sinning all the way on top of the Nautilus, and the dive that follows, very well played, very patient coming out from RBM and Zyko. I also like that Saskia waited to use the flash until the Lance came out, just to be sure that they waste as much time as possible. So Saskia, even though he goes down, played that as best as he possibly could.
He tried his damnedest, that's for sure. And then
Sure
kind of
did.
looked top lane, and you can see actually why it wasn't taken. It was just Phasal being able to stand there and say, nah, this isn't going anywhere. It's going to be really easy for us to take it. Sketch Streams, don't tell me you're going to get another structure while they only get the one top.
It's looking pretty grim, but you can see on the wings, backup for EGP.
And there is even the mark on to Sketch Streams. Getting a lot of damage on a Zyko, but the Mega Inferno Bomb going to do a lot to make sure that they force off EGP, all the while RBM securing the objective and now looking for a flank.
And can't exactly get that flank. There are too many members in, so instead we'll just go in towards the red buff of EGP, and we'll be able to take that for the moment. You can see the pathing coming in from Aspect going bot side to match his lane opponent. Darkwings continuing to push up the bot side, while the rest of the team going towards the mid.
The interesting thing here for me from AoE is they are putting no priority onto this Rift Herald at all. With a Ziggs, normally you think about being able to get that with how fast you can take the structure, but with how far ahead they are elsewhere, they just have RBM dying an inhibitor turret here at what, 15 minutes?
It's definitely a lot of pressure coming in from AoE. It was unfortunate that Darkwings couldn't get a little bit further or a little faster with that flash. But either way, very well played to get the pressure off and to even get an objective off of that Rift Herald.
Man, getting themselves 2 turrets in the spot lane now. Only the inhibitor remaining. I don't consider this a split push composition
RBM?
from AOE, but they can set up a split push if they want to. All the while, RBM again finding Skytech, trying to be able to control Vision, but it's RBM and Sketchstream who make sure they cut him in his prime.
Uh-oh, someone's reached 3-0, Magical.
Uh-oh.
I think AOE should be in a little bit of panic mode here. But instead, they continue to push mid and, quite honestly, have a substantial lead at 15 minutes in the game.
Exactly, and that's what I was going to mention. Unlike before, when we saw the 3-0s, we used to see that it was only about like 1,000 gold, maybe 2,000 at most, that had separated these two teams. Now you have 5,500 separating the two teams. AOE are firmly in the lead and in control of this map. The only thing that they have to possibly worry about is going to be how that Rift Herald is used.
It's definitely going to be a question. Assumedly, EGP wants to use it mid lane just to make sure they have all that rotation that we talk about every single game, Magical, and it's going to be important to get that. But at the same time, you need gold now, and pushing it mid lane is not going to get you gold immediately. It's just going to be more push and a little bit of extra pressure, but no turret.
And that was going to be my question is, do you want to actually take this tier 1 knowing that the wave clear is too immense on the side of AoE, or do you try to see if you can pile more gold into Surdy's pockets? Try to get this Rise into that position to be the AP carry for the team, be far and away ahead with how much influx of gold he has received.
It's definitely looking more towards, I would guess, more towards the Surdy option, just because you want this Rise to scale up. It is a scaling composition, and at the moment, even though there is a 40 CS discrepancy for EGP in the top side, there needs to be even more than that, just because you need Rise to be strong now. Otherwise, this is going to be a free Baron take from AoE, and they might be able to push that to the end.
Devour used on Aspect, the Minefield placed down, the ult's been used by Aspect, but the Inferno Bomb and the Satchel Charge with the passive short fuse for a Rampage out of Sketchstream. He's 4-0 now. The hell with 3-0, but the fight continues mid lane. A lot of damage onto Bluster. They could re-engage. The Rift Herald got nothing for the team. The flash coming in. The answer fight has been used, but it's going to be Zyko in the middle of everybody. They keep looking to see who he's going to be able to take out. It's got Bluster. Seskio goes in the backline with the heal, but is it going to be enough to be able to kite away while Surdy's getting chased down by RBM? So much damage goes in. The kick is there as well. They're having the solo fight. It's a double kill out of RBM, even though they got the kill on the other side. Now Skytech, you're the last one. Zyko, this is truly the wet noodle fight. Some Portal Combat. Who will win? Zyko should be able to slice him with one more auto.
Couldn't get the last shield down, but what can you do? There's so much of an advantage for AoE right now. It's crazy. They're fighting multiple 1v1s, and it's going their way every time. Magical 4-17. The score says it all.
And we are now nearly at a 9,000 deficit for EGP. This is definitely the largest we have seen in this series so far, but looking back to this initial play, you'd think there's 2 members committed topside, that there's no way that AoE are going to win this mid lane fight.
It's really this awesome miasma that goes down from Darkwings. There's no way for Bluster to come in. There's no possibility of the rest of the team joining because he's over the wall, and RBM is free to do whatever he wants. You could see that with that petrifying gaze, everyone was CC'd. RBM is able to separate out Surdy and Seskio. What can you do as the supportal combat rages on topside? It's just pure and beautiful parsing of the team coming in from AoE.
And Zyko, the fact that he had just a little bit of mana to be able to get at least a couple spells out meant that he had the lead to slice down that other support. Like, it's the monkeys in the pit, both fighting one another, and only one can come out alive.
Yeah, I've watched a fair bit of monkey pit battles in my days, Magical, but that was brutal, as both members were very low on mana, and this is going to be a Dragon Start coming in from AoE, their 3rd of the game, and unlike Game 3, there's no contest because EGP just aren't in a position to do anything about it.
They're so far behind now. They're so far behind, and they have the late game comp. They're the team that needs to scale, but at this point, with something that seems so insurmountable for EGP, the only thing they have left to do now is to hope that somehow they can make it past 30 minutes.
What, this Death Bush might just seal their fate. Let's see who peaks.
Oh, nice scouting done by Saskia, but now they have to run. They have a long way to go. They have no control over this mid lane.
And you can see the dancing coming in from AOE, just stopping everything EGP is trying to do in their tracks. The Baron's still available. They have all the vision. They have all the control. They could just run on over, try for a death push again, or even start the Baron at this point because they have the Cassio and they have a very fed Ziggs. They could do anything they want.
And they have 2 items across the board for every member on their team as well. Firmly in control. Everyone else on EGP still working on those components, only really matched by Surdy, meaning that if you kill Surdy, you take out the majority of the gold. The Baron has been started up, but the fight was really what they wanted to be able to get. They got a lot of damage and they burst out Saskio. Aspect trying to see if he can get over the wall to be able to do anything, but Zyko is going to be the only one traded. They're still cutting back, trying to be able to get into this fight. There goes Aspect with a lot of damage on the Darkwing, but they're just kiting them for days. The Landers fight coming in, but Surdy getting chased down by Really Big Beam once again. Not going to be able to connect the Q, but it does not matter. He had the kick, and Aspect the next to fall. It should be one more. Unstoppable Sketch Streams with Bluster trading one back, but he's burned alive by the Leandries, and an ace for AOE.
A teleport from Sketch Streams means this also turns into a Baron Magical, and that's the sort of advantage that AOE's been able to build up. They managed to take that fight, they kite everyone around beautifully, and EGP have no response to the fight that ensues. They're just losing members left and right. It all comes down to the engage, and there's just no way to get around this Leona. Zyko starting this fight just in the bot side, trying to get the advantage, and you can see the stuns come out. Immediately Saskio is dead, and immediately all the damage that could come in from EGP can't come out anymore.
And the thing is, this was always a bait for AOE. They didn't really care about taking the Baron. Of course, they can take it so fast with the help of Cassiopeia, but they wanted to get another ace. They wanted to maintain control over this river and make sure that the next time they start up this Baron, that if nobody's in the proper position, even one member is too far, they will burn it too fast.
There's just not enough damage quite left to do the Baron, but at the same time, it doesn't matter. As you said, Magical, that's not the goal. It's all about winning these team fights, getting even further item advantages, and making sure that EGP don't have a means of coming back. As it stands, EGP don't have a real engage option. Yes, Skytech has the depth charge. Yes, Aspect can go in, but neither member is truly tanky enough to stand in the middle of AoE as they are right now.
And for the side of EGP, they are getting some silver linings. They're starting to get some of those components completed. The Collector picked up by Bluster, and you see the Phantom Dancer for Saskio. They made sure they're going to survive just a little bit longer and can possibly actually kill these low health members on the side of AoE. But unfortunately, it's completely answered on the other side, with 3 items getting completed, the 2 most important members, Darkwings and Sketch Dreams.
And you can see that third item on both of them, it's the Zonias, making sure that there's no dive possible, and making sure Aspect and Saskio can't do a combination dive in order to make sure that they get eliminated fast. It's always going to be a drawn-out fight against AoE.
Right now, Aspect and Skytech trying to set up around Darkwings. If you can pick off somebody, that is going to be at least a silver lining. It might let you delay this game a little bit longer, and that's truly what they need. They're going with the Killer Instinct, the TP coming in, but you're trying to TP into 4 members. Nice petrifying engage. He goes golden to be able to survive. Big Infernal gets a lot of damage, but now they got to be able to fight back onto Saskia. He's on the other side. He's now burning, but Faisal, here comes Really Big Meme. They've chased down the members, and look at them scatter. Look at them try to run with the help of the Realm Warp, but they're kicked out of it, so they cannot escape, and they've taken down Surdy. They've got the double kill. Aspect is getting so damn low, trying to be able to kite back the Landers fight. He's on the edge, he's on the wings, but they devoured it, get the shield over to Sketch Dreams, so Bluster's now dead, and a dominating Sketch Dreams means that they can kindly krill and crush the Croc and take this Baron.
And with 3 members up, including a damage dealer, this is going to be a pretty quick Baron coming in from AoE. They just have to get it started, and they will. But Magical, this is exactly what we were talking about. No such thing as a fast pick against AoE right now. They have the Zonias, they have a Cassiopeia that can stall forever. Even though the pick looked so good and there were so many members, they had to overextend. They had to go through Miasma, they had to send Saskio over by himself, and even go through the Zonias, and that gave more than enough time for AoE to come in with the retaliation team fight, and all the cooldowns completely gone for EGP.
And the crazy thing is, like you said, Sam, how long Darkwings was able to survive so the rest of his team could collapse and pick apart the entirety of EGP, it almost seemed like there were some elements, had they just been a little bit more coordinated, had they been able to burst down Darkwings, that would have actually been an EGP1 fight. But the problem is, as you mentioned, the double Zonias is nearly impossible to burst them down quickly enough through.
And with that, it looks like that's a Baron and the 4th Dragon picked up by AOE. So they have Dragon Soul. They actually didn't get the Baron. I had to check that again, but they're going for it right now and probably going to take that down quick. And that's going to be pretty advantageous for the red side.
And what did we say? We talked about this earlier. If you give even a little bit of leeway to AoE around that Baron, Cassiopeia can take that so damn quickly that you're just not going to be able to fight back. And Surrey realized that. No TP, no way to be able to join that fight. They had to forfeit that Baron.
And with that, they might just have to forfeit the game, Magical. EGP are in such a bad position here, and the engage from AoE is too much to handle.
Look at Bluster. He wants to see if he can flank and maybe pick off someone like Darkwings. Both Zonias are available for the side of AoE, and they're not even trying to see if they can contest. Instead, they're waiting. They're being patient, trying to see if they can jump into this backline, knowing that Faisal is not there just yet. The dominance has been popped. Really big meme. Wants to be able to jump onto Blister and take him out of the fight completely, but Aspect now dives alone into the backline. He heals massively, but he's dead in the dirt. They have finished off the Kruk. The re-engage coming in from the Catfish. They got a depth charge, and oh no, the Devour saves his life! And so now Zyko, even though he dies, really big meme can go back in. He goes golden to be able to survive, but Surdy cannot kill him. He cannot slay the beast of the really big meme. And we're going to Game 5. We are going the full mile. The reverse sweep might be imminent for AoE as EGP tried desperately to deny the game from ending too soon. But what can they do? They've got nothing left in this tank. They have to forfeit this match. Zaskio is immediately finished off, and AoE have done it. We're going to Game 5, baby. Boot up the silver screens.
Oh, I can hear it from here, Magical. EGP, they tried their best, but AoE, dominating performance in Game 4.
What a dominating performance out of them. 33 kills in, 27 minutes for AoE. That is a massive turnaround for this squad, and seeing how they were able to take Game 3 a lot closer, but Game 4, they were so far ahead for so long. Really, what could you do as EGP?
They were really trying to make this composition work, but because of the early lead AoE was able to get, you can't make the scaling work. You need to cut as many losses as humanly possible. You need to try to minimize your early game deficiencies if you're going to play that composition, but unfortunately, AoE know how to play the early game. They know how to get their early advantages, and from there, they snowballed out of control to a point where there was no way EGP could come back.
And we are getting Game 5. AoE are one game away from reverse sweep, and EGP can deny it if they can just manage to take one more game. We're going to toss it over to the desk and let them break down that game and get hyped for Game 5. Mark, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a Game 5 on our hands. Holy moly. AoE going the distance, potentially a reverse sweep in the making. And for us, we are shocked, but we're also just looking at this draft, Jolly and Rebel, and we're thinking, man, AoE have to be given so much praise for how well they are able to navigate throughout this draft phase, because when you look at how both these compositions play out, that Cassiopeia R5 is a thing of beauty, Rebel.
It's absolutely gorgeous to be able to play into, like, short range, into a Rise, which is, like, traditionally been a good match for Cassiopeia, no matter how it's changed. They have, like, early game with the likes of RBM, who was able to take over. Like, Faisal's not going to fall behind because he's on Tom Kench. All he's got to do is sit there front line. There's no challenge except for, like, an ultimate from Saskio into, like, the likes of, like, the Ziggs. Like, there's so much here that you could bank on from the side of AoE. It required a large amount of, like, very skilled play coming through from EGP.
And you also had, considering the Kindred picked into the Lee Sin as well, so not necessarily one of the best. We do know that Bluster, Kindred, Kane, those are by far the two mains, so that player probably just trying to get a pocket pick locked in, but things did not work out. That game was essentially entirely in the hands of AoE. There was no sway, and I mean, we were looking at I think it was like an AK gold lead at 10 minutes in there, it's 15 minutes in the game, which is just absolutely absurd. AOE ran this one into the ground.
Yeah, I want to bring up a point. The last time that we saw an RBM Lee Sin come back into the fold was after Spring Split, mostly him being on Udyr Hecarim duty when he was back on a new Blaze, thank you. On that roster. Or no, I'm sorry, not a new Blaze. What am I thinking? Zeus, because the old roster for Zeus Gaming, and just how that entire point, RBM was thought of like, okay, well, he's coming back from TFT, he's just kind of getting his hands back together, and then he pulls out the Lee Sin, and doesn't have the best game against the Olaf, but then in the Rex side, he picks Lee Sin, they counterpick the Rex side, he still runs the map. He still is just forcing aggressive play after play, constantly invading, and we saw that again from RBM, and this is a great time to start turning up. We already saw the great play on the Mundo in Game 3, but that was more of a tank. You just gotta absorb damage, you gotta scale up, and you gotta farm up and make sure that the team doesn't collapse, and thankfully Darkwings is there to hold the pieces together for you on that Lee Sin. But this time, he was the one that was the early game engine, and then combining forces with Darkwings on that Cassiopeia. I mean, it just, even though Bluster picked up 2 early kills, it still wasn't enough for EGP to get off the ground, and we don't really have many replays for you, but we just want to demonstrate how hard it is for EGP to actually operate into this composition against AOE here, Rebel.
It's not only really hard, but like even at the level that EGP was playing, because I think there were fights where the Kindred was popping off, there were fights where you're positioned properly, but you cannot just like get through these levels of safety that are provided from the side of AOE Esports, where it's so difficult to find that kind of thing. This is a fantastic example where like Aspect's getting bullied just because of the range and you can't get through Tom Kench. Like, how do you actually get onto the likes of this Ziggs pretty much any time? This is one where Darkwing zones off with just hitting AQ. That's all that's necessary. If you keep walking forward as Kindred, you just die. There's an ultimate forced in the middle of everything that leads to a Cassiopeia 4-man ultimate. Look at that. A thing of beauty. Like, what are you doing here on the side of like on the side of EGP to actually win a fight like this when you know that Cassiopeia is able to just tear your team apart like this when you're set into this like barrel like a fish where like you just shoot ultimate and hit them all.
And just like with the last composition as well, that worked well for AoE, you have this nice little ability to engage, disengage, throw somebody to the front, whether you got Tom Kench mound somebody up and tossing him back, or taking that front line for himself. It really made it so that Darkwing and Sketchstreams were able to just kind of sit back, do what they needed to do, and the front line from EGP just wasn't quite there. They didn't have any sort of rotation. They weren't doing what worked best for them earlier, which was splitting up these team fights. And again, AoE just had full control in that sense.
Yeah, so 2 things as we're getting ready to head into Game 5, our final game of the series here. Number 1, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for destroying all of your ears, especially all headphone users at home. I did not realize that that would happen, so if we peaked the microphones, we sincerely apologize. We even had the cops come up and say, hey, you guys are too loud. You know, you gamers got to turn it down. Number 2, going into Game 5, EGP, even after losing on blue side twice in games 3 and 4, they have selected blue side again. This is so far 100% win ratio for red side. Now, Rebel, if you're Coach Ido in this perspective, what's going on under your sleeve right now?
They gotta have they have to have an idea for a composition. Like on blue side, that's always going to be the case. So if you're on blue side and you've been losing on blue side, you have to have a very clear idea of what you're going to do in this game. Because if you don't and you have any question whatsoever, the other team exploits you with 2 counterpicks. That's what happened in the last game, where it's like, okay, cool, you get Blusters, Kindred, you get some powerful champions across the board. Doesn't matter. They're counterpicking you. Their team composition is going to look a lot better than yours because they're playing reactively. You have to know exactly what that first pick and even that like first rotation of like 1, 2, 3 on blue side are going to net you, and how to build around that composition, because otherwise
yeah, we just saw it. And the first pick Renekton too was something that was a little interesting. You know, picking blue side, you get that first pick. That's the big reason. And Renekton, it was a flex pick here. It ended up being Aspect that took it into the mid lane. But, you know, it felt like just with that pick and then the 2 follow-up picks by AoE, the composition idea that EGP was likely going in with that Renekton was already kind of shattered. So it needs to be a little bit more reliable and a little bit more flexible. While it is set in stone, you need to have some options in case things are taken away or banned out.
There is something amiss in Evil Genius's plans here if they are opting into blue side once again, willingly giving counterpick availability over to Darkwings, because this is now technically the R5 for Game 3 was that Mundo, which then slotted the Darkwings Lee Sin, but then we saw the Cassiopeia as a fantastic option and answer into Evil Genius's composition for Game 4. Now, I'm kind of out of answers here for what Evil Geniuses want to do. Just looking based on their last draft and the bans that they had, I'm out of ideas. But you know what? This is why we're on the desk and we're talking about it versus actually playing the game. If you're an Evil Geniuses fan, all hope is resting on these young members' shoulders. Whereas if you're an AOE fan, you are on the edge of your seat waiting for this reverse sweep to come to fruition as we get ready for Game 5. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, Magical and Cage will deliver us the ultimate ending of this amazing semifinal.
Welcome back. We are here for another game. Oh, you're going right into it? I thought you were going to wait.
Oh, sorry. We talked about it and we didn't communicate right, so we're everywhere right now. That's on
Sam,
me.
do you not have the time on you? Come on.
How about you tell me what time it is, Magical? Why
I
don't you
can
try
actually
again?
tell you this time, I think. Let me make sure. It is 6:51.
That was better. That was better.
I did it. See, I've learned. Then again, I also made sure that I was actually going to be able to read it this time beforehand.
No, see, the big brain is you have like a clock where you're looking at the camera, and so you can actually like read it immediately.
Look, Sam, you're acting as though I'm smart, and that's why I'm the play-by-play and you're the color. I don't think that far ahead, but I do think far enough ahead to look at Game 5. The excitement here. We have a reverse sweep potential for AOE, but EGP have elected to stay on blue side. Blue has yet to win a game, and they have yet to also not ban Thresh.
Coach Ito is definitely a bold one. Picking blue side seems counterintuitive to the rest of the series. Again, 4 games, 4 red side wins. So seeing that, I would think that EGP wanted to go that direction, but it looks like they might have something up their sleeves. If not, then I guess they don't want to go to finals.
I mean, right now, this is all on the line. Whoever wins this game is automatically qualified for Proving Grounds. There's so much riding on this single game between AOE and Evil Genius's Prodigies, with Aurelia getting banned away from Dark Wings, LeBlanc back on the bench for Aspect. For AOE, they have very little that they need to change after Game 3 and 4 with how successful they found themselves.
Oh, but there's going to be one adjustment made at the very least, Magical. EGP have banned away the Ziggs, so making sure that Sketch Dreams has to go back to the traditional ADs or find something even spicier to play against EGP.
I'm looking at this last ban of what we get from AOE. Last time was Viego. This time it is Viego again. 3 times in a row, we see the same bans from AOE, and I wonder what EGP have planned beyond this to be able to see if they can take over this early game, and taking away the Lee Sin might be what they have to do. We've seen both RBM and Darkwings play this perfectly.
Now the question is, does that go to Bluster or does that go to Aspect? Because I would imagine Aspect has the ability to play it, but the question is Bluster secretly a Lee Sin main? I feel like all junglers might be.
Let's see, this is the thing we see sacrificed for that Ziggs ban. The Mundo picked up Renekton as well for AoE. I highly expect them to grab that immediately, since the flexibility both of these champions have, not really indicating exactly what their composition is going to fully be once it's all fleshed out.
I would like to see what they choose as more of an AP source of damage, because AoE, they've drafted the Renekton, and although that's a great Darkwings pick, they don't have the Ziggs.
I have something for you. Over in LPL, we have actually seen Brand as the AP carry, but in bot lane, being picked up when Ziggs isn't available. Swain is another thing we have seen in Academy, but I'm wondering if maybe that is what AoE do here, if they have some surprise for us, bust out something like that, like the Brand, like the Swain, since we see that the bot lane Saskia is going back onto that Kai'Sa.
And the Gnar also going to be picked up, so revealing Surdy is going to a tried and true. Didn't even try for a Gwen. I would think that that'd be a pretty good pick for him, but instead the Gnar, so that might reveal they're trying to go for a team fight composition on the side of Evil Genius's Prodigies. AoE, how they respond, going to be interesting because they're going to need some disengage to deal with that.
Aphelios is being hovered for AoE at the moment. They actually locked that in. And I'll be honest, I am not the biggest fan of Aphelios when Thresh is banned. Needing so much of that safety and the peel potential Thresh provides. We've seen Nautiluses, we've seen Brahms, we've seen Leonis kind of go with it as a backup. But I always feel that Aphelios is the most powerful in that bot lane when he has something protective around him.
He definitely does need that, and that goes, again, towards the disengage that AoE is going to need to draft. I don't know if that comes in the form of an Alistar or if that comes in some other form, but I feel like they need to get rid of this Gnar threat in some way. And I don't think Renekton is necessarily going to do it in team fights. There's going to need to either be focus on the top side, or there's going to need to be a crazy support draft.
We get the Braum band away from AoE. Like I said, something that you usually see as the fallback with Aphelios, something that can kind of help him out and keep him safe, that he can hide behind. But Rel is not. No, the Rel is an interesting ban coming in against Skytech, since Nautilus is still wide open, which to me indicates AOE want to grab that right away once they get their first pick.
I don't know if that's necessarily the synergy they're looking for, but that is what they've decided to draft, and it might very well work out. Tom Kench, the final ban from EGP. Will it be the Nautilus, as Magical predicted? I feel like there's a good chance. It does seem like the best possible support in this situation, and will work out pretty well.
Ooh.
But instead, Leona's up.
Yeah, Leona, something a little bit more for that laning phase, but also Zyko and rotating and roaming around the map. Nautilus can do so just as effectively, but likes to be elsewhere, likes to be in that mid lane to help out Darkwings and saying, Aphelios, you're going to be on your own for a bit. You're going to have to stay safe. It's going to be difficult into a Kaisa Alistar lane, not the Nautilus that we've been normally seeing paired up.
And looking at this final hover from EGP, likely to be locked in, the Orianna. So completing the full teamfight trifecta, Alistar and the ball delivery system combined with a Kaisa to dive. So looking pretty darn good on EGP. They have a very solid foundation for a teamfight comp. AOE, let's see what they can pick up in order to sort of build out a skirmish comp, or to see if they're going for their own teamfight comp.
Aphelios seems to be what Darkwings wants to take into this Orianna. Not as hard a counter, but not also the AD style we tend to see out of Darkwings. Understandable, though. They lack that mixed damage. They need something that is going to be able to provide that, though I'm really worried on how this lane is going to really function into the Orianna, because as you had mentioned, if they're able to even stay even, there's so much wombo combo on the side of EGP to make sure that the low-range members of AOE aren't really going to be able to do too much.
So weirdly enough, this game falls entirely on Zyko. Depending on how he decides to roam, he's going to be able to influence the map and get the skirmishes that AoE have been trying for. Darkwings locking in the Silas just confirms that they're trying their best in order to get small early picks and try to build that advantage that they've been doing all 4 games thus far. Get an early lead and hopefully snowball that into something even bigger, which in the last 2 games they were able to do.
That they were, and this time they do have that option topside. They even have the Silas if they want to be able to roam around, but also I do like that they have scaling options. They have that ability to rely on a Mundo frontline, to rely on an Aphelios, but on the flip side, we talked about Wombo Combo, and we have to talk about Saskio's Kaisa. Second time playing it this series, and it's going to be something that they can fall back to as well to contend against Sketch Dreams.
I mean, this is the most bread and butter composition you can get, right? For EGP, they have the scaling options, they have the team fight options, they even have some early game in the Lee Sin, so as long as Bluster gets some form of kills in the first 10 minutes, he's going to be looking pretty darn good, and EGP are going to be able to play to a pretty understandable win condition. So let's just see whether or not they're able to do that.
Cage and the Rage, we are here. It is Game 5. AOE, back-to-back comebacks, making sure that we are getting a Game 5 where they are one step away from reverse sweeping Evil Geniuses Prodigies, and Evil Geniuses, this is their third chance, their final chance to make it to the EGL Finals.
And starting this off, it's looking like lines of scrimmage. Nothing really too cheeky. If anyone was going to try anything, it's AoE, and I'm hoping for something, but at the same time, I feel like I know better. No, I don't.
No, you don't. Look at Zyko as well.
Zyko.
Surdy, where are you gonna go? Your lane is doomed. You're stunned up. There's the flash away. They're not gonna commit to the dive, but they have succeeded in getting something.
Still, though, Surdy with a very efficient flash managed to waste their time, get away. Whether or not that was worth the first blood, that's going to be up to interpretation and how AoE decides to play the game as it goes on. But the first 5 minutes, at the very least, they do not lose first blood for EGP, and Surdy manages to keep himself alive.
But I think that is now a big target in the top lane. Gnar, Renekton normally favors Gnar. We always talk about how Gnar is kind of like a pseudo counter to Renekton because he can kite him back, because he can keep a good distance while farming safely. Unfortunately, you need your summoners, because if Faisal does go for the all-in, if he tries to be aggressive in this lane, there is no safety net now for Surdy. There is no escape without Hop available. That means that Faisal probably is going to be able to get another solo kill over his opponent top lane.
And I assume that was a Q start coming in from Surdy, so let's see whether or not he's able to poke out Faisal reasonably well. And if he is, then he doesn't have to worry too much.
A little bit of trades back and forth in the bot lane. We've seen this a lot between these two squads, where they try to butt heads as early as possible to see who's going to be able to get ahead. Yep, it is the Q start for Surdy to try to maintain some level, some semblance of control against Phasal.
I mean, you can see the wave is very much going to get the fast level 2 in terms of Surdy, and he probably wants to get Hop. Yep, does get the Hop second. So now we'll be able to keep himself safe. And even if he didn't, it looks like AOE are still going to be a minute or so from a first gank coming through on this Mundo.
As Darkwings takes a lot of poke from Aspect, kind of what is expected in the early first few levels, the Orianna Sylas. Eventually, one Sylas is a little bit more comfortable, a little bit easier on that dive potential, and also not having to worry about getting poked out as efficiently. We'll probably see Darkwing start to slowly take control of that lane.
It's looking like the invade coming in, and maybe Bluster can get something going.
No smite for RBM. The smite was there for Bluster.
Lee
Bluster,
Sin.
he's been punished in games 2, 3, and 4, and here he gets first blood over RBM.
Double burn flash, but more than worth it. I feel like Bluster needs these early kills in order to keep this composition alive, and quite honestly, this is the first time EGP have had an early game advantage in this series.
This is the first time we've seen Bluster play aggressively out of the gates as well. We have seen him play so passively, trying to scale up, trying to wait it out for the team fights. A couple ganks here. You think back to last game on Kindred, getting a nice early gank on a Darkwings, but that's really about it here. Getting that first kill over RBM on something like Lee Sin that needs to play this proactively in the early game is perfect to set up EGP.
And I definitely like this play coming towards the mid side, seeing Darkwings extremely low, but really big memes here as well.
Aspect doesn't realize. Look at RBM on the other side. They pick up the kill, and now the body block of the big meatball right in front of Bluster to make sure the mid laner is going to easily recall TP back to lane and retain control.
AOE clap back. Very nice kill coming in for the mid laner. It looks like Darkwings did manage to get that, so it's pretty darn good at the very least. They are not completely out of it yet in the early game, and EGP gonna have to rethink their strats.
And with that Aspect push under the wave, under the tower, needing to be able to farm that up, it gives a lot of free time for Darkwings and RBM to tag team, work together as a unit to gain some control over the bot lane, since they got priority coming in from Sketchrooms and Zyko, and they know that they can maintain that control, as well as it being an Infernal Dragon. If they have the early stacking on these dragons like they've been able to accomplish in games 3 and 4, this is setting up AOE to make sure there is not going to be any sort of team fight semblance of reassurance for EGP.
EGP is still trying to play around. It looks like Bluster is heading towards the top side. I'm surprised that he hasn't gone there a little bit sooner, but Phasal has been playing relatively passive even despite the flash advantage.
It's a hard matchup.
So it's tough. And this Narabar is about to run out. Phasal still has a full wave, so likely won't be able to go in.
So, you were seeing that there's going to be at least that nice little Demolish proc onto the turret, trying to be able to get an early plate for Surdy. I'm surprised to see that AoE didn't try to punish that down TP from Surdy earlier on. He's going to be able to get that up any moment. And that's what shocks me so much. Yes, it's a difficult matchup to have Renekton reliably join in to help out, but you need to make sure you're getting control on every lane, because your bot lane is going to be one that kind of sits back and relaxes. Mid lane, maybe a little bit more volatile, but the jungle matchup, Mundo versus Lee Sin, if Lee Sin can get out of control early enough, which he's gotten that first kill, it's going to be difficult to rein him in.
But let's see whether or not that actually translates into more pressure, because so far, there was a first kill, and then there was a mid lane gank that didn't quite go his way. So Bluster needs to find another avenue into this game. Otherwise, he's never going to get to that out-of-control Lee Sin point, and EGP is going to find themselves in a world of hurt until they can get their comp up scaling.
Skytech was spotted out by that Pixel Ward up on the top side. Zyko wanted to be able to set up a dive, but Saskia was smart on the call, saying, I have no safety. This has happened to me before. There's no way in hell I'm going to let it happen again.
And with that wave pushing in, that's another plate going over to Sketch Dreams, who in this matchup is up pretty significantly in CS. Even if Saskia manages to get a lot of that wave, it's still going to be an advantage to the red side.
Looking to see how EGP play with this lead, because they still maintain, even if it's a slight gold lead. Gold lead nonetheless, and with a dragon up, they can see if they could be the team to have those early scaling options early options of making sure that they have the dragon stacking for themselves.
Darkwings was spotted on those wards, will be able to get a ward of his own though, and even though the roam doesn't work out, does manage to get vision, and that will be important for getting this early dragon that AoE is known for.
In fact, they are set up pretty well. They're calling down RBM at this moment, at this time, to see if they can secure the objective. They've got pressure in both mid and bot lane, but it's not perfect. Even having Blesser nearby is enough of a threat that might mean that RBM cannot immediately try to sneak it away.
And with that, you can see the pressure coming in from AoE,
Nice
but the counter...
flash! Get streams! You're caught out underneath the turret, you're burning, and you couldn't even auto-attack because you knew the turret would take you. Looking to see if they can get the kick on a Psycho. He's still away, RBM's in the wings, but there's way too much damage from Bluster. 2 kills now onto Lee Sin, and you can see that they have to scatter from the fight.
Skytech finally getting that proactive play we've been waiting all series for. A nice flash forward, pulverize to make sure they secure the kill. And Sketch Dreams, nothing he could do. You could catch it in the replay right here. Pulverize into headbutt, turret range. Saskio just has the freest kill of his life. And Skytech is free to chase after Zyko.
And the thing to me that makes this play so great for the side of Evil Geniuses and Prodigies is, as you had mentioned, the proactivity of Skytech. He's been struggling in game 3 and 4. You saw how often he was caught out and punished on this Alistar, looking so much more confident to go for those plays, diving in onto Sketch Dreams and Zyko and punting back in the failures to the turret. So there's nothing he could do. You flash away, you're dead. You heal, you're dead. All works out well for EGP.
And EGP going back to their normal strategy, just going for this Rift Herald as fast as possible. They abandoned Dragon, whereas AoE deciding to abandon the Rift Herald. So really just back and forth and deciding what objective is most important to them. And it's looking like EGP, with their early advantage, is really making full use of it.
That Darkwing wants to set up a dive onto this turret. Even though they got the nice 2 kills in the bot lane onto Sketch Dreams and Zyko, they still have to be fearful. There is a lot of explosive burst potential when you have that Infernum up for Aphelios, when you have the flamethrower that can spread its damage all across these squishier members.
And you can see really big meme trying to defend with Faisal here. Might even go for the gank here, but Surdy in a pretty good position and has his flash. It's going to be tough to get him down.
The Rage Bar as well. They're getting a lot of damage, trying to be able to cut it back. There's the hop, there's the flash, trying to get away. The Meat Cleaver
nice
does not
dodge.
connect. They're flashing in to try to see if they can go for the dive. He's getting enough of the Rage at the moment. Can he keep kiting this out? He's trying to be able to get away, but the kill is picked up. All the while, Bluster, he sees how low RBM is. He wants another kill. It would be 3rd time's a charm. Looking to see if he can get the kick, but there's so much damage coming in Faisal. And look at Aspect on the other side. We're looking for the flank to see if he can take down the members. Faisal, he's executed by Aspect and RBM. He has to go where they want him to go, no longer where he pleases.
Faisal sacrificing himself for the jungler. Not usually how you see these things go, but occasionally really big meme just has to throw his weight around, making sure that he's the one that survives. In the meantime, though, EGP will take that kill, and they will be able to get Shelly down and a full charge for 4 total plates in the top zone.
Even getting the TP, but Darkwings is here. This is a potential fight. He's stolen away the Gnar ult, and here comes the TP.
Oh.
RBM taking a lot of damage. Bluster had to flash away to be able to survive, and now they're
Bluster.
trying to see if they can chase him down. Darkwings wants to be able to get over. He's got the control ward. Not going to be able to get the chain slash to be able to connect. No upscot or abduct. He's getting chased down. He's being chased. The time is shut down for Darkwings. He finds the execute.
And just barely, Surdy's not able to follow that up. Almost very well played by EGP, but unfortunately, they don't get away. And Bluster, with this huge bounty, goes down in the 3-0 curse magical. I can't help but remember the last 3 games of this series.
It's maybe the curse, maybe it's not. There's still a lot of gold in the pockets of Blesser, and now the turret should be picked up by Surdy with the help of that Demolish. One more auto. There it is. He takes it, but Faisal wants to continue the fight. The Gnar ult is going to come in. There is no dominance. There's no flash for either. Slice and dice. Looking to be able to get the stun. Waiting it out. Call the make. There's another slice and dice. Jumping away with the help of the minions to be able to escape. But the entire time that this has been happening, RBM, who died initially, was able to respawn, go all the way to bot lane, use the priority to take the first dragon.
RBM managing to keep himself relevant in the game, and that's going to mean bot lane for AoE at least has some means of countering EGP.
Darkwing did not realize the Bluster was there. It's going to be the blast going over. He had Upscano decked a lot of damage, but look at the damage coming in from Bluster. He's shut down by Aspect instead, gifting gold to the mid laner. This Faisal has to go a long ways away to try to be able to get back to his swamp. There's no return for you. Flashed away
Nice
from the
flash.
shockwave. Only way you could survive.
EGP just dominating this map so far. Bluster, we questioned whether or not he was going to be able to play Lee Sin, but then we remembered every jungler knows how to play Lee Sin. He's been up and down this map. Yes, he died once, but it was a worthwhile sacrifice, and now EGP find themselves 3,000 gold up against AOE.
And it is between the mid-jungle duo of EGP, the new rookie, the 15-year-old player that they brought in just to be able to replace Tomio. 3, 1, and 2. So much pressure now resides into his pockets as there's a fight attempted in the bot lane. They got the stun on Skytech. He goes golden, but look at really big Meme on the side, trying to be able to chase down Saskiel. The turret soon to fall as well, but RBM takes way too much damage. He's got to be careful. The passive command into Saskiel. They've got the punch back in, but the heal! Psycho's still alive! Killer Instinct to be able to take him down. But Saskiel, he's got the shield. It's lost. Now they're trying to be able to chase this down. They've got Bluster in the wings, and same with Surdy, trying to see if they can go for this dive, but they're so difficult to be able to accomplish, especially against the Silas who has Killer Instinct, so they have to peel back.
And with that, it looks like AOE tried to bounce back, but unfortunately is completely countered by EGP, and they continue to push forward. They might even go for this dive, but this is bringing Game 1 vibes magical. They should not try for this dive, and instead will just take the turret and be happy with that.
Smart call from EGP. Get the assured gold. Make sure you can gift it over to Saskia, who's already got that Kraken Slayer completed, to make sure that he is in a far better position to continue to scale.
And this is the composition you want to get ahead. Looking back at this dive, you could see the plan coming in from AOE. They were waiting until Skytech went in and then burst him down as fast as possible. Unfortunately, the Unbreakable Will was already active, and there just wasn't enough damage to quickly finish him off. Saskio, in the meanwhile, had some very clean micro in the midst of this fight. You could see the Killer Instinct auto attack flash back. What speed coming out of this player. I can see why Jolly was so excited to see this pick. You can see how much they're able to do with it, and EGP continue their dominance in the early game.
But they weren't able to get a trade of the turret. The turret still stands with 3 plates for AoE in that bot lane, and you can see the gold that separates the two. 2,000 when we go into these mid-game fights on how that is going to work out and where the gold is allocated. We already had talked about, we know that Blusser is far ahead of really big Beam, but in this matchup, it's a Mundo he doesn't really care about being too far ahead. It's the mid lane matchup I'm keeping my eyes on.
And the top lane also going the way of Surdy for the moment. It's not a huge lead, but at the very least, you want Gnar to be ahead of Renekton so that the mid to late game team fights can go his way.
Man. He should be that far ahead.
Yeah, it's a good 600 gold lead, definitely something you want. Let's see whether or not he can translate that, because he's lower on XP, and I think Faisal having the level 2 ult might be able to make something good out of it.
Could, should, maybe he will. As right now, Blusser is going to be able to get another Rift Herald. We've seen this consistently throughout the series, that EGP put far more priority onto these Rift Heralds as opposed to the dragons themselves, which gives a little bit of leeway to AoE on how they want to be able to play. They've already gotten that first Infernal Dragon. If they can gain a second one, it's giving them a lot of pressure back onto EGP, not having to worry, especially if they can just kill Saskia the moment they show it in the mid lane.
And that's just the power of Leona. You find a small window for engage, and someone is dead. Saskia once again being caught out too far ahead of his turret. That's going to mean a pretty good setup for Dragon for AoE.
And the gold that has been picked up now for the bot lane of AoE is Aphelios getting scarier and scarier the longer this game goes out. Of course, Kai'Sa is similar in function to that. The only difference is as long as you can keep sketch streams alive. We have seen this play before out of AoE. When they had the games against Zeus, they constantly were picking the Thresh and Jinx combination bot lane so they can have sketch streams be their late game carry.
We'll see whether or not he's able to do that. He certainly has the setup for it. Kraken Slayer and Zeal completed. Has the level 10, a level advantage, mind you, on Saskio, who's had a pretty darn good lane so far. But let's see whether or not that translates to a 1 dragon, because it has spawned in. It looks like both teams are fighting for vision right now.
EGP not wanting to let them have that potential win condition utilizing the stacking game of dragons. They want and they must maintain control over the bottom half of the map. You can even see Surdy is hanging out in the base, finally now leaving because he wanted to be able to TP from base to be able to join in these fights, but unfortunately he's starting to lose out on the rage bar.
And with that, the Rift Herald's been popped, but will it lead to a dragon? It looks like EGP waste no time and immediately transition over there. We'll be able to pick that up, and that means one dragon to one dragon, Magical. It's not going to be an easy soul for either team.
I think it's a good call on both sides of these teams. There was already the setup for EGP around the dragon. No reason for AOE to fight it. For EGP, they might as well just take it. Take the objective they can, because they have to trade it elsewhere, since we saw that Faisal was pushing that entire time top lane, and even giving, if Darkwings is able to take that turret, the solo gold off the structure.
And with that, it's going to be a mountain map, so whoever wants to go for the soul will be able to get it. You need to also take a look at AoE getting the top turret. That's going to be extra gold for Darkwings, who really needs to get an advantage at this point, because we're starting to reach the period where AoE needs to start winning skirmishes and needs to find fights that they can. Otherwise, EGP gets out of control and there's no way to come back.
And that is going to be a problem for AoE. They've at least stalled the game. Not that 2,000 gold lead it had been a couple minutes ago. Now, only 1,000 separating the two. Dragon apiece, not having to worry about the Rift Herald anymore. It is all about the vision control, and you can see how much has already been set up on the top half of the map by AoE.
The problem is for AoE is stalling is not the name of the game. It's finding kills, it's finding picks and getting Sketch Streams as far ahead as possible, and at this point, he's just not finding anything. There's nothing that's being led up by EGP. They're getting the vision they need, and they're getting the right position to protect Saskio, who, honestly, even despite that pick, is still looking pretty strong.
And that's what I was going to say. I almost wonder if for AoE, it doesn't even matter if you're having these fights. Yeah, you have a Renekton, you have Silas, you have Leona, you like these early fights, but I'm just looking at Sketch Dreams and the win condition of Aphelios, and how well that can work as long as they're able to protect the carry.
It will be a lot easier to protect the carry in this case, just because EGP only has 1.5 divers when you consider Lee Sin and Kaisa as a pair. Skytech is only going to be there for the initiate, maybe joining in for the Gnar, but as far as the team fight goes, it's all about how the positioning is for Bluster. He's going to have to get in, and he's going to have to find Sketch Dreams. If he does not, then Sketch Dreams does have that free reign scenario that every Aphelios dreams of, and I feel like AoE have the setup to go in. They don't really have a great peel.
That is very true, and that's in fact what I was even thinking, looking at the strength of EGP's composition, and when they all pile into a fight, having a Gnar when he's Mega Gnar, then you have the Shockwave, you have Knockup from Skytech, and even Bluster in the backline. If he can get a beautiful kick on the Sketch Dreams, that's all they need. That's all they can require to be able to take this Game 5.
It's going to be tough, but it's all going to come down to who can win at the next big team fight. And it looks like Baron is going to be spawning in 30 seconds. I don't know if AoE wants to take that team fight necessarily, but they might just have to in order to keep the game alive.
EGP might want to even force the objective, force the timer to get a fight into a tight corridor, like in the jungle, like in the Baron pit. Because right now, both teams are playing so cautiously. There's so much riding on this. Auto-qualifying into the Proving Grounds, not having to deal with the qualifiers itself, as well as trying to get the prize pool and win EGL if at all possible. So much remains in this one game, and one simple mistake for either team can cost it all.
It's going to be really tough, and both of these teams know how much is riding on the next team fight alone. So we're going to have to see how it starts off and who can get the better engage. At the moment, it's looking like EGP are pressing down on the mid lane, but do not want to commit too hard just yet. They're waiting for the perfect opportunity.
But it continues to be that knife's edge for both teams. So cautious in their approach, just clearing out the minion waves, backing off, resetting, maybe getting a little vision here and there, but not really wanting to press the issue just yet. A bit on the cautious side, just because we gotta say there's so much riding on anything that happens from either team. Even if it takes a while to be able to burst someone down like Mundo, that is still a critical target if they can find him alone.
We'll have to see how that goes, but taking a look at the picture-in-picture, a replay from just a couple seconds ago, the Shockwave doesn't land. Very good dodge from Darkwings.
That means the Shockwave is down momentarily. 30 seconds until that dragon spawns. The first mountain dragon of the game. And we will have to say it this time again. For both sides now, not like just AoE being able to try to grab that objective and stack up the early dragons. EGP, the fact that it's one apiece, they themselves can try to see if they can be the ones to stack up the dragons, even if it's a mountain dragon. Who cares? Dragon soul's a soul.
A soul is a soul is a soul is a soul, as we do see EGP actually trying to move out against AOE, who's in the north side of the river. Sketch Dreams,
They're trying to
a
protect
little bit
for
vulnerable,
Bluster.
but no dive potential yet.
They don't want to have the fight. They want to force back AOE to the top side of the map, knowing that they are the ones that have this great advantage, especially because of that reason right there. That Surdy was about to go Mega. Any fight that happens around that, the timer is always set by that champion.
It was definitely great for EGP to use that timer to the best of their ability. The death push being set up once again for AOE. The question is,
we've seen this
is it gonna
before.
work?
They've got the lock on the Aspect. They've jumped on the punch away from Skytech. Psycho's not in the middle of everybody. Now Bluster is. Bluster's killed up. Psycho's able to flash over the wall. Choco, you're going to be able to at least. No! He's still alive finally! They take down Psycho and now they're trying to see if they can dive into the back line on Aspect. They've gotten him! Skazkio! You've left your team out to dry! And Skytech is going to be mincemeat double kill from Darkwing!
Oh, Zyko with the engage, but unfortunately not enough follow-up to get a quick pick, and because of that, AOE are able to win that one out. Very well played. EGP, it looked so good for so long, but one team fight decides it all.
One mistake, Sam. That's what we were talking about. One critical misstep from either team can cost them dearly. Mid lane is being destroyed by Darkwings. The Baron is being taken by the rest of the members, and all 5 of them should be able to retain the buff.
And that's a huge swing for AOE, who were on the back foot the entire game, but Magical, the 3-0 curse, it lives on. Darkwings, though, under pressure.
He's got a lot of healing, though, and they don't got a lot to stop him. Bluster, you're no longer fed. It's now Darkwings who's reigning supreme. Another double kill for Silas. He's stolen everything away,
Magical.
And they're looking for yet another fight. AOE, they are cleaning up house here in Game 5. Surdy's about to go Mega, but he overstepped and overjumped. Hazel's able to dash away, and Darkwings is unstoppable. The Croc going back in to be able to get the stun on the Aspect, and they rip them apart. They might have lost the Croc, but who cares? Who gives a damn when Darkwings is this fed?
Magical, they have Baron. They have 5 deaths, and that's the case where the team is pushing.
Bluster's gonna spawn, but same with Sasuke. Are they gonna be here in time? They're at least gonna be able to get themselves this mid inhibitor. They have to reset. The timers are too low on the side of EGP.
I thought there was going to be an ultra spicy end of this game, Magical, but AOE play it right. They're backing off when the timers are coming up, and they're pushing their advantage cautiously. The exact perfect play for this moment.
And here, all they have to do is continue to cycle around the map, make the victory lap, because right now, the game and the world is your oyster. You have 6,000 gold up over EGP. You're this close. You're so close to getting yourselves to the grand finals, to getting the reverse sweep over Evil Genius's Prodigies.
Let's take a look a few minutes back at how this all started. Zyko gets the nice hit onto Aspect, who's forced to back off and can't use any more abilities. From there, Bluster just can't do anything, and the chase down continues. Darkwing especially, and Basil just in the back lines. There's no disengage from the side of Evil Genius's Prodigies, and AOE make full use of that fact. From there, they just push on to Baron and get everything they want. After that, I'm not entirely sure why Evil Genius's Prodigies continued this fight. Yes, it looked like a health bar was kind of low, but man, you're just sending people to the meat grinder at this point.
The only reason I could possibly think is because Darkwings had so much gold in his pocket. It was your last chance to be able to slay the beast, to kill the Kingslayer himself. And the fact that they failed at that mission, look at his itemization now. 3 full items and a Magi's with 10 stacks. That is a massive amount of gold that's been picked up by Darkwings with a fight attempted by EGP, but you've got nothing left, and here comes the Kingslayer to slay the King, to slay the beast into the back line with a flash and huge guard shockwave wombo combo. Is it going to be enough to slay him? They've got so much damn damage. Darkwing trying to be able to get away, but that's the damn wombo combo we were talking about, Sam.
Oh, it was so close, but AOE are just too far ahead, Magical. That should have been a complete sweep. EGP tried their best, but they can't make it work.
But at least they were able to trade evenly. And at this point, you'll take anything you can gain if you're Evil Genius's Prodigies. A simple trade like that delays the game and delays the inevitable, so you can get another fight like that.
Very, very close, and you can see the death push set up this time by Evil Genius's Prodigies. Very nice by Surdy. Great bait, but unfortunately Faisal is too tanky. And even though this goes the way of AOE, you have to think that with a couple thousand more gold on the side of EGP, this could have been a complete reverse fight.
That was a beautiful combination from the side of EGP. The only problem with it was sketch streams. We talked about this Aphelios beforehand, but then Darkwings got out of control. You saw how Sketchwings was the only member not to be drawn in by the Shockwave nor the Pulverize of Skytech.
It was very close, and he's keeping great positioning in all of these fights, but Darkwing, he doesn't care about positioning. He's far enough ahead that he can just go face first into fights and come out on top. This is the sort of team that AOE's been trying to draft all day, and finally, he's showing off the Silas that we know he's capable of.
Well, now they sit with a 6,000 gold lead over EGP. They are perfectly set up to fight around another Baron a minute and a half until the objective spawned. They're keeping it at bay. They're staying very cautiously once more, but this time it's the turn of fates for EGP, where before it was dead even. They didn't have to worry too much because they were scaling. Now they have to worry. They have to fear the game drawing out around that objective.
And with that, you could see Faisal trying to push out this bot side. He has the teleport available, and likely is going to need to push this wave in if they want to have a chance at Baron, because EGP, yes, they're down on gold. Yes, that team fight last time didn't go their way, but you saw the potential, Magical, and you can see that this game is not over yet.
Not by a long stretch of the imagination, because we still look at where the gold is. Who has the lion's share for AOE? And it is Darkwings. He has 3,000 over Aspect at this point. Sure, 2,000 for sketch streams over Saskio, but the big member that if you take him out, you take out everything AOE has at this moment. If you can slay Darkwings or even sketch streams, that is so much that you now have to fight back.
The only problem is killing Darkwings is going to be next to impossible. He's so tanky at this point in the game and has the ability to go for so long. Kingslayer just doing everything he needs it to, as well as the Zhonya's completing. So he has the ability to stay alive a lot longer than AGP ever wants to fight.
AOE, they play it patiently. They had a Death Brush set up, but really it's more to make sure they don't lose control of the vision around the objective. They don't allow EGP to sneak their way to steal the Baron. Here, they're forced off as they tried to make their little escapade around the Baron, but they cannot get anywhere near it.
They can't quite push on yet. This game has come to a bit of a hostile standstill, Magical, as we do see Faisal in the bot lane just kind of pushing his way forward. We'll be able to get a lot more pressure and has the teleport available.
And here comes the answer out of EGP. This is your last shot at glory, the last chance to be able to fight back.
Darkwings.
But look at Darkwings onto Saskio. He used the killer instinct, bounced around. He's still alive, trying to see if he can get on top of Saskio, but Saskio is able to cut him in. Here comes Faisal. Make sure they slice him down. Darkwings is still alive. You can't kill the Kingslayer. He kills you. Everyone is running for the hills out of EGP. AOE once again win a massive fight, but this time around, there's nothing left to stop them from winning the game and killing off Surdy on the way out.
At the very least, there were some minions taken, Magical, but I believe you would spell this REVERSESWEEP. Probably not one word. I'd have to check the dictionary, but it is looking good for AOE.
As they march down mid lane, only Aspect remains in their way. No shockwave to clear out the minion waves. No way to stop them from raising to the ground these turrets. Even if they got a kill on RBM on the way, you can see that now, just now, Bluster spawns. Low health bars on the side of AOE.
Wait.
The fight's coming in. They're able to get the Guardians. They have no hell. No way. There's no way they're going to be able to fight this back. Yes, there is. Killing spree for Aspect.
And the game is not over, Magical. You keep thinking that AOE has the full advantage, but EGP, with the comp they've drafted, are never fully out of the game. It is not over until that Nexus is gone. Oh my goodness, they are going for the Baron, and this is going to be EGP coming back into the game after almost completely losing.
But look at this. Look at where Sketchstream and Psycho are. They're threatening to take the base. There are no structures that stand around the Nexus. They can easily get these minions into it. It's taken a hell of a long time for EGP.
But at the same time, 2 members are guarding. You could see Aspect sitting in the base as well as Skytech. So that isn't an easy push, Magical, and that's not going to be a backdoor for now.
And we take a look at this replay and see how, at first, it went so poorly for EGP, but Aspect later on, the hero that they need.
It's so close. You can see Skytech in the back doing so much damage, and then the teleport comes in from Faisal. It's so much damage, and they're able to get the target down, but they can't get the full ace. It takes way too long, and that's the saving grace coming in from EGP. Aspect manages to weasel his way out as well, and Surdy taking out that wave, crucial in more ways than you could ever imagine. Because there's no extra minions, it takes just that much longer to get these turrets down.
Pretty much exactly as you said, Sam. The fact that he was able to delay Aspect is a hero. He is a legend for EGP in this game, keeping the game and their hopes alive. They've got a Baron now on top of them, but they have to be so careful and expose Nexus. All it needs is Darkwing to sneak his way into the base to end it.
And with that, Dragon's down, the 3rd Dragon for AOE, the 5th of the game, Magical. It is not an easy soul to get, but now that puts Red Team at soul point. The question is, can they even push? Baron up, yes, it's a 4K gold advantage for AOE, but you have to worry about that singular team fight from EGP, which now looks a lot scarier.
Sam, what did we talk about earlier? We said that EGP, their game, their set, and their timer is 30 minutes. We're past that moment now. Look at how little gold now separates the team. Where it was once 9,000 that they were down, it's cut in half to around 4,000.
It's very, very close between these two teams, and you have to feel like EGP with their Baron are still a little hesitant to push because they know if there's a single team fight loss, it is an easy run to the base, and AOE have the ability to just force down the last remaining structures in EGP's area.
For either team, any lost fight, if it's one-sided by either team, it's over. This game is now precariously placed. It's the tightrope walk above the skyscrapers. Any misstep, and they will tumble.
And with that, both teams are just backing off. EGP not willing to give up a single kill. You could say that Bluster's backing a little dangerously, but he's Lee Sin. He'll be able to get out, and AOE are just gathering up a 4-1 push in the mid and bot lanes.
Waiting it out, trying to see how they're going to be able to play this. The big problem right now for EGP is Surdy not having TP. Their split pusher not being able to join in the fight, so they cannot stop if there's the setup from AoE to make sure they have a 1-3-1. That's why you see them trying to see if they can force back these super minions as far as humanly possible in mid lane.
We'll see whether or not they're able to make it work. A death bush again by AoE. This is the 4th time we've seen them try to set up that death bush. It did work a couple times, but you have to feel like we're not at the point of the game where that's going to work just because the Baron is not spawned and there's no reason to take risks.
In fact, I think that neither team is going to take a risk until we have an objective to fight over. It's so difficult for these teams, especially in these tight corridors, how closed off it is. You can see how they're getting chased down. AoE having to play cautiously with not having their Fed member, with not having Silas in these fights. They cannot just go and willy-nilly fight the members of EGP.
The good news for AoE, though, even though they don't have the Baron, they do have the inhibitor down, so at least there is always a push going down this mid lane and an open inhibitor in the bot side. So really, if AoE wants to make that split push, they could make that call right now and probably get something done because you know EGP has to group up to win a fight.
But here is the critical moment. The mid inhibitor is going to respawn, which denies that push consistently for AoE. They have to make sure they're forcing back the members of EGP, and if they try to make a play on Aspect, but he's still alive. Stolen away Gnar ult for Darkwings. You have 2 minutes until you have not only the Baron, but then you have the 6th and that not necessarily the final dragon that we see of the Elemental.
Who's to say?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's just so close, right, Magical? You have to decide what objective you're going for. It would make sense to go for the Baron, but who's to say if that's even in the cards based on how they're pushing Vision on the side of EGP? They're able to still get Vision in their jungle, and they're still able to pose a threat. So Zyko, without Flash, can't make the easy engages, and that's going to make it even harder for AoE to get the right positioning.
But the thing that they have as a backup plan is the fact they have 2 Guardians Angels on their side. Sketchdream's a lot safer in these fights to be able to peel for himself and not be reliant on having a member stick by his side. He's even got a stopwatch to continue to delay.
It's going to be a very tough fight regardless, and there's no such thing as a quick pick, Magical. The only thing that AOE could hope for is that Saskia gets caught out again, but I have a feeling after Game 3, he received a little bit of a talking to from the coach, and that's not going to happen again.
At least you're hoping not, because before I thought one mistake would break this game wide open, and it nearly did. AOE were so close, the precipice of victory. They could taste the finals in their mouths. They were salivating at the prospect of making it. But now EGP have forced them back. They continue to scale this game, and they continue to maintain that 4,000 gold deficit.
30 seconds left until both objectives, Magical. You have to feel like this is going to be a fight towards the bot side of River, and this dragon is going to be going over to AOE if there's no response.
You can see the members of EGP. They're starting to rotate. They're starting to see if they can at least wrestle some of the vision control around the dragon's attack. Even if it's just a mountain dragon, that is a shield that they can use to survive a little bit longer and be able to get their full rotation out once again. You can even see that Faisal is waiting to see if he can dive onto Saskia, but Saskia is staying so far away with Aspect, so it's so much more difficult to kill him.
And I like this, using sketch streams to start the dragon. You know he has to be in the safest possible position.
He's not going to do it
What's safer than the dragon?
He's not going to steal another dragon this series, is he? They're trying to see if they can kite it
Not
back.
again.
It's getting low. He couldn't get it! He's too late for the shockwave. Does nothing. They're getting ripped apart. They got a solar flare, and there's going to be the unbreakable will breaking his will. But Faisal jumping into the back line. They're kiting it out. Darkwings is on top of Saskia and Aspect, and they've got so much damage. Even with the killer instinct over the wall, it's followed up by the members of AOE, ripping them apart. Nothing can stop them now. They've only lost one member, but it doesn't damn matter. The TPs from AOE to secure the victory. They've got their reverse sweep, Sim. They've done it in the series. They're going to the grand finals.
Woo! Gonna need a big broom for that, Magical. AOE manages to take back 3 games from the precipice of defeat, and with that, they have played out of their minds, and they are going to that qualifier. They are going to the proving grounds. They are the winners of this series.
Upset after upset after upset for AOE Esports. They have managed it once again, going to the finals. I can't be more excited for that team.
I just don't know what I was looking at there, Magical. Back and forth action the entire time. I didn't think it was going to be so close, but in the end, EGP almost pull it out. They just barely wrenched defeat from the jaws of victory, and it is painful that they drafted such a great team fighting composition and barely couldn't make it work.
Got it working one time, and you saw how powerful it was even behind. You could only imagine